Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause, don't pause, press play. Press play, 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 press play. Don't pause, press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Press play. Don't pause. Don't pause. Press play. 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 Don't pause. Press play. I wanna hear what you got to say. Press play. Press play. Don't pause, press play.
We gon' make you move. We gon' make you lose. We gon' make you move. So baby, let's up it tonight.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight.
Let me get funky.
Let's lose our mind.
Let me get funky. Let me get funky.
We gon' make you move from side to side. We gon' make you lose all inside your mind. Oh, we gon' get you through this just for one more high. So baby, let's orbit tonight. We gon' make you move. We gon' make you move.
North America's final weekend for the fall split has arrived as teams set their focus on gathering the final points to book themselves a ticket to Rotterdam. Welcome to the Fall Invitational at the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leafx, and I'm joined by Colin and Cheese to start our day. By the way, speaking of Rotterdam, exclamation point tickets in chat. Did you guys get them? Go get them! Go get your tickets! Cheese, grab yours?
Yes.
Okay, Cole?
Can I come as well? Can I go? Can I go and cast Rocket League, please? Please.
That's a good question.
I guess.
Cheese, do we let him in?
Yes!
I guess. He's a cool enough guy. We like him.
He's a cool Cole. He's a cool
Yeah, there
Cole.
we go.
Hey, I don't care about that. I am Cole. No one. Right, I made my name Cool Cole 93. Bit of a history lesson, right? Back in I don't know, 2007. No one ever called me Cool Cole. It was always just Cole. People naturally drop the cool. So, I guess
Unlucky.
I don't know what's
That's unfortunate.
Okay, you're still cool to me.
Let's talk about Rocket League, because that is pretty cool too. We got our final weekend here, a final invitational for the fall split for North America. Things are coming down to the wire here. Just a reminder that we're going to focus in on one of the matches for our matches today. There's team streams going on across the board. Go find your favorite team and vote for go watch them and cheer them on. But right now, let's talk about what they're fighting for, of course, because there's a lot of money on the line. Prize pool here, $30,000, Cole, for first place.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not the money that they really want. It's that middle column right there, the points. 16 points if you win it, 12 points if you finish second, which good old Gen G have managed to do a couple of times to book their place at Rotterdam. But that's what every team wants to do. You want to get as many points as possible, make it into that top 5, or at the very least, make it as far as getting to a tiebreaker, which, I mean, the numbers are looking very complicated. That may well happen, Leaf.
Yeah, well, let's break them down. Let's look at the points, because that really is the big focus for a lot of these teams this weekend at Chiefs.
Yeah, definitely. As we look at the point standings here, like Cole said, Gen G comfortably at the top in 26 points, looking pretty safe. Version 1 and FaZe Clan will go top down. They only need 2 series wins today to qualify for the major, so they're looking pretty good. G2 and NRG both at 15 points, looking like a potential tiebreaker for a spot in Rotterdam. Furia, Optic, Shopify, and Complexity all at 14 points between Furia and Optic, and 12 points for Shopify and Complexity. They all need to qualify for the weekend to keep having a shot to make Rotterdam, and anyone outside of the top 6 is completely eliminated from the major if they do not make the weekend. So today's a big day for a lot of teams out there.
It terrifies me how close G2, NRG, Optic, Furia there as well. That little cluster of teams are the ones that I'm going to be keeping such a close eye on, because my goodness, it's going to get so tight between them.
And a reminder that Chiefs did mention potential tiebreakers. Those will be played on Sunday after we have crowned a champion for this weekend. So any tiebreakers will be right after that. So a little extra Rocket League potentially on Sunday. Let's talk about today, though. Day one, what's happening? We're getting into Swiss again. You guys should know the format by now. You win 3, you're in to the weekend, into that single elimination bracket. You lose 3 and you're out. So Chiefs, plenty of opportunities for teams to make a bounce back if they do start off a little rough.
Yeah, but you do see some tough matchups for a few people, like Furia versus Shopify. You know, that's 2 teams that are 14 and 12 points, and Shopify with a tough first round draw. The other one maybe being Optic Complexity. But other than that, round 1 kind of a hodgepodge. But those are the 2 matchups that you're kind of like, ooh, that could set the tone in a bad way for those teams that really need to qualify.
And a reminder that all those team streams are going on across the board. So spread out whatever platform you're watching on. Go find those matchups or hang out with us. Keep this tab open too as we focus in on one of the individual matchups. Let's get those matchups a bit bigger though, Cole, so we can take a look at them here, because lots of games today. And I don't know for you, there's plenty of matchups I'm looking forward to. But how about you?
Ooh, big question. I mean, I always look straight ahead to SSG because they're sort of in that conversation up against Rogue. G2 have been struggling, and them against Dignitas is going to be pretty big. And Furia, one of the best stories in the offseason. Them coming over to North America, they are still battling to make that top 5. They will have to have a good start, and they have to have a good tournament if they are to do it, starting off against Shopify Rebellion.
Does Gen G go 3-0 today?
Probably.
I think
when they don't need to, they will.
There's literally 2 ways it can go, right? It's either they've got no pressure, so they play better than ever, or there's just that 5% of them that is like, oh, we've already made it, we can relax just a little bit, and they have a bit of a slower one. I'm guessing that they'll put all of their effort into it though, because they want to sort of be in good form going into the major itself.
I think they make another grand final, believe it or not. I think
really?
They go 3 straight. I do. They look so good. I know version 1 played really, really well to beat them in the grand final last time, but Gen G just looks so consistent against so many different styles in North America that I feel like they're looking so solid. It's tough for me to bet against it at the moment.
I mean, they have like one of the smartest players in World Rocket League, and apparently Jack. I feel like with him, you can go up against any play style. He will figure out a way to counter it and use it against the opponents as well. So they definitely have a play style that's replicable. I can't see them having a complete off day, a team like Gen G.
It's not even just the brains. They got the mechanics in Nolly and Chronic as well. So yeah, it's definitely not far-fetched that we potentially end up seeing that. But that's not the matchup we're going to be focusing on. Over here, we're going to be focusing on Complexity versus Optic Gaming. So let's start breaking this one down. Achieves, again, I think Optic was right on that line right now for one of those Rotterdam spots.
Yes, Optic at 14 points, Complexity at 12 points. Bit of a tough first round draw. You'd like to set the tone off with a nice W to get locked in and feel comfortable when you know you have to make the weekend, but this is going to be a tough one, I think. They've gone 1-1 through 2 regionals now. They've matched up both times in Swiss. Optic Gaming pulled out a reverse sweep back in the fall open to knock Complexity out of the weekend, and then they met again in round 1 of Regional 2. Complexity took that one also in 5 games, so these 2 guys go back and forth quite a bit.
Yeah, it definitely seems like whichever way this one goes, it will be very close. It will be likely going to Game 5 if history is anything to go by. I think the fact that Optic have made the playoffs in both of the first 2 regionals, that's got to make them be feeling good as they go into the start of this Swiss. You know, once you feel like you've conquered the Swiss and you can do it consistently, you just have that chip on your shoulder. For Complexity, they missed out in the first regional. They made it the second one, so they're trying to build on that momentum. So it's an intriguing one for surely. But I know that we were talking beforehand which way we think this one's going to go, and we were umming and ahhing the whole time.
Yeah, well, we'll get to those in a second. I want to get chat involved. This is the first time for the day we get to get you guys involved in the show. The Verizon fan vote is now up on the board. Hashtag COL for Complexity, hashtag OG for Optic Gaming. Start spamming away here. I know, there's fan bases behind both. I'm curious which side you guys ended up on. Let's get ours up on the board. Now, I got to let you guys know off the bat, I threw mine in, Achieve. Okay, so Cole's solo on this one. I threw mine in, Achieves, forgetting that the team might not be feeling 100% right now coming into this weekend.
What's going on? You tell me.
I've heard that they're ill right now, and that could affect gameplay.
But I've seen it so many times where people feel sick and then they absolutely crush people.
Fair enough.
It's happened before.
I'd love to say, Leaf, that I took that in mind when I predicted complexity, and I'm an absolute genius. I forgot about that. So do you know what? That makes me look a little bit smarter. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Well,
I just saw
hopefully.
chat reminding me, and I'm like, oh, yeah. That might be smarter.
The real expert, chat. Thank you so much, chat. Why don't you guys have our job? But that is a very good point. That's been tweeted about, and it's out there. So hopefully the Optic players are okay, because we have had players feel ill and struggle in the world of Rocket League. You know, it's such an intense thing to have to do. I'm going complexity just because of what I said earlier on about them building on that momentum that they gained in that the second regional. The fact that they beat Optic, who beat them previously. They made the playoffs that they didn't make previously. They're in that process of stepping up. And when they've got a new player, CRR, who's come in from a separate region, all they can do is just keep progressing forward. So I'm backing them to keep doing that.
Yeah, I do feel good about, Optic. I feel like they're going to be under, a lot of pressure here from complexity. I think it's all based around that counterattack. I think they've definitely got the pieces to handle that, even if perhaps they're not feeling 100%. I wouldn't be surprised to see it go 5 again real tight, but Optic across the board has looked a little bit more consistent, a little bit safer for me, so that's why I ended up going Optic. But complexity is a good pick.
Yeah.
It's certainly not a...
Thank you.
Not one that's like, oh, I don't know what you're doing. That's like, yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yeah, no, I still think there's going to be that gusto here, especially with what's on the line for them. Chat, what do you think? And which side you end up on here? I think it was going back. No, it's Optic camera. Okay. The faith is still behind the team here. Well, you know what? We're going to find out in just a few moments, because the player's about to hit the field. Call it cheese. It's all you guys.
Thank you so much, Leaf. And 70% was that I just saw, predicting Optic Gaming. I think that's maybe a little bit generous a cheese, but you can see why they would expect them to be the favorites.
Yeah, I mean, Optic does generally have a lot of fans as well, but I definitely put this one a little bit closer to, the 60-40, that kind of area. But either way, it's going to be interesting. Hopefully Optic feel well enough to put on a good show and don't have to fight for major contention, but AJ gets tied up on the post at the start of this one, and he cannot make a save here. This is tough.
If you're feeling ill, you're struggling, the last thing you want to do is give away a goal 13 seconds in. And that's exactly what's happened to Optic right there. A little bit of a lapse in concentration, perhaps, early doors. Still trying to get those early judders away, because there is so much pressure on this regional. These players, each and every one of them achieves, will have dreams of making it to Rotterdam, but they have to do well in this Swiss and the playoffs after that.
Yeah, just a really tough first pill to swallow, but Reynolds making it right back just off the wall. A big challenge from the side, giving them a chance to get right back in it, but it does kind of feel like maybe Optic a little bit slow to start off the day, and can't say we're too surprised about that per se, but complexity definitely a driving pace of play at the moment.
Ooh, there was a miss there from Magic Bear on the pre-jump. I really thought he had the read on that huge booming clearance towards Raceball from CRR. Wasn't quite to be, and his teammates had to scamper back just to keep them alive. That's a brilliant 50-50 from AJ, showing off his 1v1 skills there. Magic Bear tries to put it in the center, so after a slow start, Optic are definitely improved. They're looking all right now. I think they just needed that early goal to go against them, just to shake any nerves off.
They're still trying to press a little bit there, but finally they run out of pieces to keep throwing towards the board. And now they're kind of just seeing if they can get some boost steals. Come away with a touch. Unfortunately, they have to give a lot of ground there. That miss is tough to hold possession with that. AJG wants the top right, and he's just a little off the mark.
Good to see CRR getting involved as well for complexity. It must be such a huge culture shock for him to have to come over to where he's living right now. Play with complexity. It's just so different when you've moved over from Spain, from Europe to North America, and he's settling in relatively well. He's made a few tweets saying that he's a little bit disappointed with the results that they've had, but it's not easy. You're going to have to struggle. If you're going to make a major, you're going to have some losses along the way. They've been racking up those wins, but Magic Bear could be racking up a goal right now for Optic. Not quite. They're defending well, the complexity.
Just realized CRR also on the dominance today. It feels like hitting the ball with force and verve is the way to success.
And double flip resets apparently as well from CRR, as you were talking about his dominance. Any upcoming pros watching right now, that's why you want to use the longer vehicles. Gotta love them. I mean, they're not actually the best of flip resets, but mechanically, everything you do in a dominance looks better, is the point I'm trying to make.
It does look nicer, I will say.
Yeah, you can concede that one.
Sleek look.
At the very least. Some of these attacks from Optic are starting to look a little bit sleek themselves. So that pass from Magic Bear was perhaps a little bit wayward. His teammates were rotating back and he's tried to pump it forward. But complexity, CRR finds Raceball, then gets the bump as well. And it ends up being Raceball's goal.
Man, I didn't think CRR was going to be able to get this. I thought he'd be disappointed since that touch. I thought he was trying to get it to come straight down, but it actually ended up working out because as he dismounts, he just catches a big bite of the Optic defender and ends up making him own goal. So cool, you'll take it.
I feel like that's the most frustrating sort of bump to receive that Rettles just had. It wasn't one that sent him all the way across the other side of the map.
Yeah.
It wasn't a demo, just a little nudge on him, enough to make him score an own goal. And that's all history will remember.
Fortunately for Optic as well, haven't really been able to really get the strong grip onto this one. Reynolds able to make a snap save. CRR with a chance. Wants the
No way.
reset and good stop again. Reynolds coming across the line one more time.
I mean, we talk about a culture shock, but one thing CRR has definitely been able to fit right in with his Complexity teammates regarding is the love of flip resets that, you know, when Raiseball first became a name that everybody talked about, he was the one who was going for a flip reset every single time, but there's so much more than that. It's passing plays as well. Complexity starting off so strong in this series.
Big gap found here from AJG. Magic Bear, I don't think he expected that clear to come off so clean. He was playing a little bit tighter, thinking it was maybe going to drop into the corner or go up off the ceiling and he'd be able to dish that middle, but leaked out over everyone and CRR in the gap. Nice redirect.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's looking like Optic are just a little bit toothless in this first game. Complexity with a minute and a half left have only made one save. They've been forced into one. And look how many clean touches Complexity are getting in the air. You cannot allow them to do that and expect to not concede goals against them.
CRR just doing his best to buy a little time, not give Optic anything in the final minute or so here. If you're Optic, I mean, I think you kind of resign yourself here. Down 3 with 1 minute. Kind of just have to say, okay, let's see if we can just get one on the board at least. Feel like we can find a foothold somewhere on this pitch to get started, and AJG's just saying, come get it. If you want it, you gotta take it.
Oh no, poor AJ getting double fakes twice in a row. Whether you're 3-0 up or 3-0 down, that's gotta hurt just in the individual moment right there. Probably won't affect the first game too much, but it's another mind game that's been won by Complexity, another moment that's gone their way, and so far all the big ones achieved in this first game have gone their way.
Definitely done a great job putting a lot of pressure on players individually in some tight spots. Because it's not like any of these chances from Optic have been, you know, like, okay, they absolutely got him. Perhaps except from the CRR redirect where he was just in the gap. Couldn't really do too much about that. But the rest has kind of been cool. Here's a ball in the corner. We managed to get back behind it. And now we're coming through the goal line, trying to get bumps, really trying to put the pressure on you, see if you make a mistake. And they've executed wonderfully on that game plan. And it's definitely thrown Optic for a bit of a loop here at the start.
I mean, even just now, there was a misread from AJ on his goal line that didn't lead to a goal for Complexity, but it's the perfect start there for Complexity. 3 goals. In truth, it could have been at least 1 or 2 more as well. They had 9 shots in total compared to Optic Gaming's 3. So a dominant first game performance from Complexity. They'll be feeling goodly. Sorry, I've caught you mid-yawn. I'm sorry, mate. I threw you in. I look over and I see your little face just going...
It's fun because I was gonna say either NA has depth or everybody's sleeping right now, and I guess maybe it's the sleeping one. But no, it's close matches across the board. In all honesty, Energy did take their first one, but only with a 1-goal win over Axel. Dignitas took their game over G2 in game 1. Again, 1-goal difference. PK FaZe, they're tied coming into 0 seconds right now, potentially overtime. Okay. So I think that's a team that we're not talking about enough, in all honesty. Pittsburgh Knights lately have been just on a tear, and especially going head-to-head right now with FaZe is
FaZe
phenomenal right now. And V1, another team we're looking out for, they're up 4-2 right now, but they're not done game 1. But yeah, pretty close across the board.
How could I forget about Axel? I backed them so much in in the last regional. They unfortunately didn't make it all the way through, but good show versus NRG in round 1. But game 2 here, you really just want to see Optic get the wheels turning on offense a little bit. Feel like they've got something going here, but right now you got to look out for the pressure from Optic. AJG is able to go inside out and make the stop.
The one thing I've learned from EU Achieves is never to get attached to a team, because they can look like the best in the world. Yeah, they'll disappoint you, or someone else will emerge and beat them, and they'll make them look a little bit average. It's like, oh, I thought they were really good a couple of weeks ago. What changed right there? But I mean, Rocket League can change even within one series, and Optic were not on the races in this first game. They'll have to be much better over here on Aquadome in game number 2, but there's already 50 sets coming in. It's beautiful attack, and it's 1-0 again to Complexity.
This is such a well-timed approach. Razebull doing a great job to delay that touch, let him get closer, buy more real estate over onto the orange side, nail the flip reset, put the pressure, the physicality comes through on the goal line, and everyone gets tied up trying to make a save. And AGG has the world to pick from.
Pretty much a perfect attacking approach, and I think that's what Optic have to make themselves believe, that wasn't them being slow or poor. That was just a really darn good play from their opponents.
Yep.
They have them, and they can pick themselves up, can Optic straight back to it. Try and find their game. Try and get AJ on the ball. You know, where are his mechanics? We haven't seen them. Try and get Rettles. He got a huge dunk in the first game, but other than that, he's been quiet. Magic Bear, who came into such a claim and showed what he was capable of mechanically, he's barely been involved as well. Whereas Complexity, a couple of passes, and they are slicing right through them.
Oh, is that why CRR played the Dominus today? So he can just get these redirects and hit it as hard as he can? 82 miles an hour from the sidewall. Magic Bear outpaced all the way. Boomer.
Massive. A massive, more variety of goal as well for Complexity. We had the 3-player approach using a flip reset, and now we've just got one incisive pass, which we had in the first game as well. Complexity are just mixing up their approach every time. They're through now with a dribble. Surely this is going to be in, and it is. Huge from Complexity.
Oh, did AJ get tied up? Did he see AJG behind the ball and not think CRR was going to get back behind it and tip it left? I mean, without watching it from his camera, I'll never know, but I can't see any world where, you know, AJ just gets beat to the outside like that without seeing CRR coming. I
mean, what we definitely do know, Chief, is that is now, well, it was 6 unanswered goals for Complexity right there until Optic Gaming just creak open a door that was beginning to look like it was shut.
Oh, Magic Bear. Nice little dismount with the backflip to make sure you score that. That was nice.
Well. Yeah, it was.
I don't know if they really needed it. It might have been inside post, but either way, you love to see that look. That's great.
I mean, as a reminder, Optic are only 1 point away from the joint top 5 right now across 2 different regionals. This is not a bad team at all. The team apparently for some reason right now is struggling. Hopefully they'll step up after that goal and be inspired by it, but not if they attack like that. That is way too easy for CRR to come into the center. Optic get away with it. Hopefully they'll learn from it.
Ooh, and Razebull with the continued press into the corner. I think Complexity really want to try and squeeze as tight as they can right now. CRR, a little bit of a fake challenge, just trying to draw people out so they can reset at the midfield line and force AJ to dump one away, but Complexity, it's a solid look right now. It's nothing special. It's just the testers, and they get caught again.
I love the fact that after this goal, AJG's car just stopped. It plonked down. I always love doing that when I'm playing Rocket League myself. If I put in a strike from my own half, just let go of everything, let your car have a little bit of momentum. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions. It's the Rocket League equivalent of that.
Yeah, there you go. Are you a gas brake celebrator as well?
I like to.
Shimmy?
No, I like to drive into the crossbar. That's my one.
Gotcha.
Yeah, old school, mate. Old school. 4-1. Look at the speed that they're showing as well. They're just reading every touch that Optic are making. I want to see Optic take a few more touches close to themselves. Make sure they just stay behind the ball. A 50-50 game might be good for Optic right now because trying to give Complexity the space is just not working.
I'm not too surprised that Optic's under pressure. I just thought that the counterattacks would be perhaps a little bit more effective for Optic in terms of finding a way out and getting down the pitch, but it's actually in some ways been almost the exact opposite. I mean, it's a couple of goals from CRR, and that's a big mistouch, but it's okay. He's got a teammate there, but find CRR in the back just running through everybody, and he's the one running away down the seams and putting goals in the back of the net, and everyone going to be wondering, what if Optic felt a little bit better? Yeah, regardless of whether or not it's an impact or not.
I mean, that was another lovely dunk there. CRR's pre-jumping from the Razebull pass. I feel like Complexity, the car body language that they're showing, it feels like they've won this series, in their opinion.
They feel it.
Yeah, exactly. Look at this. CRR's fake.
Oh my goodness.
He's going, what are you going to do with it, CRR? Go on, you got no boost. You don't need it, son. Just flick that ball in the top corner. 60% of people achieved predicted Optic to win it. Oh, was it 70? 70%.
70s.
Predicted Optic would win this one.
That's if y'all put channel points on it, tough.
Yeah.
Oh, is that 2?
Oh,
just missed it.
It could have been. Yeah, this is a bit of a slaughter that we're witnessing right now. But Optic can do better. They can do so much more. We need AJ to take a touch.
Take the time. Yeah, take the time. Obviously, it's not every day that you have all the space right here, and AJ's trying to do just that, but execution is a lot to ask if you're not feeling maybe 100%.
But then that's where you want to play just your most solid game, right? Clean rotations, clean 50-50s, try and get in your opponent's space. Don't let them do this. CRR, he threatened one of these earlier. This one he wasn't missing.
Is that the move? I mean, just have CRR go challenge a ball in the corner, let it go to his teammate behind him, and say, hit me with the ball. I'm going to score. Or put it in a spot where it's very easy for someone else to score.
It reminds me a little bit of early Seiko with Endpoint, when he was always in that midfield position, and the amount of times there'd be a 45-degree pass towards him, and he'd get this sort of angled flip reset, and it would end up in the equivalent of that.
Well, he's got it again. Raiseball was thinking, I'm just, how often do you get to tip the ball straight up in front of the net of your opponent and then go back and get another touch?
It's a good question. I feel like not too often. Oh, another fake in the air. CRS is going to kill this one, is he? Yes, he is. Winner. Woo! Complexity. Comfortably. Again. Two very solid games there from CRR, AJG, and Raiseball. They are feeling very good. 8-1 on goals overall. Leaf, you're not yawning this time because that was a flawless game of Rocket League.
Yeah.
Well,
It's they're shutting down Optic right now, that's for sure. And I did want to say, Cheese, you rate Axel, right?
I do like Axel, yes.
Well, you'll be happy to know they just took a game off NRG, so 5-1-1 now. Yeah.
Keep it up.
Yeah, and Shopify, by the way, had taken their first game against Furia. Right now, they're 1-goal difference. Furia's up in game 2, but that's a nice tight match across the board. Tight matches. Gen.G, of course, getting the dubs that we expect. And V1 looking like they know they have 2 series to win to clinch, and they're like, let's get on our way. It's 5-1 in game 2 against 26 Rising. So their first win should end up being a sweep here for V1.
nice.
Optic in their own boat. I mean, got to pull out the big reverse sweep card. The only difference is I don't know if they've got it today.
Can I offer a bit of hope? A bit of hopium.
Yeah,
you can.
It was
certainly
game
try.
5. It was.
I
game
predicted
5.
Optic. I should be providing the hope.
Sorry. Okay.
You predicted complexity, but I'm glad you're doing it.
Okay, cheers. You can present that one to the people. It was game 5 the first 2 times these two played this season, right? So it'll be game 5. I don't know. I'm trying to help you out here. I'm trying to give you something to latch
So you're
onto.
saying like it's okay. We're still going 5.
Yeah.
I know those first 2 were an absolute slaughter, but here we go.
Yeah.
It's all the way back.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get. There we go. AJ's. Oh, okay. AJ didn't quite score, but that was nice. That was just a little bit of flair, which AJ has just unbelievable amounts of. Exactly. He does not lack flair, so good to see him trying to use it because Optic haven't really been doing too much of what makes them them, and maybe that's what they need. They just need to keep on grinding, try and get, I don't know, maybe a fortunate goal or just 1 goal, take a lead. Give themselves a little bit of confidence. That's lovely. AJ's feeling it now, and Optic are looking a little bit more alive already in game number 3.
Both Riddles and AJ both do strike me as the type of players that, somebody on the team hits a big play, makes a good goal over a lot of defenders or something crazy, and everyone goes, okay, that was it. Now your AJ's pulling out all the stops.
Yeah.
Raiseball with a great clear across the net. But he's definitely pulling out everything he's got in the bag of tricks to try and get this one going back the other way. Riddles 1-on-2, and Raiseball going to not let him go for free.
Yeah, I feel like AJ is, without doubt, the key man for Optic right now. If he can just land one of these so near yet so far attempts that he's been making, maybe this is the one. He's up again. The pre-flip. Can he get round this one for an extra touch? Not quite, but Rettles was trying to clear the path. Suddenly achieves. It's looking more like Optic.
It's more what you wanted. I'm actually, you should be pleasantly surprised if you were for Optic here. They've definitely been holding control here in this game. Unfortunately, AJ doesn't have the boost to continue that press, but they do get a lot of boost steals, so a lot of opportunity here for Optic to stay on attack, but they end up losing possession. CRR positioned aggressively.
Yeah, I think that's what Complexity have to do, keep their aggression up against this somewhat resurgent Optic, because if they back off too much, then suddenly Optic might get their lead, might get their belief back. And 1 goal now for Complexity could really just ruin the spirit of Optic. CRR's been involved in pretty much everything good that Complexity have done so far. It's Magic Bear that has the ball. Very quiet series from him. Rettles pre-jumps. CRR A lovely first touch, then stalls in the air to lead up for AJG and Rettles.
Oh, and they're through. My goodness. It's so funny how much people are willing to try and manipulate the timing on a lot of challenges because they know if we're through, we're in good shape. AJ cannot go through. AJG denies CRR. Magic Bear's going to come through, drop the hammer. Optic finally out in front.
That is the shot in the arm that this series needs. AJ was the man to provide it. CRR almost got it free, then he almost got the block, but it was bundled home by Magic Bear. Optic with a nervy lead, but they have played so much better so far in this game. Can they keep up this new level, this new gear that they found for themselves?
Certainly going to try, that's for sure. Nothing else has been working. And a lot of physicality coming through as well. Reynolds just missing the bump, and this is good. If you're Optic, you don't want to let off the gas pedal and say, okay, let's try and turtle up, because you saw how the last 2 games went. It's not going to go well.
Oh, hang about though. Raise balls onto the back foot, but AJ with a massive save. What a game he's had. And he clears the ball to his teammate Magic Bear as well.
Brilliant stop. Truly just predicting exactly the line that double tap takes. CRR to the middle, great pass, and AJ all over the passing lane. Again, great awareness.
AJ's having a monster series. 3 great shots from him. Now 2 huge saves. He could get this ball as well. CRR nipping in front. Important for complexity. This game suddenly has all the life about it. Magic Bear has AJ in front of him. Raiseball's trying to tackle him. It's a great challenge there from Raiseball. AJ again in front of the goal line. Raiseball isn't quite sure what to do. He's just trying to avoid Raiseball and still get that ball into the center. And he's managed to do so. So good play there from Optic when they had to do a little bit of defending. And now their star man, at least for now, AJ is on the ball.
Yeah, a little bit of retaliation, physicality coming from complexity. They're trying to take away some of those extra tools, extra pieces in the backfield to kind of prevent Optic from extending a lead.
That's a lovely pass there from Magic Bear. I feel like one of his Optic teammates could have stayed a bit further forwards, had a bit more faith in Magic Bear. The pass was perfect.
Clock, such a factor. You get under a minute, and now you kind of start to think maybe we try and make sure we don't concede because, you know, you don't have any more lives left. You got to just go, and that could be a double commit. Oh, but it's too far for AJG. A little bit of a reset required here for complexity.
I don't know about you, but I couldn't see anything with the demo. All I saw was the word boom big on my screen, so that was a pretty scary moment for somebody who wants this series to come back to life. That's a lovely pass. CRR, he doesn't want the series to come back to life. He wants to end it right here, but Rettles is charging in. AJ's up, the pass is back. He goes for the shot instead. So close for Optic. Not quite to be, but they do have 10 more seconds. Raiseball, can he launch one more attack for complexity, or is this going to be Optic's foothold back into the game? AJ catches. He swallows a few more seconds. CRR right wide to AJG. It's a great pass, but it's read by Rettles. AJ wants to kill this one. Actually forces the own goal, and it's going to be the game for Optic, and it's 2-0.
CRR kind of forced to try and take this one to the corner, and AJ, I'm not sure if he actually hit CRR either way, though. He did redirect it, forced CRR to tip it into his own net.
I mean, I'm glad that AJ got himself a goal. He deserved that for his performance, right?
What a show. I mean, that you said AJ's having a series. Well, he certainly had a heck of a game 3. A 535 score. Next in line, 194.
That's me.
He said, you know what? We're not going to get swept. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to play some good car soccer. Boy, did he.
Leaf, you know the meme where you lean forwards, you know, when you, as a gamer, you're like, this is where I'm going to start playing. That was AJ right there.
I did it last night in my games. I'm like, all right, we're not doing well. Let's lean forward. And my whole team, they're always like, all right, we got to do that too. It's true. You just play better when you lean forward. A couple interesting things, I guess, at this point. We do have, by the way, Rogue, who's playing with Corrupted G right now in place of Turco, is they actually took a game off SSG. It's not looking too good in game 3 for them, but they did take a game off of them. And as we still sit on match point here, a couple other matches that are at match point. FaZe is up 2-0. They're tied right now in third game, but they're up 2-0 over PK. V1 and Gen G, interestingly enough, and their matches against 26 Rising and Sola is they have the exact same score lines in game 1 and 2 as each other, a 4-2 and a 6-1. You just don't see 6-1s often, and they both got game 2.
Not frustrating not to get the Brazil in either of those, but you got to take the 6-1. I think that Optic would take a 6-1 here to force Champions Field in this series. But Chiefs, at the start of the last game, I was saying to you, these ones always go to 5, and you were like,
I
Are you
didn't
starting to
believe
believe it? Are you starting to after that last game?
So there's a part of me that says, okay, there's hope. But here's the problem. You have to go right back out there in a fresh 5-minute set, and you got to hold the same level of control, and it didn't happen. 30 seconds straight complexity, boxing Optic back into their own half, and finally a small gap on the left side. CRR going to drop the first one and say, nope, we're still in control here.
I mean, you ain't going to keep too many clean sheets against complexity. That was unlikely to happen. So the fact that they've taken the lead, neither here nor there, is what I'm sure Optic are telling themselves. But Racebull does seem to have been unleashed somewhat. And CRR has had a hit. Mysteriously shoots it into the corner. A massive save, though, from AJ yet again, the hero for Optic.
Yeah, just get AJ anywhere you can on the ball. Sometimes, you know, just feed the hot hand. See what he can do for you. He might score this one. The beautiful bounce shot. Racebull makes a hero's effort. Magic Bear again going to come through and deliver the follow-up. What a play from AJ. Good grief.
I'm so glad that went in, so we got to see that setup from AJ again. But credit to Magic Bear. He was in the right position. He kept his eye on the ball, put it into the top corner to get Optic right back in to game number 4 in Utopia. It's a good start from Complexity here, but Optic have brought themselves right back in it, and now they've got some boost in the corner. Racebull up against Rettles. Rettles a huge challenge, and look how much faster Optic are challenging. Rarely now do we see Complexity having a clean touch, even scuttling back, they're getting bumped off the ball. So massive change in play style from Optic, and it's working.
Yeah, it's shove forward, steal boost, get physical. If you get beat in the midfield, who cares? We got around 4 minutes to try and make it work. I can't say I blame him. I mean, that's a strategy that works out well in Magic Bear. Honestly, I feel like he deserved it. He actually understood where that clear was headed, and unfortunately just came off the wrong part of the car for him to put it in.
Agreed. You can see by the way he approached that one that he had at least an inkling that deflection was going to go, but it's on the other end. Complexity still making passes of their own. They'll always be dangerous. And this ball is rotating out, so CRR's attempted pass is actually to himself. And he's made a lot from that 50-50 as well. Great play from him, but look at the speed from Rettles. Rettles has really stepped up in this series as it's gone on. He is the one who is breaking up Complexity's attacks so often.
Yeah, everybody on Optic really kind of started off a little bit slow, but I think they all understood that game 3, they're like, yeah, we still got it. Let's go ahead and try and send it. And it is putting a lot of pressure on Complexity to now execute, and those mix-ups in the approach, I think, are a good idea for Complexity. You may catch Optic leaning. Magic Bear tries to set up his third man, and there comes AJ, and AJG, he gets all twisted up on the goal line, can't figure out where he needs to be.
Optic had to turn it around after going behind, and they've managed to do just that. AJG here, as he pointed out, achieves the backflip. Did not serve him well at all. I guess he was trying to stare AJ down, thinking you're going to put it in that corner, are you?
Yeah, I think because his initial guess, I think, was go up and block it, but he sees CRR coming off the backboard, and he thinks, oh, CRR has the challenge, so you hit the backflip to try and land and have a chance if it ends up coming through, but CRR didn't get a handle on it, and it's just no way back for him. But hey, AJG with an opportunity. CRR kind of going to need a lot of help if this one wants to go in, and nobody around for Complexity. Hunt for Rettles.
Rettles is just seeing if Racebull is going to miss that ball. He didn't quite, but AJG did miss it on the approach. So the transition not completed by Complexity, and Optic can come forward again. There's a bit of confusion there on the goal line. No goals this time for Optic, but that was an odd moment for them all.
He just sees CRR like boosting towards the ball into his own net as his teammates getting bumped, and you're like, oh no, not like this.
Ooh, lovely touch from him though. He lets Racebull in. Great communication there from Complexity. AJG's approaching the finish. It's saved by Rettles, and saved well as well. Getting enough pace on that ball to send it out wide was not too easy, but the attack continues. CRR's in the center. It's just behind him. Complexity are too far forward. There's no pass. There's no way to use the momentum, and the attack, at least for now, comes to nothing. But maybe that changes this time again. CRR's too close.
Whoa!
Both Optic players miss it. Racebull finishes it, and it is 2-2.
A bunch of misdirection. You know, CRR with the pre-jump earlier can't connect. This time around, they regain possession in the midfield, and again, it looks like it's CRR, but the bounce is way over his head, so he lets it go, has his teammate sweep through the goal line. Third man arrives just in time. Complexity find an equalizer, and that was a tough sequence to handle for Optic. I'm not surprised they got broken down there.
And now they've got to hold on for these last minute and 10 seconds or so. CRR's coming in, could be able to end it. AJG with the approach to finish it. AJ, though, saves it. He's still huge in defense for Optic. Wants to go up the wall, but Complexity are wise to those tricks right now. They're also going for demos of their own. CRR was almost the victim, but he stayed tall and stayed strong. Great first touch from Rettles. Can he make the pass? Optic stepping forward at the end. Magic Bear's going for the bump, but CRR, the early jump, will be enough to save him.
Oh, and the demo. That should be a free ball. I mean, Optic, they're looking for every opportunity to take somebody off the ball and get themselves possession. Doesn't matter how awkward it seems to go for. Magic Bear trying to close one down, and Ray's Bull is an absolute beast on the goal line.
How has he read that? There was so much power coming on that ball. Unbelievable save there from Ray's Bull. Keeps Complexity in this fourth game. Still can end it here, but Magic Bear sneaks round. End-to-end stuff in the dying seconds. Rettles is up, but he's sniped by AJ, who's still desperate for the ball. He still thinks it's last game, and that one should be saved by AJ again. Sorry, that touch completely threw me. Where did AJ come from? Anyway,
We might score.
we'll talk about that in a second, because there are still 2 seconds left before we even think about the first overtime in this series. Who has to hit the floor? Optic are careful, and they do get their overtime.
Woo! You got to win this right here for Complexity. With how Optic have absolutely flipped the switch, I don't want to play them in Game 5 right now. All bets are off too much. I mean, you absolutely smashed them in Games 1 and 2, but that type of play is out the window. AJG again pulls another one out of the hat.
Oh, that was scary from AJG, the last man forward, and he is playing so aggressively. Shows us perhaps the teams that they agree with you. They want to end it here, but they first have to defend the Complexity. Good save, good recovery. Optic coming forwards again. Magic Bear this time. He's pumped it forward. Rettles going for the bump. No one's gone for the ball! And Magic Bear puts it away, and we are going to have Game 5.
What a touch from Magic Bear. CRR realizes he can't get to it, and Rettles knows. He goes, don't touch it. I'm just going to put it closer to them. So he's definitely trying to cover up, maybe get the bump. Initially, I think trying to finish the game, but big head on a swivel. He's thinking straight. Makes a good play to let that one go and have Magic Bear recover. Hit a nice bounce shot. Optic going all the way back to 5. Cole, you're an absolute madman and a genius, and I love it.
Hey, look, sometimes hopium pays off. This was one of those moments. Leaf, is there any other hopium around the world of Rocket League in North America?
There actually is. The only 2 teams that have completed a sweep in their matches was Gen G and FaZe. Every other match has dropped at least 1 game to their opponents. In fact, G2 and Dignitas, Game 5 right now, with Dignitas up 2-1 with 2 minutes left. So G2 might be looking at a loss in round 1, and NRG and Axel in Game 5 right now.
Oh, God.
And I'll tell you what, as well, Leaf. Obviously, Complexity's players and Optics players will only be focusing on this series. But the fact that NRG, G2 potentially losing in 5, other teams are going to be starting to think, hey, there's a way we can break into that top 5 here. So there's a lot of interesting movements potentially happening in the rankings. And
I will also mention the Rebellion Furia game. It is also in a Game 5. I believe, and just started up, and it's 1 goal lead for Rebellion.
Why are you making us sweat round 1 fall invitational?
Yeah, curse you, fall invitational. This is what happens when it's an invitational. Every single team in here today has something to play for and to fight for. These are the 16 teams that have the most points up to now. The reverse sweep is on Achieves. Optic Gaming looked down and out. They looked like a team that had nothing about them in the first couple of games. We do find ourselves here on Champions Field. Oh my goodness, an absolute wonder goal away from Complexity.
Pinpoint here. Raise Bull to AJG high on the wall, and this is so tough to read if you're Rettles. Honestly, he makes the right play. He has his teammate call him off. He knows he's going to go cover the top of the net. You're just really trusting that they come away with the touch. But you see what happens if they don't. You have no shot at the follow-up.
Raise Bull is a man who had 6 saves in the last game as well. So no doubt a little bit of lingering frustration that perhaps went away when he slammed that ball in the back of the net to get Champions Field off to a bang for Complexity. Let's go into the corner.
Complexity finding that next gear as well here in Game 5.
Yeah, they stepped up on Utopia, didn't they? They joined Optic, because Optic were the first to jump forward, I feel.
Definitely. Games 3 and 4. Optic said, here we come. And Complexity is finally settled into the new pace of play, and I'm curious to see how the next 4 minutes go.
I feel like this is how this match should have looked from the beginning. We didn't quite get that. We've got here the long way round, but finally it's Champions Field and all these players are playing well. Baseball's going to spin that one long. As far as AJ, though, what a series AJ has had. He really has been the man who's got Optic back into this one.
It doesn't really happen a lot where I feel like you see a player flip a switch. But this was definitely the series which was like, okay, he decided he's going to press buttons to win the game. You know what I mean? It's like, it looked like a totally different AJ as soon as game 3 started.
Good shot from Magic Bear. Ciara. Oh, that was a little bit awkward. Good save in the end, though. I thought for a second it was nestling its way into the corner of the net, but not to be as far as Optic is concerned. Raiseball's up for that one. Good challenge game from Raiseball. Good read on the Optic clearance. And AJG again wants to get a decent challenge on AJ. Goes as far as Raiseball, but he's got no boost, so won't be able to do too much with this one, just to force Optic out wide. And they can come forward again. Rattles with a little bit of a musty, and then a bump. Lovely play from him. Wants to get another bump as well. So much work from him. Oh, but AJ, the saviour of Optic so many times, misses an open goal.
He thought there was going to be a touch coming out, and unfortunately everyone missed, so his read ends up making it look like he has no idea how to shoot. And sometimes it's just not fair. Magic Bear one-on-one off the wall. Here comes Reynolds. He's got to score it, but he actually doesn't have a good line. It's Magic Bear again with the bump, and Optic's going to tie it up. How do you keep finding people in position when it feels like the drive stalls out?
Yeah, Optic, guys, there was a demo from AJG on an Optic player, but it just didn't work for him. It took him out the rotation. I think his team needed him plonked there on the goal line instead of going for demos and trying to move forward. So maybe a little bit of over-attacking intent there from Complexity. And that lets Optic back in. They could be in again, but that's a great pass to AJG from CRR.
I just want to let you guys know, V1 26 Rising is also now in Game 5.
Of course.
Of course. Wow, this I feel like this game day has really turned itself on after being a little bit slow at the start and seeming like we were going to get some 3-0s. So fair play to it. And fair play to Optic here as well. Another demo on them. They keep the attack going. A nippy little touch there from CRR. Magic Bear's in. Raiseball's going to surely catch this one. Slow it down. And suddenly achieve. There's only 1 minute and 50 seconds. This game has gone so quick.
So fast. I mean, it's been the, okay, who's going to get possession? And then it's bang, 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 bang. Try and play defense. And then you play the possession game again for a few touches, and then the other team takes all their pot shots at net. Magic Bear wants to hit an absolutely insane redirect, but comes up just shy.
Yeah, he was never far off there in that corner, but quite to be. CRR has missed that one. That was a big old whoops moment. But AJG, thankfully for Complexity, is right there. Raiseball's coming forward. Got the only Complexity goal so far of this game, did Raiseball, right at the start. It's looking so good for them, but now they've got to get one more in the last 70 seconds. AJG needs it to AJ. He's almost namesake. CRR to the backboard. Raiseball wants to come in, but actually leaves it. There's a good transition there from Optic. AJG should be able to get this one past Rettles. It's tense right now. Both teams just waiting for that clean touch. This could be it. Rettles wanted to get in the way, you could tell, but he just wasn't quite in the right position.
I do feel like the most important thing right now in the final last minute is your clear game. If you hit one missed touch, oh boy, you better believe you're going to get all the pressure coming your way. You can't afford a mistake now on defense right here. AJG, great timing to suss that one out. And he may have a counterattack as Raiseball's on the opposite side, but he actually doesn't have the boost to really get behind the ball.
That's a lovely pass, though, back to him from Raiseball. But again, I think he still didn't have the boost, so he has to agonizingly leave that ball behind. Head back to pick up some boost. Optic a little bit penned right now. Complexity keep coming forwards. AJG has got boost in the tank for this attack. Magic Bear, a lovely double touch though to send them back again, but it's looking like it's going to be Complexity seeing the game away on the front foot. Can Raiseball find the pass to AJG? It's a little bit behind him. AJG does his best to make the most from it, but it's not too much. And now maybe Optic can come forwards. Clearance. CRR, one more
there
chance,
he is.
Potentially, that's a good first touch, but AJ was on the backboard. Going to send it to overtime. No, Rettles catches it. AJG is clearance in the centre, and that was close to an Optic touch. But we do have, of course, Game 5 overtime.
Well, all of you Optic channel points people, you knew it all the way. Here comes reverse sweep number 2, potentially. Complexity, do you have one more in you?
I didn't even think about the fact that the first time these two played this season, it was that reverse sweep at the end of the Swiss as well, when everything mattered so much more in Game 5, Series 5, sorry, of the Swiss. It'll feel important right now as Raiseball makes a brilliant clearance. The Optic is still coming forwards. Magic Bear's got 26 boosts to play with. What can he do with it? Not too much this time. CRR up in the air. He's slowed down in the last few games as Optic have stepped up.
I'm really wondering what the structure is going to be. Oh, misdirection from Reynolds. He's trying to slow it all down, taking a little page out of the V1 book from the last regional. Unfortunately, no one connects with anything. Razebull tries to close it out. It's off the bar. CRR chokes it. He does not line it up. He floats a weak one towards the net, and that should have been it.
If that wasn't Game 5 overtime, CRR would have slammed that into the back of the net. But here, when the pressure is up, you're tempted just to make sure you don't miss. You don't hit it over and lead to a counter-attack. You have to take it confidently, CRR. Hopefully you've learned from that. Complexity will keep on coming. I wonder if CRR will get one more shooting chance. Puts it into the corner where AJG is waiting. Razebull now has 100 boost, but Rettles closes them down quickly. Magic Bear and Rettles. Razebull gets it past both of them. CRR slams that one in, but Rettles with a wonder save.
Oh, that's the thing. You've been gifted the extra life with your Optic. Now you feel like you can't lose. They gave you an opening. You got to be able to run with it. Weak touch from CRR. Reynolds rightly leaving it for Magic Bear. Hoping for AJ. Down across to Magic Bear. They're going to close it out. Optic Gaming indeed pull the miracle off.
Optic, where were you those first 2 games? Where was this version of you? So impressive to step up when they were playing. It has to be said, achieved really badly. They were really bad those first couple of games, but wow, when they stepped up, what a team they were, what a team they are, what a series that was.
Oh, man. Gut-wrenching if you're Complexity. I mean, honestly, you played a pretty great series, all things considered. Your only real downside was that one missed shot in overtime where you just didn't connect cleanly, but what a showcase for everybody, I think, in that series. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, wow, Leaf. I mean, we're somewhat in disbelief here. Are the results a little bit more normal than that series we just watched?
I mean, sort of, I suppose. They all went to, almost all going to Game 5. We just finished all of those matches. Everything was in sync. We just finished all those at like the exact same time as this one ending here. We did have NRG finally getting there when it was Game 5. It went well into overtime, 2 minutes into overtime, and they finally take down Axel. Axel almost had their number. G2 did get their win as well over Dignitas, but again, 1-goal games almost across the board for them. And the V126 Rising match, I actually just missed who won that one. It's not updated yet, but we do have Furia getting their win over Shopify Rebellion, which was, again, also a Game 5. So yeah, across the board, a lot of intense matches.
Everything went as expected then. All the results. Yeah, easy, simple.
Predictable. Knew how that was going to play out.
Well, we have a lot more Rocket League.
You think we're going to win, we'll win. Yeah.
A lot more Rocket League to get to. That was just round 1. We still have round 2, 3, 4, and 5 to get through. So let's take a quick break and get our Rocket League on with it here in the North American Fall Invitational.
Going into the last regional, I think we're obviously all going to be nervous. I think I was sort of like the most nervous going into the first and second regional. And yeah, just, perfecting our play is probably like the most important thing going into the third. And I guess just trying to minimize nerves.
As mentioned on the desk, they all have the benefit of G2 being idle as Magic Bear does it himself.
In NA, the competition is crazy. I think there's like 10 teams that like really can get top 5 and can go to the majors, and it's just crazy to me how crazy like NA comp is.
This what a performance. But this one has what a setup!
The teams that pose a really big threat to us, I guess, would probably be like FaZe and probably G2. Obviously G2 are in the same spot where we're at, kind of, where like they're trying to fight for the major. Everyone's just going to be playing the best probably they have ever played, and we just need to do the same.
AJ double tap, bang bang!
Qualify for the major would mean like everything to me, because like I've always wanted to play at a RLCS LAN and I've never been able to, and this is a first like chance that I've actually been close to. So if we make the major, I'll be really hyped.
AJ trying to do it! AJ scores! Optic tie it up! All of a sudden the game turned on its head, just like that.
The battle is tight in North America as teams scramble to fill the open spots at Rotterdam. And we continue into round 2 of the Swiss bracket of the North American Fall Invitational. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf and Cole and Achieves joining me again to prep us up for some more games. Achieves, are you ready for more games or do you need more of a break?
I've had time to collect myself, mop the forehead.
There's a lot of hyperventilating
going
from
We're
Achieves over there. Yeah, we calmed you down, didn't we, mate? We're all good. We're ready to go
I
again.
feel better. I'm ready to go.
Well, let's glance at the Swiss bracket then, because that first round, Cole, was pretty intense for a lot of teams. Game 5s all over the place, some of them even going into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed at one point that all the favorites were going to win, and suddenly it was game 5s all over the place, and the favorites did win for the most part, but version 1 ended up losing to 26 Rising in game number 5. It was a 1-0. Actually, someone alert Shogun. It was a 1-0 reverse sweep. So, I mean, it was 10-3 to version 1 in the first couple of games. Then it was 1-0, 1-0, 1-0. So that's almost like a... No, but it'll be, he'll get something of a score from it.
It was slightly efficient. Just not the most efficient, I suppose.
Exactly. The most efficient reverse sweep you can get. So that's something from 26 Rising. But yeah, other than that, pretty much everything went the way of the top seeds one way or another, even if it was nervy for a lot of them.
Well, you can see the matchups there, but let's get a closer look at them. Let's put some text on screen in case you forgot which logos are tied to which team here. This is our next round of matchups. A reminder that we're only going to focus in on one of them. And we do have the team streams going on across the board. So go find your favorite team stream. Go join all the other casters that are casting those matches and cheer them on in the chats. But yeah, over here, we're going to focus in on one. Let's start talking about that because that match will be coming soon. And this is going to be a fun one. NRG facing off against G2 Esports. What a great match. These teams achieves very close in the standings.
Yes, both tied at 15 points. Preview for a potential tiebreaker matchup. Epic Johnny seems to have settled in nicely with NRG if their last regional performance is anything to go by all the way to the semifinals. But Chicago JNAPS and Atomic, I think you still have to give them a lot of the edge here. I mean, they've looked like they can go toe-to-toe with literally anybody in the world at times. I expect NRG, while definitely one of their historical toughest opponents, I think they may find themselves a bit outmatched here.
Yeah, I feel like it's absolutely shocking that this is a preview for a playoff just to make the major and not a preview for a grand final. So there's a slight, let's say, wobble from both these teams at this point to even be in this conversation of can they make it into the top 5. But making it into the top 5 nowadays is no mean feat. And even teams as storied and fabled as G2 and NRG, they have to really battle to get here, Leaf. So it's... I've got weird feelings going into this series is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think almost everyone across the board is always rooting for NRG to bounce back, step it up, and get themselves back into it. It's just a likable team across the board, and I'm sure even their opponents want to see them, bring it back. But right now, again, you question, okay, are they still having a bit of those troubles going to Game 5 against Team Axel, which I know Cheese is rooting on, but still a team that you would expect in previous seasons, NRG to take down pretty handily.
Like, let's not get it twisted. Like, Axel's definitely a solid team. It's Ajax, Gimmick, and Toasty. I mean, those are 3 good players, but if you're NRG and you want to feel like you're contending for a spot at the major and you want to feel good and you want to go into tomorrow and be like, yo, we're here to get points, you can't be going to Game 5 against a team like Axel. You got to go out there. You got to take care of business. And that's kind of something that NRG historically, when it comes to Swiss, has struggled with every now and again. So maybe nothing new there. But at the same time, when you combine that with a bit of a downturn in terms of overall performance, you kind of go, who knows?
Well, let's get chat involved here while we chat about this match too. The Verizon fan vote's going up. Start spamming away. Hashtag G2, hashtag NRG2. Fan favorites, but I have a feeling it's going to slip towards the G2 side just based off how we know we've seen NRG performing lately. G2 also went Cole against to a Game 5, but it was against Dignitas, a team that's proving to be a very strong roster.
Yeah, and I mean, you say that recent form would have G2 be winning this one, but it was G2 that didn't make the playoffs last time out. NRG, recent semi-finalists. So maybe that sort of seesaw is beginning to turn back into NRG's favor. So maybe people will consider that when they vote, or maybe not, and it'll be 75% G2. Who knows?
Well, I'm curious. Are you considering that when you vote? But
I'm gonna wait until the last moment.
He goes,
to
I'll go
decide.
later.
I'll go after. Okay.
I'll see what my heart says.
You know, I'll just put it. I'll say I'm not right now, just based off what's happening today, based off the matchups, what I've seen on the field. I'm gonna have to put my bets onto G2 on this one, because again, I want NRG to take it. Again, they've proven semifinalists that they know how to perform and squeak through and get those results. But on the day right now, I'd have to say G2 might edge it for me at Chiefs.
Yep, I think I agree. I'd probably say pretty safely 3-1 G2. I think they definitely have all the tools. They've seen enough of Squishy, Justin, and oh my gosh, Garrett.
Big old Garrett.
How do I forget
Garrett?
But I think they know what they're up against here, and I think they've definitely got it figured out, and they're just playing better. So I definitely favor G2 here as well.
I'll
You
go
thought about
NRG. I'll go NRG because, I mean, if you'd have come to me first, I might have gone G2, but I feel like there is a balance in the fact that I'm going for them. This isn't 100% all the analyst desk think one team sort of matchup. Historically, it's not. At the moment, it's certainly not, because, I mean, G2, they got reverse swept from the Swiss last time out. They lost to Genji, Furia, and Space Station, but they weren't playing particularly well. I think we can't forget that. You know, it wasn't a great day at the office from them, and they did just take it to 5 games beforehand as well, I believe. So it's still not perfect. Yeah, against Invitational, that's right. So it's still not perfect for G2 by any means. NRG, again, they're maybe on the upsurge. So using the same logic that I used for the last series, maybe NRG are meeting G2 on the way up as they're on the way down at the moment. So yeah, it's definitely
It's not a
argument
bad
for NRG.
pick. It's like NRG definitely looked more collected in the previous regional. Obviously, it's you can't take that away from them, and you do get to kind of be like, yo, G2, how'd you get bounced out? But everyone has had at least some type of hiccup in Swiss. I think the only team that hasn't had some type of gaffe in Swiss since we started doing this type of format, I think, is FaZe. All teams. I'm pretty sure they've pretty much consistently made the weekend through Swiss, I think, almost every time. So it definitely happens every now and again. But in terms of biggest problems, JNAPS looked absolutely dialed in whenever we see him on the pitch very recently. And in terms of people, when I look at NRG, like, there are times when I'm like, yo, that guy's crushing it. But I haven't seen NRG on the pitch at any recent iteration be like, yep, that one's taken over this game, and that hasn't happened in so long. And that's why I tend to lean a little bit more towards G2.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair if we were talking about a season. I definitely say that G2 are the better team overall. But in one series, there's no reason for me that NRG can't have that moment that you're talking about achieves of, oh, this guy is crushing it. We suddenly see Justin turn into early 2021 Justin just for 5 minutes, just for one game if they manage to get to a game 5. So there's a lot on NRG's side in this one.
So I predicted a G2 prediction from chat, and I want to know if I...
Are you correct?
Yeah, if it was swing that way. Not even close. Wow.
Nice try.
You can't shake the fanboy.
Exactly.
Like, NRG is like, they've got a death grip on the RLCS fans when you're sitting at the top of NA for like 5 years straight. I get it. Fair enough.
I want to do like a battle of the fan votes. So I want to see Carmine Court versus NRG. I think and maybe Moist as well. That would be in the top of the tree as well.
It's just it's a bracket, a single limb bracket, but it's just about predictions.
Yeah.
you guys get to choose who wins this one. Yeah. Well, we got the matchup, and we get to see if NRG's got what it takes to repeat a performance that they had at the last regional here, or if G2 is truly going to be the stronger team.
Thank you very much, Leaf. And if it was down to the chat vote, then NRG would be sailing away with this one, probably 3 games to 1. But Achieves, if NRG are to win, it's not going to be that simple, is it?
Nope, never is, unfortunately. Someone's got to make you sweat. But that being said, if you're a G2 fan, you're no stranger to having them have to work a little bit harder than perhaps they should as well throughout any given scenario.
Can we just take a second to appreciate the beauty of those G2 decals? They are stunners, aren't they? They're beautiful.
They're a vibe, that's for sure. I mean, JNAPS, I wonder if he's wearing the different decal because does the captain wear the different decal, or what's going on?
Maybe, that's a good theory. That's one we can ask him if they can make it forward tomorrow, and if we see them victorious. Is that the old one that he's got, JNups, or is that just the away one for this season?
I'm not sure. I think that's the old one, if I remember correctly. No, wait, it's got to be the new one. It's got the Adidas brand on the side. It has to be the new one.
Could also be because he's the Canadian.
Oh, classic Leaf. He just pops up whenever there's a chance to reference Canada. Goodness me.
We get
Someone
forgotten
mute
about
that, man. Anyway, we're a minute into this game, and not too much has happened so far. All we've been doing is admiring the G2 decals, Canadian or otherwise. And I'd say that represents a decent start for NRG,
Wait, what?
especially with Garrett G. Oh, actually, it was a steal from Garrett G. It was Justin, wasn't it, who got that touch?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah,
What
Justin.
happened here?
Just speedy.
So Chicago, he just lost the race. I mean, I thought Chicago was going to get a piece of that. And I think it was JNaps who had to rotate back, but G2 just caught leaning. That's a classic one for G2 to give up. They have only one back, and if they get beat, it's not looking good.
No, not at all. I feel like that's also the steal of the tournament already there from Garrett after Justin had done so much work to get that. Garrett's like, yeah, I'll have that stat right there. Thanks very much. But they won't care too much because it is 1-0 to NRG in game number 1. And they're looking fast, looking nippy, not being outdone by G2's pace so far.
Ooh.
It's just been clattered into JNaps in the sky. And this is where NRG are particularly good, making those decisions in the center, whether to pass or boom the ball. They will always have that in their locker.
Kind of figuring out the way downfield right now, and it does feel a little bit of a dump and chase for NRG. Justin definitely moving as fast as he can throughout the midfield, trying to influence where the ball goes as much as possible. I think that's definitely the right person to send forward to kind of go fight G2 in the midfield. He does tend to make the best quick decisions and the fastest reads on the ball, so I think that's the right place to put him.
We also just saw Squishy go for a couple of bumps on his way out in the rotation as well, which is something that G2 were trying to do a lot in that last regional, which somewhat backfired. They looked a little bit haphazard in their approach at times. So maybe NRG have been studying G2 and they're trying to play their own game against them. We'll just look from Squishy as anything to go on. But right now, it's just about solidity for NRG, making sure they don't give anything away. Justin's a little bit stranded on that side wall. I think he expected Garrett to get at least a piece of that ball from the first man. So that's letting G2 in. JNaps can't quite get the clean touch. Garrett's just shooing him away, sweeping out the dust. He just clears on from the backboard. Good play from NRG. It's good defending from them. They look pretty comfortable when G2 are coming forwards.
Yeah, but they really are inviting G2 to press. It doesn't feel like they're taking the most proactive line of defense here. Even Squishy gives up a free shot. I mean, he has a chance to turn in. Look at him. He's going to cut across the field right there, and he's going to cut left and just give that one up completely. I don't know if he could have actually made it, but Garrett G, I think, trying to save it because Justin knew he was about to get bumped, and I think Garrett knew it too, but doesn't catch the ball cleanly and goes straight into his own net. So he steals one, and he throws one in his own net. All things even for Garrett G.
It's such a fine line between not overcommitting and just offering no pressure and allowing your opponents in. And NRG were just starting to sneak towards the latter. And that's how G2 got their goal. They also almost got another one straight from the kickoff. And it's G2 pressure, and suddenly it's looking like G2 are the much better team now they've equalized. How different 1-1 looks compared to 0-0, or certainly 1-0 for NRG, yeah.
Yep.
Justin's underneath this one. He might be read there by Atomic. Doesn't have the angle. Garrett takes another touch, but NRG, it's like they've slowed down so much since conceding.
Wow, and Squishy doesn't get up for that one either. Lets Atomic come back, and that's into the middle. There's no way Garrett G can keep him out. Chicago swarming with G2. There's blood in the water. Here they come again.
Blood in the water, but no boost in the tanks of NRG. Justin was completely stranded in the goal line there, trying to time his jump. It just wouldn't fall for him. It wouldn't happen. Chicago with the easiest finish that he's going to get all day to make it 2-1 now to G2.
Oh, man, it's tough for NRG. Now you realize, okay, we can't just sit back here and hope we're going to win a challenge on our half and get a counterattack going, because it's not happening. Atomic drops another one in.
I'm just astounded. I mean, maybe I'm doing a disservice to NRG right now. G2 have stepped up as well, and when Atomic has mechanics like that, he's going to be able to get the ball in the back of the net. But he had so much space and time in the air just to prod that past the NRG defense and then go all the way out the wall.
Well, he got that because if you notice, he had the world's cleanest challenge on that ball. I mean, he like pre-flipped it, so that he ticked it on the outside part of his car, and that set him up to land with his wheels on the wall immediately. And I was like, hang on, what? Like, the timing was just immaculate.
You can't give Atomic that much space because he will take even more than you let him have. That's a lovely pass though, Justin, over the top of the backboard. Squishy's coming in. He's trying to avoid a bump as well. Just had this creature following him, trying to speed him up. It's a good touch from Justin. Squishy's in. His first touch, almost enough to let him bundle the ball in. Garrett P off the crossbar, slams it home. NRG 2-3.
Oddly enough, I feel like Squishy's approach here, since it's definitely not optimal, actually plays in NRG's favor because, I mean, Atomic's expecting Squishy to have a much better air dribble and head towards the center of the net. And since he got out in front of the ball, he had to kind of float it back towards the wall, and everyone on G2 kind of got ready to move across the goal line. So they all kind of got caught diving, and that gave Garrett G a small line to come through, give himself an opening here with 10 seconds. NRG, what you got?
Ooh, Garrett weaves it past a couple of them. Atomic, he's got the boost. It's going to be sneaking in from Justin. NRG complete the comeback.
How can you never put these guys away? How does Garrett G bob and weave through two defenders, delay JNabs getting back, have Justin drop one in the goal? It doesn't matter how shaky they look. You can never, ever count them out, is the thing about them.
I mean, I wouldn't bet on overtime just now. There's always time for one more goal. Until that ball hits the floor, JNabs is trying to get in. Atomic catches it up. Squishy's on the crossbar. He's come on the crossbar. It's panic from NRG at the end. But it is overtime. Poor old Squishy was just watching that ball in slow motion. You can hear him go, no. She scores on the crossbar. Anyway, calm down, everyone. It's overtime.
Boy, overtime out of nowhere. I mean, it doesn't really feel like... Oh, he's got him on skates. Oh, my goodness. Chicago's going to close it out. He says, yeah. You tied it up. Cool. Let's move on where we win, where we know we should have.
Yeah, that was definitely a statement of we shouldn't even be in this overtime. This should be G2's game. Stop messing about. We'll take the dub. Lovely play there from Chicago at the end. An intriguing first game in this series. I don't quite know what to make of it. Any thoughts, Chiefs?
Well, I think really it was... NRG giving up way too much defensively early on. You made a couple of really nice plays to tie it up, but I mean, what are the odds you get those happening again, right? Yeah. I mean, this one felt like G2's game through and through, and NRG just pulled out a comeback out of nowhere. And then, I mean, the overtime, it is what it is. Chicago just makes a nice play. Sometimes you get outplayed, and that was that in OT. But that one definitely should have been G2's one, right, Leaf?
Yeah, no, I mean, I voted for them too, so I'm absolutely going to agree with you on that. And it was in the end, but I think we're sleeping on them a little too much. They went to Game 5 against Axel before, but Axel did just get a game win on Dignitas, who again is also a strong roster. So maybe Axel was actually playing pretty good in that matchup across the board. Complexity, though, again, is having a couple difficulties as well. Pittsburgh Knight took Game 1, and I believe Complexity took it back for Game 2. They did. But again, keep an eye on the Knights. Go watch all these streams across the board. A lot of teams are starting to really show up in North America. We're getting some great matchups.
It's honestly my favorite day in the RLCS, day one. I just love seeing all of these results come in, and then it boils down to those last couple of series in the prize. But for now, we're focusing here. Atomic starting off like he started off the first game.
Oh, he's so good. I mean, great lead from Chicago. Give him anything on the wall and he'll make something happen. And look at how soft he hits that. I mean, the line that NRG takes there to challenge that is as if Atomic is going to rip that as hard as he can. And Atomic saw that as he's about to strike the ball. Just dips the nose down, lets it come off soft, and throws the changeup at just the right time.
G2 looking speedy in their approach as the demos coming in front of them. Chicago is going for a few. Justin's just about got a touch there, but JNabs, he's coming in now. G2 are actually quietly looking very, very good right now. The mechanics are... Oh, no! I mean, JNabs could... I think he's so annoyed at Atomic, he's like, right, if you can't score it, mate, then I'll send it back to our own goal line. We can try again.
Unfortunately, Atomic, it was a tough shot. I think he needed the help, but the ball, just where it got placed, it was just unscorable. Atomic with a bouncer combined. I think Chicago just cleared that ball. Does he score? You're joking. He's going to steal he's going to save his teammate's goal, and then he's going to get a couple of bumps and demos from his teammates, And he's gonna score?
So in the same series, we've seen Garrett steal a bona fide Justin Wonder goal from Justin's little speedy play on the wall. And then we've seen Chicago do the most gracious, impeccable mechanical steal we've ever seen. So the two ends of the stealing pendulum so far in this series.
I'm just amazed that even worked out. I mean, you make it clear like that, and how does G2 like have the mental picture of the situation, right? Like Jada, like Chicago just came flying across the middle of the pitch and just ticked the ball off the sidewall, and they instantly turn and get demos in the goal because they know they can score.
They know.
Like, they're on one, man. Like, how do you stop it?
I mean, this is looking a lot more like the G2 that we come to expect. Look how fast they are. The passes are inch perfect. Atomic involved yet again, but it's Chicago with the finish. Look at this touch here from Atomic, sorry. There. Oh, so quick.
And it's all from that landing on that first challenge, right? He lands with full speed. He gets the little chip over one, and he's still moving at max speed around that corner that lets him catch the defender off guard a little bit with how smooth he came around, and catches him with the pace as well. So great movement from Atomic.
Any chance we're going to see yet another crazy NRG comeback? It will have to start soon, you'd expect. 3 minutes to score 3 goals. They managed to get 2 in 25 seconds or so in the first game, so there is some precedent of them doing it, but look how close they all are. They need a call. Nobody seemed to quite know who was going for that ball.
So what do you do if you're NRG? I mean, this situation, this exact one has been pretty much game 1 and game 2. Here comes G2 out of the midfield, press. Okay, here comes NRG counterattack. Look, the ball gets saved, and now you're going to get put under the same amount of pressure, and you have to make something happen. It's like NRG, they just don't have the weight behind the counterattack.
Touch. Atomic, how have you managed to not only read that off the backboard, but to avoid the own goal and send it so gracefully to the side of your own net? That was a lovely touch from Atomic. After Squishy had done so much good work, and now he's got his own redirect. Chicago's coming in, won't quite be a goal for them. But Atomic is looking a little bit like Winter Major Atomic from last season. He is looking flawless so far in this series. Another save from him from the side. He can defend as well, Achieve.
I mean, he can do, I think, literally anything. If there's anybody who I might say would take Justin's crown of put him in the 1-on-2 and he'll come out more often than not, it might be Atomic. And any aspect of the pitch, that guy's got it covered.
He's got it all. So far in this game, it's been a great advert for G2, this one. This has been them pretty much at their best, and NRG, unfortunately, aren't quite able to deal with it. They're not handling it very well. And they're trying. They're really trying to get something going, but G2 are just squeezing the life out of them. The boost game belongs to G2. The passes are better. The decision-making. NRG, to their credit, have kept this one to 3, and if you keep it to 3, you can get yourself a goal. Justin's up in the air. Squishy's in front of him, trying to bump Atomic out the way. But again, eyes on the back of his head. It's actually going to backfire. Is that one going all the way in? Not quite. And for once, Atomic's auto-aim wasn't quite loaded yet.
They had it, though. I mean, they knew that NRG was going to try and press right there. And they had such great timing on their challenges. Atomic, again, trying to see what he can find in that G2 defense. Or NRG defense, excuse me. But NRG, you'd just like to see him have a little bit more concrete control of the ball, because when was the last time you fell off the backboard and could still make the save that cleanly?
Me? It's been a while, yeah, now I think about it. I think I'll have to wrap my brains. We'll get back to you about that one, Achieved. When was the last
if
time
I could
you
look
saved...
that graceful as I made a mistake and still make the play? Oh, man.
When was the last time you saved your teammate's shot, and instead of just being abused on quick chat, you ended up scoring an absolute banging yourself from the same play?
Nice shots instead.
Yeah, your teammate's like, wow, great decision to steal my goal. Wow, well done. As you guys can probably tell listening on, we're talking as if this second game is dead, and I think, frankly, I mean, it's double, triple dead now as Atomic sinks the 4th, but it seemed pretty dead since about 2-0 to me.
Man, that's a tight seam, too. I mean, Squishy's literal pixels away from denying this 4th goal. I mean, that was the tightest line possible, I think, that ball gets all the way up the pitch.
I feel like G2 are a team that just need a little bit of pressure on them. You know, to be able to make the major, suddenly they're having to perform again. As in, let me rephrase, they're having to perform again. It's been a little bit simple for them to make it to these majors since the start, I guess, of Season X. They've all had it their own way, but now they're really up against the wall. They have to perform in this tournament, and my goodness, Chiefs, they are performing so far in this tournament.
Well, I would say this one feels pretty knocked down, lock it down. G2 got this in the bag, but that's what I thought about Complexity and Optic. And Game 3 threw every expectation I had out of the window. So,
do you want to talk about them again?
Sure.
Because they might do it. FaZe was on match point, and FaZe just needs to win this, and they'll clinch major. But Optic just won Game 3, so maybe another reverse sweep. I don't know.
You keep the train rolling when you got it going. You know?
Yeah.
Well, they let it stop. They took a stop for a bit for 2 games. Now the train's back on course. They're heading to victory. Maybe we'll find out in that one. Space Station, they're also on match point. Actually, I think they may have just ended, and it looks like Furia may have taken. No, they didn't. Space Station did sweep, I believe. So that's that one's done. They're cruising through that one on the winner's side, and the other side, all the teams are kind of having trouble with each other. They're all relatively close matchups. So.
Okay. Well, V1 in the lowers and not storming away. So an interesting one for version 1. It's got some work to do if they want to make it to the major. They have to win 2 series, don't they, version 1? I believe.
Yes, they had to win 2 series today to qualify, yeah.
So if they go 0-2, that suddenly gets a little bit scary for version 1. Imagine that, winning the second regional and then we didn't do what needed to be done.
It's the long road.
Never easy. It's never easy to make a major. That is just seems to be the prevailing thought of these final regionals, of these invitationals. The G2 are making this series look pretty easy so far. NRG have to speed up. They've got to make these passes connect. And I think defend a little bit more on the front foot. It's like they're happy to play passively when they're defending, and it's really not working against G2 the way they're playing. Because if you sit back, they're just going to demo you.
Or Atomic's just going to absolutely destroy someone somewhere on a challenge. And NRG's the type to, let you bring the ball through deep. And that's not going to work because Atomic will get the ball through that last guy.
Chicago as well, he's playing speedily as well. All of G2 just fluent. There's this pass from JNabs. Of course, it's perfectly to Atomic. Atomic pre-jumping as well is what won them that winter major. He was just on devastating form back then.
Is that double commit that cost him the ball?
Oh no, I think it was just a poor touch from Justin. Instead of sending it long, it just went high, but especially with a huge dunk. Sends Atomic back. NRG, still at 0-0 after a minute and a half. A demo comes in. Justin could be able to take the lead from them, but JNap storms in. And of course, he tees up the pre-jumping Atomic. That was a pre-flip as well from Atomic.
Oh, great timing. Squishy's post. Oh, he got it! Wow! Okay, so I don't hate Chicago's idea right there to try and shoot that back post. Because, I mean, the logical choice as the defender there is dive to the opposite side because that's where the big part of the net is. And Squishy's got the reactions to pull that one back and hit the backflip. Hey, credit to you. That was a monster save.
It keeps NRG in this third game. Squishy's up against JNats now. He has had a couple of flip resets as well in the corner as Squishy, so he's starting to get involved in the ball. Not quite able to get that final pass that NRG need him to make. Garrett's turn this time. Wants to get a bump and he gets it. Squishy tries to come in but can't quite make it. And then JNats with a huge 50-50. And Atomic is through. What can he do here? And the corner Chicago's waiting, but it's sent high by Squishy again, who's doing a lot of work as he gets completely faked out the way by Chicago. Then it hits the crossbar. Justin's the last man back. As soon as G2 get the ball achieves, it looks terrifying for NRG.
It does get real dicey real quick. But that being said, it doesn't feel like G2 has had quite the numbers to finish the job as finally they, even with the demo, can't get it done. Justin, of course, coming across net. I should have known he was back there. He always is somewhere. Redirect for Squishy, denied by Atomic. Nice read.
Oh, and then Squishy and Garrett hit each other just when Garrett was going to make it through in the corner. That's disappointing. That's a lovely first touch though from Justin. The flip reset from the corner. He gets it past one, but it's Atomic. Saw it coming. These people are superhuman, Chief. There's no way they can always predict exactly what their opponents are doing.
That's the thing, though, that you also understand the synergy, too, right? Because, like, Atomic knows, okay, teammates got to defend this in front of the net, and Chicago goes to the opposite corner for a clear. Oh, my gosh, you can't buy a goal right now.
NRG are starting to have some shots, though. Justin's had 3 of them. They've all been good, too. Forcing good saves from G2. You keep trying that, eventually you will break through those defenses. Good pass from Justin. Garrett G. It's saved again by JNaps. Squishy's coming in. G2 all of a sudden having some defending to do. Squishy's bypassed by JNaps. Justin's there, wants to slow the ball down for himself, but it's not quite happening. So Squishy clears a path. That's a great demo from him. So hopefully for NRG, Chicago won't be able to do too much damage as he rotates out, but that's a lovely passing attempt from JNaps. It's met by Chicago. More defending.
Oh, no!
And finally, how did that go in?
So it tips off Atomic, and it actually goes into the nose of, I think, Squishy? And it goes in the top corner. Oh, devastating.
That is a little bit devastating. The caveat, if you're an NRG fan, if you're a G2 fan, you're thinking, wow, yeah, I'm really glad that happened.
I nailed that.
Yeah. I was just hoping there'd be some life to this series. Come on, NRG, you got 40 seconds. They did it in the first game, Cheese.
There's been life, to be fair. I mean, NRG, some of those counterattacks, I don't know how G2 pulled those off the goal line. I mean, some of those saves were, like the Chicago one all the way to the back post, Atomic, with the perfect layering, knowing that his teammate's going to cover one part and he just has to cover the other one because that's the only spot it goes in. Like, I don't know how they figure out where they need to go on defense on a couple of those NRG shots. So you got to tip your cap to the G2 defense here in Game 3.
Yeah, it's been huge. The amount of saves, the brilliance of the saves that they've made. Quality stuff from G2. And they're seeing this series away potentially on the attack. That's a great touch from Justin towards Squishy. Garrett G is called into action. Chicago meets it in the air. Is the touch going to be there from NRG? No, it is not. And we have our first sweep on the mainstream of the day. It's 3-0 to G2.
Hey, well played. Honestly, I mean, looked like they deserved it. NRG looked like they definitely had like a chance, but I mean, I don't see how you were going to get by that G2 defense, Leaf. I don't think it was happening.
No, it was. I don't get why anyone would have, predicted them.
It was not a bad pick. I respect the idea. It was possible. There was possibility.
Yeah.
You got the G2, like you said, Cole, that knows they have to get it done. And they got it done.
I feel like that was a combination of recency bias and heart over head right there for me to pick NRG, because I mean G2 looked like the superior team pretty much from beginning to end. NRG actually started the first game really well. Do you remember when they took the lead?
Yeah, the
we
comeback.
were saying how quick. No, not even the comeback. Right at the start of the game, we were saying how fast they were playing.
Oh yeah.
And they were dealing with G2's attack, and then suddenly G2, I guess they all leaned forward in their chairs. And
yeah, they
pretty
hit
much the end of that.
position one, and then there was no shot.
Well, I do want to update.
Yeah.
There's a couple other matchups right now. Of course, SSG. Well, I'd say of course, but it's not a given. SSG 3-0's Furia to get their win in this round, and Axel, I believe, just 3-0 Dignitas on the lower matches.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah. So we're gonna tune into Complexity Nights. It's the only one I believe that's in Game 5 right now. And it looks like Gen G's getting close to a sweep over 26 themselves. But yeah,
it's a sweaty one too. Game just started. You're already down in a Game 5 when you know you need to make the weekend. Not the spot you want to be in,
especially when you've just lost another one in Game 5 as well.
Yeah,
that'll be on your mind.
And they were playing well. Like Complexity looked pretty good in that series. Just couldn't get it back together against Optic. So to kind of get rocked back into another Game 5 here against a team like you feel you probably should be beating, it's not an easy pill to swallow.
Leaf, is FaZe versus Optic, is that like a massive overtime or something? Because
I was just about to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Optic continues their potential reverse sweep as they go into Game 5.
Oh. I was going to say,
go 3-0 with 3 reverse sweeps. That'd be fun.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, just started, so maybe.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Oh, and Complexity have equalized as well. This is why I love Day 1, by the way. Anyone who doesn't watch Day 1 is crazy. It's just the best. You look to your left, there's a goal. You look to your right, there's another one. And each goal, it's like, wow, that changes everything. I love seeing these results flying in.
I agree.
Yeah, it's just so good. It's so entertaining.
That goal wasn't even fair from the Optic one. I mean, you just popped it straight down and it tipped all the way to the back post off your teammate. Like, okay, no shot. Oh, and he's going to score it again. magic there, man. Oh, and they score on the right side too. Are they quantum linked?
Yeah, there's some crazy science going on right now. Whenever one team scores, the other one does too.
I
Poor
still like to
Complexity.
focus on one of them. I can't, oh,
Poor old
no.
Complexity. They get back into the game, then lose 2 kickoff goals.
No. Man, that was a big demo too. And oh, that's such a weird challenge from CRR. Did you see that? He just kind of jumped at it and was like, I can get there. But he could not.
He could not. Narrator. He couldn't.
He could not.
By the way, I've seen enough FaZe games to know that they definitely win this game 5. FaZe always win game 5. They will get a 0-second equalizer and win the overtime. Just over and over again it happens. Sorry, Optic.
You're manifesting right now. I like it.
Look, I've just seen it happen a lot at Chiefs, okay?
You can't shake the history.
Exactly.
Understand.
Some teams you just know they are going to. And FaZe are a team that are going to.
It kind of feels like, you remember, back a few seasons ago, Vitality felt every 0 second was an opportunity.
Yeah, I remember.
Scored so many, and you're just like, there's no way.
They'd also always defend it on their goal line as well. You can have Fairy Peak with no boost and 3 players charging towards him, and somehow he'd get this last split-second save, and you would just think, how?
Mentioned
Stressful.
as well, V1 is on match point, up 2-1 in their match, and also Shopify Rebellion up 2-1 against Rogue on match point too.
Wow. What a sequence from Optic here. Up the wall. Oh, chop it back.
Oh, that's
And
nice.
Sipical's just on the backboard like, dude,
He's
where am I
Myron.
supposed to go?
He's just watching and admiring, thinking, that was a really nice pass. Fair play.
That was a really nice pass.
Not that it matters, of course, because FaZe are going to equalize at 0 seconds
Yeah,
and
they
then win
got
the
3
overtime.
minutes to find
So,
two.
if you're
Easy.
typical, you might as well just watch them get like, oh, I think, oh, that was a nice.
Yeah, give them 6. They're still coming back.
Yeah, exactly. I can't quite say the same thing for Complexity right now. They've got a bit of a game 5
Stalled
hoodoo
out.
going on. Yeah, they definitely seem to slow down, don't they? Unfortunately
So-
for them. And now, so they're going to have to reverse sweep the Swiss if they lose this game, I believe, to the major.
Yeah.
That's not a fun situation to be in, is it?
It's not, and it really makes you kind of miss that domination from Complexity before, and then it still feels like they took that vacation and never bounced back.
Oh my gosh, FaZe are not going to score there. Okay, I was about to say, like, come on. But you're not wrong about Complexity. It feels like they did take that little break, and you're right, never really found the way back. And pretty soon they're going to have to hit gamer position 2, which is set the controller down, stretch the shoulder blades, roll the neck around, and say, okay, and then go back to gamer position 1.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were on track saying gamer position 2 was put the controller down and stop playing, but
Yeah.
and I'm like,
No.
For fuck's sake. We didn't want to win anyway. And we don't even care about
Refocus.
this game.
Refocus.
If that goes in, we've at least got a grandstand finish.
Chance.
For Complexity, but the Knights win it out. Fair play to them as well, the Pittsburgh Knights. Well done, you guys.
I was gonna say, Gen G just got their game win as well. 26 Rising got some goals, almost brought it back, but that is a sweep for Gen G to win their second round as well.
High scoring game as well between Gen G and 26 Rising. 2 goals, then 5 goals, then 4 goals for Gen G in that sweep. So they've got their shooting boots on.
They said today is I shouldn't say today. This is the one where we finally win the grand finals.
If they manage to win the grand finals
in.
yeah. All right, which game of position are these guys in a soul in against version 1? They've got 20 seconds for 3 goals.
They're in acceptance, where it's kind of like it's gamer position like 9, where you've just got one hand on the left analog stick and you're just kind of rubbing your forehead like, oh boy, we got beat.
We got beat.
Shopify looking strong.
Oh, they're
in
gonna
theirs,
do
too.
it? Okay. I was about to say, Cole has had the omniscience cap on today.
I mean, I might as well go and get a packet of crisps because I know what's going to happen in this game.
You don't have
It's
to
fine.
watch. You'll just come back for the OT. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Score right there.
Not yet,
Okay.
mate. Not yet. There's still another 70 seconds before they score. Oh, Shopify looking good against Rogue as well.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
That'll put them at what, 1-1 if I'm remembering correctly?
That will put them at 1-1, correct? They lost to
Yeah,
Furia
okay.
in round 1.
Yeah.
And that was game 5. So they almost had the 2-0.
Gotcha.
Okay, here we go. 45 seconds left, and FaZe are 1 goal down in Game 5. I've seen this before. The Optic are going against...
Whoa, what?
I'm sticking with what I said, Leaf. I'm saying 0 seconds.
0 seconds.
0 seconds, okay.
Yeah.
All
How about
right.
you?
I don't...
I think 15.
I feel like
If they score, I think it's like 15.
Okay.
it's too bold to not be true.
It's too bold. It must be.
Okay. We've got 3 seconds till the Chiefs is out. And... Oh.
Unlucky.
Boo. Chat, you can play along as well. What second do you think?
Yeah, there
I mean,
you go.
we're running out of seconds at this point, so...
0 seconds looking pretty
Oh.
good. Maybe 5?
There it is.
Oh, Cole, you're so good, dude. How do you do it?
It's FaZe. They do it every time. What a lovely pass that is from Typical. I've been watching FaZe do this for 2 seasons now. Whenever I root for another team against FaZe as well, I just know they're going to get that last equalizer. It's happened time after time.
I'll watch Magic Bear close it out right here.
Maybe. Maybe. But no, it's normally an early FaZe win in overtime, so there'll be like a kickoff goal or something.
20 seconds.
Typical will roll it home. Like a really boring goal.
They just catch the wide open net.
Yeah,
gets beat
exactly.
in the challenge, and
Yeah.
it's just over.
As an overcommit or something.
Just so you guys know, too, V1 did get their first win here over Seoul. I think it was on board, so I'm just...
Bit of a rally.
Game of position 9 failed, poor old Soul.
Yeah, unlucky.
Oh.
Gamer position 9 is acceptance.
I think that's where Optic are as well right now. They're like, we took them to the classic Game 5 overtime. Well played.
No, they're straight gamer. What? Okay, I was about to say, come on, man. The pinch back post.
Yeah, that's the other option. It's the first killer wonder goal. The classic first killer wonder goal.
You do have a lot of different tools to work with.
Yeah,
FaZe.
that's true.
It
Just
does give you a
launching the
lot of
ball.
outs. Okay. Oh, no, it's weak! Oh my gosh, Reynolds is like, bruh.
How has he recovered there? That's madness.
I think Reynolds was really trying to pump that top corner, and he just mistimed it. That's tough.
It was similar. It was a similar effort to the, that lovely passing play they got.
Yeah. You were dead right. They hit each other and he scores. Oh my gosh. How do you do it? Look at them. They just smashed each other and FaZe was like, cool. We win now.
I mean, I'd actually argue that because first killer got a wonder read as well, that was a combination of an easy finish and a first killer wonder goal. Never seen before. Yeah, so that's what FaZe do. Next time they get to Game 5, just stroll off, guys.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to copy every single prediction you make
Cole,
the rest of the weekend. You could say anything, and I will believe you.
Oh, great. So I'm Gibbs now, Leaf, am I? Is that what I've done to myself?
Well, clearly you're writing the script, so yeah.
Oh, that's true.
You get this spot now.
Yeah.
Wow. That is impressive.
Yeah, our last game here is, we kind of saw this one coming. Shopify, they were up, I think, what was like 4-1, 5-1 at one point. So making a comeback like that for Rogue, especially playing without, the roster you're used to at this point, that felt like a given result. And on the upper side, we have Gen G making it through FaZe, miraculously doing exactly what they're supposed to. SSG with their 3-0, G2 with their 3-0. So besides that match, all the uppers were 3-0s. And no one's eliminated yet, because we still have round 3 to deal with. So why don't we get all rested up, amped up for some more good games as we go into round 3, where we will start to see some teams qualify and teams end their tournament run here. Stay tuned, because on the other side of the break, more great Rocket League coming your way.
Making the major would mean everything to me, just because dating back to last season, only us and FaZe were able to make every major. I don't think people realize how tough that is and how much of an accomplishment that was. So I was super proud of myself and my team, of course.
Chicago ahead, 2 Atomic, lining up a double. He scores it!
Making the major could be harder than the major itself sometimes, just because online competition is so random. Of course, we're going to be trying everything we can to keep that major streak going. And it mean a lot to me, just because being one of those players that has made every major, I feel like is a big accomplishment.
Oh, wow.
Get out of the way, but it doesn't matter.
I think we just wanted to win so bad so early last tournament that we started getting away from ourselves. And we started, making tendencies and creating habits that we don't usually do and we're really good about. So we're just trying to hone in on, being composed the entire time, no matter the scoreline, no matter where we're at in the series or in the tournament for that matter, and just control ourselves so we don't, give up free goals or give up free series to a team just because we're playing a little bit emotional, I guess you can call it.
Stealing, here comes Chicago, and he's gonna slam it off the wall to himself.
The competition for the reigning spots is going to be super tough, and I think that's what's going to make the tournament so exciting, just because FaZe, V1, and SSG are almost practically clinched, so that just leaves 1 or 2 spots left, which makes it, a nail biter for all the rest of the teams like us, Energy, Furia, etc. I think that's going to make the tournament really exciting, but again, as a player, it's going to make it a lot more stressful and a lot more nerve-wracking, most likely.
The first 4 minutes of that last game, Chicago scoring here. Upper left, exactly where it had to be, with Yen trying to get back in time. Oh, that backflip from Kaio just made him a sitting duck.
With rounds down, we head into round 3 where eliminations and qualifications begin to happen. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf. Cole is still here, and CJ.
Whoa!
Joining us on the desk. What's up? Good morning.
Yeah, I've just popped in, and it's great to be here. Here we are. This is the decider. This is what we're all waiting for, Cole. I know you love this region, so pumped to be here, North America.
I do.
Wait.
I mean, I love your region too. What time is it where you are?
Look, it is about 5:30 in the morning, but we're pumped and we're up and about. I'm awake. That's the main thing.
I want to call out everybody else watching this right now. Who else is up at 5:30 to watch this? Not good enough. All right, CJ, you're the man.
Thank you.
Keep
I
an eye on
appreciate
chat
you.
there. See you. But let's talk about the games there, because that's what CJ came here to join us to do. Swiss bracket, we're already starting into it, CJ. We've got no teams qualified or out yet because it's 3 in, 3 out. We haven't played 3 rounds, but we definitely have had some fun matchups so far.
Oh, absolutely. We've had Optic Gaming. I mean, time and time again, we're nearly seeing them do the double reverse sweep. Couldn't quite pull it off in round number 2 there, but all eyes for me. It's on this race for the 5th spot, Carl. The 5th spot in the major, assuming Space Station make it as well, but it's going to be a close one.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely crazy. There's still every chance that we are going to get a tiebreaker as well, which everybody loves. I still remember the, who was it, Complexity versus Space Station Gaming in full last year. That was an amazing moment, that tiebreaker. So hopefully we will have another one of those. Selfishly is what I want. But yeah, we have, though, Leaf, had FaZe Clan manage to qualify for the major with the victory that they had.
Yes.
Stopping that reverse sweep, booking their ticket to Rotterdam.
Alter script.
Yeah, exactly. Alter script being a decent day out for First Clear and the lads so far.
Now, of course, I think they're going to want to continue the run. Let's look at the matchups right now, because they'll be playing SSG in the high matches there, and Gen G and G2, the other 2 teams in that. So 2 teams out of those 4 could potentially qualify. Reminder that we're only going to hone in into 1 match here on this stream, unless some are going after this one's done. We'll watch them. But go check out your favorite teams. They'll have their team streams going on, and go hang out with all the wonderful casters around the scene and watch some great matches. Cheer them on in the chat. But over here, we're actually going to be focusing on a mid-match right now. V1 versus Furia, because for V1, big match. They need 2 wins in to clinch for the major. They started off with a loss. They did finally get a win there, CJ, in that last match against Seoul, but now they have to go up against Furia to try and get that second.
Win and you're in. This is a situation. This is what everyone wants, and the best part about this for V1 is it's round 3 of Swiss Cole. You're not playing a round 5 here. Everything on the line, elimination point. They get it. I guess they get a free hitter here, but the problem is it's coming up against Furia of all teams.
Yeah, Furia have been a little bit hit and miss since coming over to North America, but they have got themselves at least 1 win so far today, like Game 5 up against Shopify Rebellion. But Leaf, I feel like the fact that they're just coming into this one off being smashed 3-0 by Space Station Gaming may be a bit of a confidence knocker for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, you look at Furia, it's a very solid roster. We've seen them get wins against top teams in the world, but then, yeah, you're right. They come into this region, into North America. This season so far hasn't been the strongest showing for them. And again, going 3-0 against, or 0-3 against Space Station definitely shows that there's still obstacles to get over. So V1 might come into this looking and saying, hey, we might be the favorites. But chat, I want to know if you think they're the favorites. The Horizon fan vote's up now. Hashtag V1, hashtag FUR in the chat. Let us know if you think V1 is going to be able to get this win, clinch their way into Rotterdam, or Furia is going to upset and make V1 go to round 4 and try again afterwards. Analyst, let's get your thoughts. Do you think it sounds like Cole might be on the side of V1 then?
Yeah, I think if they're coming into this one having just won the last regional, it's very difficult to then turn around and predict a team that's 1-1 will beat them. I know they started off slowly, but yeah, V1 for me.
I am too, so I'm going to leave that up to you, CJ, to see if you're going to split desk or ride the wave.
Come on, Leaf. You know which way I'm going to go here. V1, understand they won last regional, all well and good, but this is Furia we're talking about. This is the Kings of South America, baby, that are coming over here. They've been improving every single regional. They're picking it up, and they've got the King on the 10 Cole. We love King Card. I think this is their time. They're just going to step up, and they're going to do their thing.
I mean, CJ, maybe V1 needs to sub you in to take Furia down. All right, this is your stumping ground.
I'm an old man now, Cole. I'm an old man. I've still got it. Who knows?
5:30. That's what old people do, right? They wake up at like 5 a.m., go to bed at 7 p.m. That's the new you, CJ.
This is prime time for me.
Well, hey, yeah, you'll have some Rocket League to help wake you up a little bit at least. But chat, I want to know if you think this is a V1 thing here, because we think so. a lot of believers in Furia, CJ, so you're not alone there. What is it that makes you believe in them then, real quick?
Oh, they're just the best. They're just going to do it.
Okay,
They've got the
I love
factor.
the analysis. They're just the best. That's wonderful. Hey, well, we're going to find out right now, CJ, if you're right here. You're alone on the desk, but you're not alone in the cast. You do have Cole with you.
Thank you very much, Lee, for sending us over. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very tough match for both of these teams. No one's expecting it to be easy, least of all the 6 players on the pitch. But I mean, Furia in version 1, CJ, you have played these teams. What can they both expect against each other?
Oh, well, yeah, I have played both of these teams. One team a little bit more successfully than the other, I'd say, Carl. Look, Furia, it's a mental game with them. If they're coming in confident, you know, they can beat anyone in the world. But unfortunately, when they came up against me, they just didn't have that confidence factor. But having said that, this is a Swiss stage. I mean, there's nothing to lose right now. It is a 1-1. So it's not an elimination game. It's not a qualification game either. It's just one of those ones where you got to get the job done. And that's what Beast Mode's doing early here.
I mean, if you have Beast Mode on your team, you can always be confident you got something. Even this first touch there, sliding his way into that boost, picking it up, and then putting away that Torment redirect. I always feel, CJ, that Torment is an underappreciated member of version 1. You got Com, who plays the crowd, likes getting booed. You got Beast Mode, one of the best mechanical players in North America. But then you got Torment, the world champion on the team, the glue that holds them together. I just feel like he needs more celebration from us all.
I mean, he just locks it down, doesn't he? And you need these players. We talk about it time and time again. How many teams work, Carl, when you've got 3 superstars? You can't always have 3 guys that want the ball because there's only one ball in Rocket League. Torment, he's the man. He's happy to let Beast Mode do his thing, let Con get the bumps, and he'll just fill in the rest. And that's what you needed. And that's why they're so successful. We saw it last weekend.
As for Furia, they take an early deficit in this first game from that lovely little passing play, but I'm sure they'll have plenty of goals themselves to talk about as we go forwards. I was just trying to get a bump on the way out, which Beast Mode has dodged up in the version 1 half, and now Beast Mode can come forward. I think use all of this boost, get that last touch, but what a block that was by Card. Jan finishes the job, but that was not a simple save there from the King.
Look, I watched Beast Mode play last weekend, Carl, and look, I'd be you know, it'd be dishonest of me to say that I didn't copy his camera settings, controller settings, and how far he sits away from the monitor, because he's that good at the game right now. He's just looking on a different level. Probably one of the MVPs so far in the North American split. Absolute freak. And I'd love him on my team, and I'd love to be him as well right now. He's really in form. He's starting strong as well here again, like in this regional. And I think for V1, Cole, they're a team that, you know, they need him to really be stepping up. I mean, they're not, as we said, Torment's locking it down, but they need that Beast Mode factor. That's the X factor that can take them to the next level. And what a man.
Don't lack X factor themselves, though, as Card was trying to get that late dodge. He's still in there. Can he turn around and get this one on target? Torment gets himself in the way. Just trying to tee up. The Starman is what I was going to say of Furia. Jan right here, the man who was very much in the conversation for the best player in the world after Furia had won Gamers 8 and after they went so far at Worlds, reaching the semi-finals. Not quite happened for him so far in North America, and that's why. But what a save there from Kyle. Seeing for all the world it was going to be 2-0. Where did he come from?
He just bailed each other out. That's what a good rotating team does. That's when the structure, you know it's there. You get the demo out, but you're just able to cover each other as a team right there. And as we said, for Yan almost gets the basketball. Pogo dribble coming in there. Torment tries to clear it. Pressure coming out on the side of Furia. This could be another opportunity. V1, they're just sitting in there. Surely a shot comes in. Where's the follow-up? 50-50. No, it goes wide again. Furia, they need a goal here. They need to reward Cole for this pressure.
If Jan doesn't score a wonder goal in this first game, I think I'm going to cry. He's got, what was that, the basketball, pogo, table tennis shot that almost went in, then the flip reset off the backboard. He's trying to string these together like he's playing a skateboarding game. His score just going up with all these moves that he's interweaving. Not quite to be, but brilliant defending there from version 1. A team that are so comfortable just swallowing up pressure like this, but that is a double commit, and they have thrown one away, and amazingly, they've given away an easy goal.
Just not the best clear coming in here, which is interesting. We talk up Beast Mode, but it just clears it straight downfield. You have to get it to the corner, Cole. The corner is your friend. Get it out on the wing. Double commit from V1. Furia capitalise, and we do get that equaliser.
Yeah, you'll take the easy ones. When you're at this level, if you get a free goal, you will be as happy as anything. So Jan, despite losing those opportunities for great goals, won't care too much. Now his team are in it, but he is waiting until the unspoken hero of version 1 Torment takes him out the game, and it's a really close game 1. And I feel like these players are all playing very well right now. We're seeing them performing at a pretty high level.
Yeah, both teams still filling each other out. Definitely feels like a game one so far. Just a little bit of end-to-end. Both teams letting each other attack. Right now, we can't split the difference. Having said that, Furia are looking to attack. They're pushing downfield, and they're certainly looking to get a little bit more warm as this game's going on, Cole. We saw V1 early. They were dominating, but right now, Furia again starting to feel himself, getting a little bit mechanical. And V1 are giving them a little bit more time on the ball.
Just quickly, is there any chance the fact that V1 make the major if they win this series will play on their mind negatively? Just getting over the hump can be difficult.
Definitely. I think this is exactly the same as whenever you're on series point, match point, you're thinking, righto, we just need to win one more. And then you start playing a little bit more defensive. You go away from what you know, but Com's not trying to do that right now.
Oh.
Comes out, bang, gets it in behind the defender. V1. This could be a great start here.
Rotterdam is in their eyes, it's in their mind, and it's also in the wheels of Com as he redirects that one towards the orange net. 2-1 to version 1. So close to taking this first game. Just have to stay strong from this kickoff. Johnny Boy fans look away now if version 1 throw this one away from the off, but it's a decent one. It's gone to beast mode in the corner. He just tries to stay behind that ball to allow Torment in. Furia need to build something. Yeah, and lovely couple of touches, but Com takes them out, and look how much time that steals. Must be so frustrating for Furia, knowing that 4, 5, 6 seconds has just disappeared. They will get one more touch, but Com is able to kill it, and that is such good game management at the end there from version 1.
Yeah, strong start there coming out from V1. They did give Furia a little bit of a sniff later on in that game. Let him in a little bit there, but just a strong finish coming out. And the important thing, we spoke about BMO, Cole, but when you've got Com and Torment as well making those individual solo plays, I mean, that's just super important for this side because, you can't always rely on one man. You need everyone to step up, and certainly relieves a bit of pressure off B mode.
Leaf, so far, so good for version 1. What else is going on? Talk us through everything.
For now, right? It is still best of 5, so don't jinx it early.
Far.
But we
only
a couple other results in. A lot of matches are still being played. Some in overtime, some started late. We would have 26 Rising taking their first match against Axel. Axel has been looking good today, so big win early in that series for 26 Rising. And then Pittsburgh Knights got their win over Optic already in game 1. So Pittsburgh again, team to watch out for. But we have also seen Optic.
Exactly.
That too, right.
Let's be honest, Optic are not going to go 0-2 down today. It's just one of those days. So, I predicted that FaZe would win game 5 with a late comeback. It happened. I'm predicting that Optic get a reverse sweep on that one. I'm already saying it, even before they're 0-2 down.
Are you a prophet or something?
I think I may well be, CJ. No, basically, I don't know if you were watching, when FaZe were 3-1 down in game 5, I said, right, because they equalised really late and then win the overtime. And 5 seconds left, they did it. But we're on to this game now, and Jan, he's a pretty good player himself.
I don't think he's that bad at the game called Rocket League, to be honest. Great backboard touch, though. Torment sitting in net. No one on the backboard for V1. That was huge. Just smash it off the backboard. Hopefully, Torment doesn't read it. He didn't. Free shot coming out. Furia, great start into game number 2. And when you've got a best of 5 as well, Carl, I mean, it sounds like such a simple thing, but you really don't have much time to warm up because you drop game 2 and you're having to do an Optic gaming. You're having to do a reverse wave, so this is a huge start here for Furia, and this could be another open opportunity.
Yeah, I think Hard should have shot there. It looked like he had half an angle. Maybe he didn't realise just how stretched the version 1 defence was. But he didn't take the shot, and the rest is history, and now we remain at 1-0 to Furia. I'm sure they'd have taken this situation before, but Torment, he has a shot now. Beast Mode goes for another redirect. It was almost a carbon copy of the goal in the first game. Not quite to be this time, though.
Fury just gave them a window there. They said, have a crack and see if you can find a way through the defense. Yeah, might have Flip reset off this. He does fake it out. Doesn't look like he got one. And the threat was there, Cullen. When you've got a player like Yan, you see that name tag and you see his wheels hit the ball, you're thinking anything is possible. And Fury, they're just hanging on at the moment, trying to push forward and trying to extend this lead. You want to get a little bit of a break on V1 because at any moment, you've got a play like Beast Mode that can go down the other end and score.
Oh, but yeah, and you can see how desperate he is to get into this series. The fact that he's just bullying his teammates away, using that bubble boost to the best of its ability. Shout out to the bubble boost, by the way, instead of the old alpha boost. Love that from Jan. Keep an eye out for that. I think that's a day 1 boost that you can get, actually, Bubbles. That was there in the base game.
It's definitely, I'm not sure if he's seeing it on his screen, because it's a bit of a troll boost known, but here's a one-on-one opportunity. The flick comes out, not quite. Furia still pushing forward, and B-Mode's going to be able to parry this one across to the corner. I do love a bit of an OG boost. We've got so many new items now coming out in the game of Rocket League. Make sure you you pick those bad boys up, but I just can't keep track of it all.
Oh, CJ, who taught you how to speak the corporate language? Wow, look at this guy go. New hit for this season, and he's speaking like a pro.
You know, there's a few tricks of the trade you pick up along the way listening to you, Cole, but here we are. Furia, look, there's still 2 minutes 40 on the clock. They've been able to kill half a game here since their first goal on the board. There's almost some beats coming out right now, but Furia, they look to be locking it down. B-Mode is just being a pest down the other end. Someone get him out of there, but the demos are coming out. Torment's been removed from the pitch, Cole, and that'll relieve a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, that was like a 2v2 game for a second there. There was no third man coming in for either team. Just good old-fashioned try and dodge, try and bump, and try and get out of the way. And that's what Furia managed to do. Managed to keep this slender lead now for a couple of minutes. Not conceded too many shots along the way. In fact, look more likely to double their lead than concede an equalizer. This card comes in. He's got bubbles as well. Available now in Rocket League, as apparently it was in 2015. Cheers, CJ. He's going to the corner. And there's Kyle on the backboard to clear.
And Torment rocking the royal blue paint. Still available in Rocket League if you want to pick that one up. But right now, it's less about who's got the boost and more about who's got the pressure. Torment's trying to bail the boys out. Kaio pushes forward huge. Dunk coming out from Kong, going to relieve a little bit of pressure. Infield pass, this is a beautiful shot. Beast Mode puts it away. What a transition out of defense here from V1.
Yeah, Kong has had a really good series. He's somebody who can go a little bit shaky at times. He's had some games where he's frankly looked a little bit below standard, you know, just because he's playing badly. But this is one where he shows how good he can be. Mechanically, he got the quick reset in the first game, and also his decision-making. When to bring Beast Mode in for that pass right there was a flawless decision. That's version 1 right back in this second game. Now they've got the attacks going. It's Furia that are doing some defending. Com again to the backboard, but Card read that one. Furia have to get their lead back.
In a world as well where, you know, the 2-on-1, you know, the 2-on-1 bump play always comes out. I'm a sucker for an infield pass, you know, draw the defender, then use him like right here with Beast Mode. Does get the save coming out. I love seeing the infield passes. I love seeing less bump play. Oh, Fury push forward 50-50. This should be an option there, finished up. No, saved out.
So much awareness there from Beast Mode. His two teammates were completely taken away from one challenge, and he just got right back across the goal so fast to get in the way of that one. Furia remain equal. Version 1 refusing to go behind again. Jan's coming around the side, but he's got no boost. It doesn't matter. He still gets past Torment, sees up his teammate. Beast Mode, another huge save. Such good defending here from Version 1. We saw it at the end of the first game, this game management. This time it's keeping them in it with 25 seconds left. Maybe this is the moment. No, Kaio's touch. Jan comes in, it's cleared again. It must be so exhausting for the Version 1 players to have to defend like this.
This could be just almost down straight down the other end in the counter-attack. Exhausting is a word I would use right now. It's testing the defense on all fronts here, V1, but they're so strong in defense. Shots coming out, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 5 on the clock, Cole. Can Furia push forward, get a goal out there, and the save just comes out. Jan tries to keep it in. Ball might hit the ground. Save again. Epic save after epic save. What are we witnessing here? Game number 2. We do have overtime. This is as close as it gets.
I'll tell you what we're witnessing. We are witnessing 14 saves for Version 1 and 15 shots from Furia. And only 1 goal from Furia, and it came right at the start of this game. Surely they're starting to get frustrated, but they have to keep their heads. They have to get Jan on the ball. Another chance. Kaio up against Beast Mode. Com tries to clear it as far as he can. The bounce is awkward. Torment dodges the bump and then still gets the ball to safety. Beast Mode gets the charge down as well. And Version 1 survive again. How long can this last?
Look at the bumps coming out as well. Card basically in V1's net at this point, Cole. They just need a goal. The misses are coming out. The defense is getting tested. Perhaps a double touch opportunity, but again, Torment making the save. Furia, they're keeping so much pressure, but they've just lost it right now.
Another brilliant save that was from Torment. How is this still equal? How do we remain in overtime? Maybe it's no again. Come. Aquadoman, extra time, overtime, sorry. Name a more iconic duo. It's just amazing what happens on this map. And slows it down. Maybe that's what Furia need to do. Just slow things down for a second, try and tempt V1 out of their goal.
Trying to do that right now. No backboard defense. They're so good coming up from the ground there. B-Mode bailing the boys out here on the side of V1. Furia, they're now in defense. They've lost their pressure opportunities, but they've still got a lot of the boost right now. Com is sitting down back, waiting for Torment. Hands it off to him. Got a little bit of control. Again, Furia, when it's down this end, Cole, it just looks a lot less threatening versus when it's in the blue end.
thing about version 1 is that they can't only defend when they're in their own goal, they can also close down the infield passes so bravely as well. Look at them going for these challenges in the air. Will never hesitate, even if their opponent has all the boost and all the play, and all they need is one chance. The counter-attack game is something they're so comfortable with. This is a ridiculous defensive performance from version 1, and maybe they end it. Beast mode, it's a chance to redirect it. It's on the crossbar. Kaio comes in. Furia were almost overcommitting and done.
The one thing about V1, it doesn't matter how long you've been in attack for, how many shots you have versus them. You give a guy like Beast Mode one opportunity, and that could be it right now. Comet goes in, Yan gets the winner here. 2 minutes into overtime, Furia tied up.
A huge sigh of relief surely comes in the comms of Furia. If you're quiet, you can just about hear phew. I think that's all they're saying after that one, because that was just brute force. What a game that was. Leaf, that was was there anything else out there anywhere near as good as what we just saw?
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's good, but definitely some results I want to tell you about, specifically on score lines. So Pittsburgh Knights is setting up the reverse sweep here for Optic as they are on match point 2-0. We do have NRG in game 1 against Shopify getting 6-0 shutout. Shopify beat NRG 6-0. And not to be outdone, G2 is trying to send Gen G back to where they came from by winning 8-0 in their game 1. Yeah. So that wasn't close at all.
Good old dependable Gen G with reliable rotator apparently Jack, who would be like, all right, lads, let's not overcommit at 2-0 down because he's so mature and...
Yeah, that one. And then a match point for SSG. They're up 2-0 over FaZe right now. So yeah, there's some excitement.
I love how you say Optic Gaming. They're the only team, they go 2-0 down, Cole, and they're thinking, you know what, this is going according to plan. We're setting this up absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, their coach is like, right, that's it, lads. Exactly what we wanted.
This is all going according to plan.
Yeah. Well, this one is... I wonder if the plan was what version 1 just served up in that last game, of get 15 saves and try and steal in overtime. I assume not, but it almost worked out for them.
No, I don't think so. However, you know, look, the side of Fury here, they just look so impressive coming off game 1. They started a little bit slow, let Beast Mode in early, but since then it's been a neck-and-neck game, and you know I spoke about at the start of game number 2 as well. You know, it's those game 2s, Cole. You're in a BO5, you've got to start strong, and you can't afford to do that with Con missing it. Kaio gets the shot. The bump was there, the pressure on the backball, Cole, but it was all too much there coming out.
It all started with the weakest, cutest little pinch that I think Kaio has ever done. The ball went about 30 centimeters down the line. And credit to Furia, they managed to make something from it. They recycled that possession and got themselves a lead right at the start of game 2 yet again. Game 3, sorry, as they did in game 2. So good attacking play from them. And it's interesting because now version 1 have to come forward. They can't play a similar style to what we saw in that second game. So how can they play on the front foot? Or will Furia be able to freeze them out? Because actually Furia, they're quietly going about their business. I think if they had scored a few of the chances that they had in that last game, we'd be saying, wow, Furia are right at the top of their game. You know, they're playing very well, like from what I can see is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, the impressive thing here from Furia is they're just controlling the field so well. Just look at the midfield. If you're watching along at home trying to take note, just look at the way they're controlling the mid boost here coming out Furia. They're not letting V1 get a sniff downfield. Card right now, perfect example. Yan's rotating out, grabs the boost straight away, and they're not giving them a window. Having said that, that was a little bit scary there. Beast Mode's always a player to be watching, but they just have so much pressure, so much boost control. They're pushing into the blue end, and they're staying there for longer periods of time.
Boost available now in Rocket League, absolutely free. You find it on the pitch, everybody.
You are just a PR dream right now coming out. But speaking of Dream Rocket League, that's what Furia is playing. The bumps are coming out as well. They're bringing out all the stops. They're looking for the demos, not just trying to go the individual solo plays there. They're willing, Cole, to push someone downfield and take that extra risk. And have a look at the one-time shot off the deck from Card. Bang, 2-0.
Card has had enough of these version 1 saves. He's just like, let me at it. Smash it in. Full power, top corner. Sometimes that is all you need. You don't always need a flip reset or a little bit of flair to get past him. That's a great shot there from Furia. A 2-goal lead is surely going to tempt version 1 out.
The most impressive thing there, I think that, you know, he didn't just put it on. Well, he did just put it on net. You know, I'm not trying to give you too much credit, but he just saw Torment creep downfield. The save comes out, and V-Mode does save the day here. V1 still looking under duress here. The pressure's coming out, but I just love the way he baited Torment into that. And as soon as he saw Torment creep forward, leave net, the shot came straight in, and here we are again. I mean, all I'm seeing is blue right now in the field because it's always in V1's end, and the shot comes out. Yan, perhaps flip reset. Oh, top edge as well. Stop it, Yan.
Yan, the beautiful, the wonderful, onto the backboard. Oh, the flip reset into the top corner. I love flip resets off the backboard. There's something so special about them. 3-0 now for Furia. You got the impression that in that last game, this is what could have happened if they would have scored a couple of those goals. Now they're really starting to play.
I mean, there's just nothing that the V1 defense can do about that. As soon as Yan gets that flip reset, he has all the options in the world in terms of placement. He can put it anywhere with his second flip. Perfect shot again coming out. Torment scrambling back again. V1, they're just not looking as structured, and Torment left that until the very last situation, the very last second they're coming out. It just seems when V1 are pushing it downfield, it's getting into the orange end, it's just coming out so much easier right now than when it is in V1's defense. So Furia, they're structuring up there. They're setting up a lot stronger, and Torment, he's just under so much pain here in the defense goal. He's got no boost to work with, gets the save, but it's all but no avail here coming out. Furia get their 4th goal, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. This has been an absolute clinic here in game number 3.
Yeah, it's turning into a rout now for Furia in game 3. This is, I would say, pretty much all them playing well. Version 1 aren't doing anything differently. They're not making the wonder saves, they're having chances themselves, but a great save comes in from Card from the conflict. Furia are purring right now. They're playing as well as they were at the latter part of last season. We haven't really seen them look this good in North America yet, which is understandable. You know, you've just moved house, you've moved to a different continent. It's a difficult thing to do, to then have to compete in front of tens of thousands of people. Finally, maybe, are they beginning to warm up in North America and show us what they're made of?
And just the reason why I'm so bullish on Furia right now for this region is because they're just on an uptrend. I know there's going to be people watching saying I didn't predict him in my top 5 if they've been paying attention, but that was all for content. And here I am giving my actual prediction. Top 2 this regional, baby. Furia, they've been improving, as you said, ever since they got here. Every regional is going to step up. And right now, this is a statement game right here. I know it's only Swiss stage, but this is one of the top teams in the region, the previous winners of the past regional right here, V1. So not only are they winning this game right now, Cole, they're making it look easy. They're setting up and they're just matching up so well against this lineup. I mean, Torment's in net, the boy that you want in net making the saves, but he's just looking a little bit awkward doing it in B-mode again. Torment, he's flying around, the buff will come out, the 5th goal on the board.
Look how much work Card does as well. Not just the pre-flip, not just over the top of one, and then having the wherewithal to then bump Torment out the way to make Yan's job. I mean, you get the impression that Yan probably would have been able to pick his spot and score it anyway, but it's even easier when Card is clearing the path for him. 5-0 Furia. A statement win, both in the series and maybe in the region.
Not often do you see V1 concede 5 goals, but also not often do you see Torment in defense just under so much pressure here, and that is a testament right now to V1's offense coming out. B-mode, he was quiet that game, but I don't know if it was him, Cole, or just Furia just not giving an inch right now to V1. They're pushing downfield, and it's just coming straight back. The midfield game, dominant. Offense, just pure dominance right now. Furia 5-0. And they're on a match point here. V1, they might have to wait a little bit longer to get that major qualification locked in.
I mean, that's surely going to be on their mind as well, especially a team like Furia Leaf that might need some favors from other teams. How are the teams, particularly the ones at the top, getting on in this battle for the top 5?
Yeah, so we did have SSG at match point before. FaZe holds off as expected and is 2-1 now. And after G2 wins 8-0, Gen G gets a little bit of, they fixed the mistakes. It was 5-1 for Gen G in the next one. So it's back on balance here, but very high scoring games. I mean, this one as well, we saw 8-0. We've seen 5 over Energy. Energy does get a game win back on that. But Complexity, I do have to tell you, is on match point against Seoul right now. So they're fighting to stay alive.
Interesting. Results flying in all over the place. A reminder that you can go and watch all of these series going on. They'll all have their own team streams, and it's well worth doing so. If there's a team that you particularly care about, we're going to be whizzing around all of these games today, right here on this broadcast, as we see version 1 take a much-needed lead in game number 4.
Perfect response here. And Com again, he's been the player this series to a bit of a playmaker role he's sort of assuming right now here for V1, which is I guess what he is, a playmaker even when he's bumping as well. But perfect start here. Game number 4 coming out. I guess I just had to do my maths there. This is game number 4. Very smart from me, thank you. And Torment again should get an open opportunity. The save almost comes out, but Torment does lock one in. V1 instant response here, Cole. How many times does this happen? We talk up a team, how well they're playing, how little they're spending on defense, how little time, and then it just goes straight the other way.
It's always ridiculous how a new game just completely, like it literally resets things, but also mentally. You can look 100 times worse than your opponent in game number 3, and then in game number 4, suddenly you're better than them. It's an intriguing part of the mentality of Rocket League that we're seeing unfurl before us right now. The Furia have to try and dig deep and find what was there in game number 3. Where has it gone? Can it be picked up again and used against version 1, who, sure, had a couple of goals early on, but there's still 4 minutes and 22 seconds left. There's enough time to score 9 goals against version 1, let alone 2. Version 1 have stepped up, and you talked about that pressure that they'd be feeling with the fact that they win this series, they're in the major. Now they're also winning the game. Can they win the game? Everything that happens to them that's good just has a little bit more pressure in some ways.
Yeah, I think for me, it's so much easier when you do have, I guess, nothing to lose, when you don't have as much on the line. I guess you can't really say that right now because, Furia, obviously, they arguably have more on the line in this series in terms of, I understand that if they win this, it doesn't mean much right now, but they are still playing for that 5th spot or even that 4th spot. A whiff coming out. Kaio gets the open opportunity. We talk about pressure, the mental side of things. You just feel like Com is hitting that every day of the week. Perhaps, Cole, they're thinking in the back of their mind, they're just thinking about, how good would the Netherlands be?
How good would it be? Maybe they'll get to find out in a little while. That was a huge miss from Conma. Hopefully, if they do make it to Netherlands, he won't be missing any easy balls like that when there. That does still have Furia back into this one, just when version 1 was starting to threaten to pull away. They've made it difficult for themselves. Like hands in the corner, faking out Torment. Their best defender's out, so Conma's going to have to stand tall unless Beast Mode gets a huge challenge win and sticks it himself. Beast Mode out of nothing restores the 2-goal lead.
Oh, B-Mode, stop it from the corner, off the ceiling, gets the second flip, and this is placement personified. Kaio can do nothing, rotating in back post. He basically passed it to Kaio. That's how good that shot was. And just made Kaio look worse there, put it in himself, secured the goal, secured the own goal, but there was nothing Kaio could do there. It was just perfect placement. It was in every day of the week. Beast Mode opens it up again, extends the lead back out to 2 goals. Perhaps Com sitting a little bit more comfortable right now. Having said that, Torment is having to do a little bit of scramble work.
I mean, if there's anyone that can bail you out, Beast Mode is one of those players that can always pretty much bail you out. And he's done it yet again for Com right there. Kaio wants to find Yan. It's a really nice touch, actually, but Yan, unfortunately for him, was taken out by Torment, who, despite having not too much boost in the middle, did a lot of work right there. Somehow Yan recovered and almost managed to dunk on version 1 when they were in defense, but quite to be. Still so much time. This is one of those games where I thought it would be a lot further on than 2.5 minutes left, but that's what we've got, and version 1 having to do more defending. Are we now going to see this game settle into attack versus defense again with version 1 sitting back?
We might, but is that the recipe right now? We saw last game, as soon as Fury get that advantage, get that midfield game, they're looking so strong. The demo comes out. This is huge. Torment just straight lines the ball. He's not worried about where that's going. Gets the demo, gets the counter demo. We love that coming out as well. V1, we haven't quite seen the physicality. This is a hot topic right now. It's always easy to talk about the V1 physicality, but we haven't really seen the bumps. We've seen Com do a bit of playmaking work, Cole, but it's been more on the ball than off the ball right now. And the minute 40 left, there isn't too much that V1 needs to do other than play some solid defense. But that's an easy trap to fall into as well. You don't want to just get stuck there, and Com's looking to extend that lead even further.
Yeah, they're doing well, version 1. They're not spending too much time in defense. They are sending it forwards, but that challenge wasn't ideal from Torment. It does, fortunately for him, fall towards Com. Com can't clear too far. Furia coming forward. Card was almost in there, but it was a good read from the version 1 player. Demo from Yan. Opens things up for Kaio. How was his first touch? It's not great. I've got to say, Kaio's first touch there was pretty disappointing. Just when it looked like Furia were going to be able to wedge their way towards the blue half of the pitch.
A minute on the clock now. Still a 2-goal lead. They're still looking strong. And Com, again, just trying to be that placement, that playmaker. I was going to say placemaker, but that doesn't make any sense at all, ladies and gentlemen. B-Mode's pushing forward. Card does get the air dribble as well. Furia, 50 on the clock. They're going to have to start pushing forward now. They've lost that offense. They've lost that midfield game. And I think, a few bumps that have been coming out the other way have been huge here for V1. But I think Beast Mode as well, being that playmaker that we know and love, one of the best players in the world, certainly one of the best in North America. 30 seconds, we could have another Game 5. There's something about this Swiss stage, Cole, where you just see it's a Game 5 bonanza. And that could be the mental side of things you always talk about.
It couldn't possibly be more exhausting in a Swiss. To go to Game 5s when you know you're playing up to 5 series, it's a long old day of Rocket League. That definitely starts to have more and more of an influence as the day goes on, but this game might still be alive if Yan can convert. He can't quite. It hits both posts on its way out. Fools the cards. Even if they score right now, they'll have barely any seconds to play with, and I'm sure they won't the way Com is setting up. Another weak pinch. That won't matter at all. 3-1 version 1. One of the best teams in the world are playing when in the lead. Such good game management from them. And they're making Furia's job very hard. Version 1, when this ball hits the ground, are going to go within 1 game of making Rotterdam.
Leif, what do you reckon? How many Game 5s can we get here? Is this just a Swiss stage thing? Just the teams just like going the distance? Is it more about getting reps? Is this scrims right now?
It's entertainment. They know their fans are watching and they're trying to give them as much content as possible. It's as simple as that. They're just good guys out there. They're all just nice people. Yeah, no, there are more Game 5s though. We have SSG FaZe going to Game 5. They just entered into that. That's for a qualification spot.
Can I just quickly jump in and talk? SSG take the lead, but then FaZe equalize. About 15 seconds left and win the overtime.
Yeah, that's what they do, right? They've done it today, and you were right. So if they're wrong, though, I can't ever trust you again.
That's fine.
That's what it is. Okay. Then we have 26 Rising and Axel in Game 5 as well. Not a qualification or anything, but and Complexity does get their sweep over Seoul to stay alive because they were down in the elimination.
Things happening all over the place in North America. Thank you, Lee, for talking us through them. But our eyes are trained firmly right now on Champions Field. This Game 5 between Furia and Version 1 and a topsy-turvy series. I'd say that if either of these teams are capable of pulling away from the other one, it's Furia. But if one team can grind out a 1-0 victory, CJ, surely it's Version 1. So the first goal could be absolutely massive here.
I don't know if you want to be known as the team that's going to grind out a win, though. So I'd certainly, in your analysis, favour Furia in this situation, the team that can get more runs on the board. But here we are on Turbo Pulsar Field. Let's do his name justice here. And this is where champions are made. That's fitting. It's fitting. It's called Champions Field. Now I'm thinking about it. You've got to be pretty good on this map if you want to be able to win some big tournaments. And right now, Furia have been a team that's been able to step up on the big stage. V1 as well. Let's take nothing away from their results last season. They were always thereabouts at the majors and the World Championships. Furia did also get quite close, grabbing a couple of top four. Shot comes out. Card just pre-jumps it. He sits in the midfield and just hovers there. He's ready for that infield pass. Sensational play. We're still deadlocked here, but the shots are coming out. Furia, they're getting tested. It feels like a role reversal now, Cole. There's just the testing defense right now is coming out the side of Furia. Oh. Comes out. Card's just going to let that one go. That's 200 IQ. Was never going to go in. Don't worry about it.
So near to Version 1 taking the lead in the game that would see them making it to Rotterdam. They'll have to stay patient, keep on going. Furia, to their credit, managed to hold Version 1 back at least for now. Another challenge comes in from Card. Com has Torment in front of him. Can the redirect be had by Torment? It's a little bit wide towards Beast Mode. And Version 1 do have their leaders been coming. 1-0 V1.
Look at the placement right now. B-Mode just rotates out straight to mid-boost, back to Com, and it's going to be Torment, the playmaker, the least likely on the team to be downfield, the disruptor. Usually that's the Com role that we've seen all series long, but sometimes it takes a World Championship MVP to step up on Champions Field, and that's what we saw with Torment winding back the clock. Lovely redirect and a 3-man pass play. That's what we love from V1. It wasn't just a solo play or one man opening it up. It took all the 3 members of V1. Card again pushing forward, but Furia, Cole, they're trying to answer right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been all version 1 so far in this game, but the goal can change that. A kickoff and suddenly the other team are on the ascendancy. Furia have to hope that that will be the case. They have had at least a little bit of territory over there on the blue half, and they convert it into at least a decent shot, something to make version 1 stretch their legs and have to make a decent save. So far, it's not happening, and Com gets a very well-timed demo. Version 1, you say, CJ, they haven't been throwing themselves at these demos. The ones they have got have been incredibly well-timed, rarely taking themselves too far out of rotation. They have to go in the air, and Card is called into the fence.
It's just the impressive thing right now that we're not seeing here from Furia just is that midfield game. We saw their boost control and just their dominance in the midfield early on there, particularly obviously in game number 2, even game number 3, but right now there's some opportunities. Yeah, and I would have put that in my own net. That was getting a little bit scary, but I just think V1 putting my brain on, if you will. They're just using that midfield. They're not hitting the ball to the sidewalls. I mean, Furia, they're grabbing the mid boost. They're looking out wide. Car might get it over the top. Beast Mode does get the touch, but I love the way they're just hitting the ball around Furia. They're trying to crack into those holes, trying to find some gaps here in the midfield pressure, and that's allowing them to just get out and just be pushed downfield a little bit more. And Furia, they want to be in attack hole. They want to be pushing forward, grabbing that mid boost, and right now V1, they're not letting them have that as an easy of a time as they did before.
They did force a double commit there, though, and they have at least had version 1 boost starved for a little bit. Not completely, but most of these hundreds going back the Fury away, which has been missing for a little while, as you say. Great play from Card via a couple of chain dashes. Just nip in there and beat version 1 player to the ball. Now it's Jan's turn. Can he get round the corner the same way Beast Mode did on Utopia? Kaio is up. Com's up as well. Kaio almost beats Com, but Com just knew exactly where Kaio was putting that. Look how stretched V1 are in defense. So Card gets it on target almost as wide. Falls to Kaio. The equalizer is there. 1s and 0s at the top of your screen. It's 1-1.
It felt like a chess match. Fortunately enough, at V1, they were playing checkers in defense. They weren't quite ready for the 3-man pass play coming out. I love it. Firing it back post to the guy rotating out. Off the bar, straight out. Kaio gets the finish. 1-1 with 1 minute on the clock. This is what we need. Peak Rocket League right now. At V1, they're playing for their major qualification spot. It's not the end of the world if they lose here, but gee, I tell you what, Cole, the more games you lose, the more opportunities you get. It just the pressure builds and builds. So V1 want to win right now just as much as Furia. Having said that, Furia, they look more in control right now. We talk about it. The midfield game starting to come out, the boost control, and they're starting to break through this V1 defense.
Which version of version 1 versus Furia are we going to see for the remaining
20
seconds? You never expect that against V1. A free goal falls to Furia.
No, the double commit coming out, the hesitation. B-Mode tries to drop it down to Com, who called him off it, but B-Mode, he just committed. He said, well, I'm dropping it down regardless, brother. Where are you? Com goes as well. They both go, and there's an open net right now. 24 on the clock. Can V1 respond to that horror miss play coming out? And they could do it right here off the kickoff. Saved out by Kaio.
They have to do it so fast. Card might be about to beat Com here, but Com gets it to the corner. Torment beaten by Jan. Beast Mode is in. He's scored from these corners before. Kaio gets the save on the backboard. Com is just waiting for the ball to land. Can he get the touch he wants? No, but it does fall to Beast Mode. You'll take that if you're Com. He's the player that you want on the ball, but it's closed down so well by Furia. One more touch and that's it. Torment might end it with an own goal. Not quite. Beast Mode with the save. Version 1 aren't able to make the major just yet. Furia increased their odds. After all of that, a free goal. That I never saw coming.
That's just the pressure that comes out. Leaf, I think you'd agree here. V1, they started thinking about it. You know, this is a qualification match, and these are the fine lines we talk about in Rocket League right now. The teams are so close, you can't afford to be double committing, particularly 30 seconds left, game 5, and that's cost them the win.
Oops. Whoops. That's I guess the only thing that could be said during that moment. Oops. Because yeah, that, as you said, that's huge. I mean, and that could come from what we talk about, knowing that they have a clinch on the line here, can make you do weird things. But I want to mention, yeah, this is the reverse sweep attempt right now, and they are up 1-2.
You naughty boys.
Stop it. Is that Reddles or is that Yang coming out? Have a look at the backboard reset. Beautiful touch over the top, open finish. That's game over. That's game over, Lee.
Yeah, that's the reverse sweep.
Again.
Optic, that's the third one today that they've attempted. Two successful now.
I mean, they were 5 seconds away from the phase one being successful as well, but the phase reverse sweep dodging was too strong.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Speaking of, so Dignitas is attempting to keep themselves alive. They're down. It's match point for Rogue right now, and this is an elimination. This matchup here.
Score is this? What was the score? Sorry, on this one.
This is It's 2-1 right now in the series score.
Game 5 is on the cards.
Oh, it does. NRG have just survived as well with that 3-2 overtime victory for themselves against Shopify Rebellion. I think that makes it 3-1 overall for them in the series. So NRG will be into the round 4 high matches.
And just to mention too, your prediction did not come true. SSG wins and 3-2 against FaZe. So I can't trust you anymore.
Well, it was an overtime. Game 5 overtime after being 2-0 down. I'll take like 25%
you were
of the
close.
win there.
Yeah, you were close. They didn't get the final shot though. It's still pretty on point. Yeah. And then what was it? Axel also won their match in Game 5. Game 5's everywhere, as CJ was saying. So yeah, no, a lot of close matches.
It's what happens here. I feel like you get the Swiss stage Game 5 galore right now, but it looks like we've got one series left to wrap up round number 3. And again, looking at the placements right now, looking at the Swiss space station threat. These space station are just, you get them in the Swiss stage, Cole, and they just can't. They're so consistent.
Yeah.
Making the playoffs. Outside of that, once they start getting to the semi-finals, it gets a little bit scary. But Swiss stage, they've got that under lockdown.
Well, different teams love and hate Swiss. They seem really comfortable in it or struggle in it and then do well in the playoffs. I think Leaf, was it you? No, it was the Chiefs, who was saying that pretty much every team except for Space Station have had at least a struggle at some point in the Swiss, where a bit of a wobble, something going wrong.
Here's the thing: you play enough games of Rocket League, at some point you're gonna have a bad day, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's the
unless
the
you're SSG,
inevitability
apparently.
of it.
Unless you're SSG, it's Coach Chrome, the power of the Chrome.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we've also seen them overall have some struggles here and there too. So I'm still waiting for my good day. It's for me. It's just
in the Swiss. I think you've had a great day today, Lee. You've hosted masterfully, my friend.
I'm just saying, in general in Rocket League, it's a struggle bus for sure.
I think as well, like when you look at the placements, we talk about Space Station G2 obviously going through 3-0. Last regional, it was V1 and Gen G finishing 7th and 8th in Swiss, and they made the grand final. So seeding, whilst it's important, clearly it's not everything. You've just got to get through.
It's that momentum, right, that you build in the playoffs. If you win that quarterfinal, suddenly you feel invincible. Because if you're in the semi-finals, you're sort of safe for the tournament, I feel. That's already a good day at the office. Once you're at that point.
Reminder here, this is a elimination. Game 5 for Rogue and Dignitas here. And also a reminder that Corrupted G is playing right now. So this is great that he's able to keep... Dignitas is
season 4? Where are we right?
I still just think of him in that pirate hat in Landon. Good old Corrupted G.
I mean, it's I like seeing it. I'm all about the old guy coming through and still stepping up to the plate. But in Game 5, Turbo Pulse of Field, as we said, Cole. This is where you need to be playing well and stepping up, particularly when you're facing elimination. Do or die right now for these two teams.
Yeah, it's sort of, I'd say, a good performance from Rogue, considering they're playing with their coach, their sub Corrupted G, up against Dignitas, who expect a little bit more, I think, than to be going to Game 5 against a team of a sub. So they'll be frustrated. They'll be playing with frustration, Dignitas. They have to be careful they don't overcommit, because that could be a road to victory there for Rogue.
You think this is they've got the tilt factor? If they're playing against someone or a team that's playing with their coach, Cole, you think that's a bit, they're thinking, come on, boys, we have to win this, and now they're in their heads.
I think so, yeah. I'm curious about sort of stats of players playing, or teams, playing with coaches or playing with a sub. Because it does give you that certain freedom, right? Where you play and you don't fear losing because, we're meant to lose and that's fine. But then what you lose is mechanics and skill. So it's definitely a trade-off to be had there. Oh, talk about skill. There's some from Aqua. Look at that.
I mean, it's just a smart play coming out here, wasn't it? Gets the 50-50 coming out. I mean, what a man here. They're getting the first goal on the board as well, game number 5. However, looking back, who scored the first goal game number 5 V1 Furia? Was it V1?
Oh, goodness me. The first
I believe it
goal
was.
in game 5, yeah, it was Big Man Torment who bungled it home, I think. And then there was an equalizer with a minute and a half left.
So maybe you don't want to score first. 200 IQ.
Well, it's also, I mean, you now know you have to hold off. We talk about sometimes you get hesitation, you play a little more defensive. That could possibly happen. Again, both these teams know that if they get eliminated here, major contention, they're done for there's no major for them. So really a lot on the line.
Yeah, this is to give you a chance, especially with version 1 being knocked down to the lowers as well. So if you win this one, you may well be up against them in the next round, and you'll sort of fancy a go at that wounded animal. See if you can really put the pressure on version 1. If they lose their next series, then they'll really start to panic.
Well, with a lot on the line, let's get down to the actual team broadcast happening and see how the hype is.
Delta up high, knocks to the backboard. Aqua there for the shot. The save, excuse me. Aqua did not shoot. Infield pass. Blocked by Dig. Big dunk from Gyro. Puts Andy in an awkward position. Couldn't decide what Gyro was going to do. Corrupt G with a shot. Delta will collect, send it out to a teammate on the sidewall. Andy up over one, and the bump. He's going to leave it dangerously in front of the Rogue net. Delta slows down the attack. Gyro's clear. Back to the dig in, but Andy will collect it. Threes over to Delta. Delta down the field. Corrupted G with a soft touch into the corner. Andy out into the center. Once again, Delta will drag it down into a dribble. Pass one. Gyro and Aqua both jump. A minute left to play. Heavy first touch from Drees. May not have been what he wanted. The infield pass. Andy's there, and he slots it near post. Dig eventually break through this Rogue side. 1:01 left to play. Gyro up to the ceiling, does get that second touch. Andy will make the save. Corrupted G. Drees down to the Rogue backboard, and Andy is there for the follow. I couldn't even figure out what to say. It was all happening so fast. Delta, fantastic 50-50. And Drees' shot required, it didn't require, but it pulled out a double commit. And Dig take a late lead in game 5. Corrupted G will pop high. Andy's the first to it. Aqua, full tank of boost. That's a great spawn, but Drees shuts it down before he can get it started. Gyro needs to get back to this quickly, at least put a block on. Not going to be able to. Corrupted G drops to Aqua in the corner, who does not make a touch. Corrupted G, that's a big challenge win. It will send Dig back to their own end. Aqua off the corner. Delta reads it well. An air dribble down into the other end of the pitch. Delta, the 50-50 results in a shot on target. Gyro and Corrupted G, a little bit of a miscommunication. Corrupted G's flick blocked by Delta, and all he needs to do is ground it. He's not able to. Aqua keeps it up. Gyro taps high. Hold on. Corrupted G to the backboard. Can he flick the double? Knocks it into the box. Aqua does keep it alive, but it will.
Close one there, but unfortunately, Rogue will see their demise as Dignitas stays alive in that, and both Soul and Rogue eliminated from the tournament. And again, Rogue's major chances also eliminated. Big sad for them. But happy for Dignitas. And SSG and G2, because they're qualified through to tomorrow. Yeah, it is interesting how angry G2 seemed to have gotten in that match. I know you guys were watching the Furia one here, but yeah, we're starting with that AO and then just finishing the rest of the series in a 3-1 win. They're definitely saying, hey, this is still our region. So G2 fans can definitely be happy with that. But you won't get to see them anymore. You'll have to tune in tomorrow because they're done for today. But we do have 2 more rounds to go where we start to eliminate and qualify some more teams. So please stay tuned on the other side of the break. More great Rocket League here at the North American Invitational.
Let's go.
The competition for the last spots are like, I could see really anyone making it in like the top 8 or 9. It really just comes down to whoever handles the pressure better and whoever just plays better on the day.
Complexity in North America. Oh, LJ, I thought I had a moment, but LJ decides to put one in.
I think the biggest threats to taking our spot are Furia and G2, who are both really solid, and I think they could place higher than us, but I think they'll have to play super solid in this next tournament.
Again, a shot. No save this time. Dan the man to the semi-finals.
The way we're approaching this final regional in the fall split is we're just taking like any other regional. We're just grinding through the week with scrims and just staying focused. Just keep practicing at a super high level. Yeah.
That's a poor touch from Jaina. Follow up Arsenal. LJ just reads Jaina there. He just carries it off. He fends it off to midfield. But
making this fall major is super important to me because one, it would be my first major. And as a team, like, it's super important to contend with these majors, and these majors are super important to like making worlds at the end of the year.
yeah, could be that. Chicago can't reach it. The demo comes out in the backfield. Arsenal on the wall. Follow-up touch.
If we made this fall major, this would be my first land. So I think the playing it would be super cool, but it'd also be like pretty nerve-wracking because, you know, never played in front of a crowd. So it would be a really super unique experience.
LJ off the crossbar. Double tap. And Space Station will lock in game 1.
Eliminations and qualifications continue as we move through day one Swiss bracket. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series North American Fall Invitational. I am still Leaf, and CJ is still here, and Chiefs just did not have enough. He wanted more Rocket League.
I got mad at him.
Back.
I had to kick him out.
Why'd you get mad at him?
I don't know. It's my turn. It's my turn to work with CJ.
Give me a crack at him.
Unfocused rage. He just happened to be the recipient of it.
Yes.
Well, let's continue on then without Cole and take a look at the Swiss bracket. CJ, talk to me about this, because we're still looking for a couple clinches here. FaZe did make it through, but lay of the land here.
Well, obviously, FaZe Clan, they've made it through. G&G already, we know that. Last regional, they clinched it with another top 2, but we've still got V1. They're still, they dropped down to Furia. They had their chance of qualifying. They just need to win one more series of Chiefs to qualify, and then SSG as well. They're through to the top 8, but they need top 4 to guarantee. So for today, we're still waiting on V1. They seem like the last team that's going to be able to clinch it out of Swiss stage.
It's a scary round 4 too. A lot of tough matchups. If Gen G actually lost to Furia there, that could be a tough 2-2 round draw for anybody. And FaZe versus NRG, not an easy round for NRG to have to try and qualify through. So who knows what that looks like in a potential 2-2 round. So a lot of things to really unpack there in this round 4.
And a reminder that we do have our team streams going on. So when you see all the matchups here, go find the one you want to watch and head on over to the stream. Or you can stay here. That's cool. But we're going to focus on one. But go on over to your favorite team, support them, cheer them on, and hope that they make it through. Because those lower matches there, V1, Dig, Shopify, Complexity, Pittsburgh Knights, 26 Rising, they're all sitting on the line here with elimination being a potential if they don't get their win. On the other side, we do have our high matches, which will be looking to qualify. You lose that one, you're not out. You still have a second chance down in round 5. But why not get it done here? But as the Chief said, very tough matchups. Let's focus on the one that we're going to be talking about. It's going to be NRG facing off against FaZe Clan. FaZe, again, looking good on the day. You figure maybe, CJ, that they'd be already qualified through, but here they are.
Yeah, it's the 2-1 game, so it's not the end of the world here for either team. However, you don't want to go into round 5 because these matchups of Chiefs looks like it's shaping up for round 5. We're going to get some tough ones here. It's not going to be an easy road to the top 8. But for FaZe Clan, they've already qualified. They've already locked in the major. Does that help them here at Chiefs? The pressure's off compared to NRG with all to play for.
Yeah, I don't see anything, worrying FaZe per se. I think that in general, they're confident with the way they're playing. They know they put a lot of pressure. And you saw how NRG kind of just got absolutely stomped by G2 earlier with that amount of pressure, and I think FaZe is definitely equal to that amount. And if NRG want to beat FaZe here, really need to find a way to get upfield and stay there, because sitting back on their own half and just letting G2 run around is also a recipe for disaster against FaZe as well.
Well, I want to that we got a few moments before they hit the field. I was just going to ask, put it out there, you can answer too, CJ. So what is NRG going to be looking to do then? Because obviously FaZe Clan is going to be a difficult matchup, especially with NRG still trying to find their footing back.
I mean, actually, I spoke to Garrett quite recently, just yesterday, and we even spoke about this situation right now where we sort of have this top 3 or top 4 right now, teams that are sort of already pretty comfortable. Obviously FaZe and Gen G locked in, but there's also these 6 teams which Garrett is a part of on NRG that are fighting, kicking and scratching for this spot. And there's so much more pressure on these bottom teams at Chiefs right now that you feel like in a matchup like this, it's even more favored to the side of FaZe because they don't have as much to play for. Obviously, they still want to win everything they put their hands on. They want to win this regional, but I mean, there's so much pressure right now on the side of NRG. These guys have to win. They have to make the top 8. They're looking for a top 2 to get into a major. So, I mean, that sort of like balance right now is the interesting mental side of Rocket League. Pressure's hard. That's kind of the unfortunate side of being NRG if you think about it, because for the longest time they're the ones on top, and you can make the argument it's so easy when you win everything, but like they had the pressure of always having to win because they were NRG, and then you start losing everything, and now there's the pressure of
now we're not winning and we need to win. And it's like they've got both sides of the pressure coin, it feels like, and they've never kind of just been constantly in contention, but never the best. It's been a tough road for NRG in general.
Yeah. Let's get chat rolling then. Verizon fan phone up. Let's see if guys are still on them, because we know they are. No matter what position they're in, everyone wants them to succeed or expects them to succeed, but they are against FaZe Clan. #FaZe, #NRG in the chat. We know there's a lot of fans behind FaZe too, so it'll be interesting which way that goes. Analyst, let's find out which way we're going to end up on here. CJ, I'm going to make you start us off on this one. I heard the breath of exasperation of just like, I don't know what to do. So this is why I'm making you go first.
Look, I wanted to go last because I think I wanted to.
All right,
put me last. Put me last.
Twist my arm, will you? Twist my arm. Fine, I'll go first. I'll put myself on the hot seat. FaZe Clan. I think they should be through already. I mean, obviously SSG, solid team that gave them a run for their money, but it was a game 5. I think FaZe Clan wraps it up here, to be honest. The Chiefs.
Yeah, I like FaZe 2. Without seeing some big change-ups in NRG's game plan, I feel like in general the floor is just higher for FaZe, and if FaZe is peaking, it's wraps, man.
All right, this is the big bold pick coming out here for.
Yeah, let's go the other way. I'm gonna go NRG. Look, pressure makes diamonds. These guys understand they do have another opportunity here. It's only the 2-1 game, so they're still going to go to round 5, but. I'm going to go. I think I'm going to bring the CJ buff that we like to call it. He's, spoke to Garrett. He's taken the energy in. I mean, put myself in FaZe's shoes. I did this last season. We won the first 2 regionals, locked in Sweden. How good's this? And then we finished like 8th in the next regional because we just didn't care as much. So I'm going to use a bit of that energy right now for FaZe Clan in terms of already locked it in. Perhaps they just, perhaps it's a little bit of like a lazy series maybe, and NRG just come out firing. That's my underdog prediction, though. But yeah,
it's possible. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that NRG could win the series. It's just there's a lot of uphill work to get over.
There's a lot.
Oh, chat. Let's see what you got, because the match is about ready here. So let's. Oh, they still took it. Okay. Honestly, I thought it'd be the other way around.
They really want NRG to avoid round 5.
Chat. Unfortunately, I think you're wrong. But we'll find out right now if I'm going to eat my words. Take it away, guys.
I mean, here we are at Chiefs. Firstly, it's an absolute pleasure to be here with you. I'm glad we got rid of Cole because, you can only do so much with him. You go one series and you think you can get out of here. So I'm glad that I was able to make you come back and help me out here. But what a series we have, as you said. NRG, they're facing, I guess, this back against the wall sort of thing we've spoken about. They finally had a good result last regional, but can they back it up here and try and sneak into that 5th spot for the major?
Need the repeat for sure. And really this whole, first minute and a half or so is all about, all right, can you hang with FaZe? Because they're going to be coming at you. I wouldn't be surprised to see the deep back rotation for at least one to give themselves an out, because it's been a lot of big punt game here early on. Nobody really bringing the ball down, forcing people to make options. This may be the first look at it for Mist.
I mean, you speak about this deep, sitting back game. Is this just NRG's playstyle at this point? They've built it for the last, as long as I can remember right now, they're playing off mistakes. Chrome speaks about a lot, Space Station's coach, that they're a team that they just grew at this foundation of just capitalizing on mistakes. And it was almost the NRG presence on the field that just struck fear into the other team. They were causing mistakes out for no reason, but they're certainly a little bit less threatening these days. Teams are starting to figure them out. They're having to change their play style up, but early days, it is a lot of, it just feels like both teams feeling each other out. No one really looking to commit too hardcore.
Ooh, okay. There's FaZe. Definitely been in control of the pace in general. Typical with a chance, but well defended by Garrett G. Not a lot of physicality coming through. That was something that FaZe was able to execute on pretty well in the previous regional. Not really had quite the same level of opportunity here against NRG.
There's Ishi now. Gets the ball across, and we're just seeing again, we're getting a lot of gameplay in the blue half, but not much pressure coming out, are we?
Yeah.
We're not seeing sort of the boost grabs, the midfield game coming out. So I mean, both sides not really looking to be too threatening. I think it's almost that,
textbook.
Let's not concede sort of mentality. Let's play some perfect Rocket League, hope the other team makes a mistake. Unfortunately, for the side of NRG, you've got a FaZe Clan in defense. They're not going to make too many mistakes, particularly when you've got a player like Mist as well, joining the ranks, just bolstering up that defense.
Oh, yeah. You did get a big level up in terms of the stability when you Mist, I would say. But at the same time, he has had to take a bit of backseat in terms of the offensive output. That was something that he had to do a lot of in terms of the counterattacking when he was on his previous rosters. And now he's got a lot of potential there in First Killer and Sypical to go fill that role. So it's kind of the give and take.
I think he's a bit more relaxed now, you reckon? He's just hanging out, he's got the boys, he's got the offense covered. He doesn't have to, on Optic, he had to do a little bit as well, sort out the defense, and he was pushing forward. But right now, this team, it feels like, we spoke about it with AJ, that it's that roster is missed almost. We talked about no offense. He nearly just popped off there. Counterattack. This is what NRG like best, though. The counterattack situation. Give them an opportunity to have a little 3-on-2 counterattack, and they're all the way downfield. They're ready to go. But getting back to Mist as well. He's a lot more comfortable now. With AJ, they needed 2 balls on the pitch. Man. Fade coming up, First Killer. Almost. What? Saved out somehow, NRG. There is only 1 ball on the pitch now, as I said. FaZe Clan, they're going to use that, but they still need to find a way to put it into the back of the net, Chiefs.
Did a really nice job there. I don't know how Justin was able to keep his positioning in such a way that he was able to get to the left side of the net and then all the way back to the right side where the clear went. Well played on his part. 0-0 overtime, feeling more and more likely, but at the same time, it does feel like FaZe pressing just a little bit more here to try and close it out in regulation.
Just feels like even Garrett there, I know he did make the save, but just these little gaps out of nowhere from NRG where you just think, all right, they should have this locked down. It should be all good. Musty Flick comes out. It's a great save from Mist. I mean, that's the defense we know and love, but I'd like to see that flare again. The gaps in NRG's rotation is a little bit concerning for those guys, but right now they're looking strong. Squishy could get this middle. Justin's waiting for it. And again, Mist just gets it. He gets a fingernail onto the cheese. Now it's down the other way. Garrett doesn't get bumped, just avoids it. Huge play, 5 seconds. We should be getting overtime unless the net's open. This should be open. NRG wants it.
First Killer's too far forward. They catch him leaning. Oh, he really thought he does the Cardinal offensive sin. He has a teammate in the corner already, and he drives up there too. His teammate doesn't get a hand on the ball, and he is caught leaning. NRG collect with 1 second, and they survive.
Maybe. You can say the perfect start. They didn't concede that game, but it wasn't a convincing 1-0. But again, it felt like that was the mistake. Game 1, we said, as soon as the kickoff started, NRG, they're going to capitalize on mistakes. That was a mistake from First Killer Achieves, but I feel like as well it might have been a little bit of overconfidence in his teammates. He was so pushed up.
He's going to get the touch. I'm going to be ready.
Yeah, he wanted that 0-second goal. I feel like he's like, righto, this is ridiculous. We're FaZe Clan. We should be scoring multiple goals per game. What's going on? Let's get the 0-second goal and NRG capitalize, Leaf.
Yeah, no, that I kind of want to ask, because again, we're still in the first rounds here. Potentially, Optic can look to have a reverse sweep, because I think they're already down 1 against Team Axel and they're losing 3 on the next one. So maybe another reverse sweep for Optic. It's all going according to plan, as we say. But I wanted to ask CJ, now watching this match and watching NRG on the field, do you feel like the convincing win can come out, or do you feel like, sure, they got the win there, but it's still a lot of pressure on them?
I don't think the way NRG are right now, they're not at their top, or they're not at their peak from what we've seen in previous seasons. I don't think any win Achieves is going to be convincing against the other top teams in the region. They're certainly not going to just dominate the field, but a win's a win.
In a best of 5 too, that's valuable. I mean, you looked at that highlight reel, there's those 2 saves by Justin. That one could have very easily, probably should have been overtime if you think about it, but he made a great play on the goal line, kept them tied 0-0, and they got away with one at 0 seconds, able to capitalize on a small miscue. And NRG, they do what they do best. Lock down where they can and see what happens back the other way.
I mean, the thing, there's merit to this playstyle, right? I mean, if you look at, obviously Justin had to make an incredible save, but if FaZe were up 1-0 in that game, you wouldn't see First Killer pushing as hard for that goal. So it's almost, you need to lock it down because that forces FaZe to go, righto, let's push forward, we'll not overcommit, but perhaps send a few more troops than usual as if they had the lead, or compared to if they had the lead. So there is merit in locking it down because it is going to expose a side like FaZe Clan that want to be in the lead. They want to be in control. So maybe that false sense of security they're trying to give them, let them attack, but don't let them score and wait for a mistake.
Easier said than done. Against a team like FaZe for sure. A couple of boost steals there for Squishy on the back line. This is a two-man push, and Garrett G is right through him. This is going to be 2-on-1 back the other way now. First Killer gives him space, and it's too fast for Garrett G to connect with. Got away with it.
Just the chip and run there coming out, but not quite. Well, to no avail there, Garrett G. But what about the defensive play there from Garrett? That's twice. We saw it last game as well. He was getting bumped. Everything was on him on the line. Last man back, and he clutched up. So huge defensive play already coming out in game number 2 and game number 1 here from Garrett G.
Great bounce as well, and it's going to set up Squishy. He's got pretty much nowhere to pick from. Eventually, that third shot had to come through, and FaZe finally had the time to figure out where it needed to be, but tough break for NRG. A couple of good looks there.
I mean, you say Garrett set up Squishy, but he was going for the shot there. He wanted to bury that one, and unfortunately, it's one of those situations, Chief, where you have the free shot and you almost try and do too good of a shot, and he bit off a little bit more than he can chew. So an opportunity gone begging there for NRG, but having said that, they're under pressure. I'm not sure how that ball's gone left, but NRG lives to fight. Garrett's getting bumped again. Last man, can he make another save? No. First Killer puts it away. Garrett, how many times can he's left on an island here at Teams by himself. Someone help him out.
And he gets denied the corner boost as well, and Mist just forces him into the box where he's going to have to make this really awkward attempt over the shoulder or maybe have to cut off a pass that he didn't even see coming because he was so busy getting harassed by Mist. That was a great setup from him. Doesn't get any points for it, but Mist the reason that one went in.
I mean, it is weird as well, though, seeing NRG in those situations. We speak about how defensive these guys are, but again, even here, Squishy's last man, it feels like they're just so slow to rotate back. Second man is just committing. They're throwing the kitchen sink in the offense, NRG, but they're not being able to rotate back and help out that last man, which is perhaps a playstyle shift that we're seeing, looking to be more offensive, looking to be more aggressive, but it looks like it's starting to unravel a little bit on that side of things. However, the touch, what a shot, missed again. He's always there at Chiefs to make that save.
Guy has it sussed out. I mean, could feel where that ball was going from Squishy when he got that ground pinch. Great read defensively for him. Pass across, and Garrett G knew that something was going to be there, and I'm actually pretty surprised that Mist didn't try and get in front of it and stop it. But either way, FaZe are content to be up 1 pass to Justin, and that will be cleared away as well.
It's almost the win condition for NRGs. They need to score first because, as we said, you don't think FaZe Clan are going to overcommit here. They're going to be able to lock it down. Having said that, Squishy does get the touch across, but I think it's going to be a much more reserved game coming out. First Killer, great touch, and just defensively right now, they're just getting the touches they need. They're helping each other out. I know the NRG right now, they're looking to press, but FaZe Clan, they've got all the answers.
Oh, and missed a little misdirection. How do you handle it? Justin gets tied up on the wall. What a shot.
I like that missed direction. I like that. That's pretty good from you off the fly. What a touch, though. It's just high enough that he still gets it under the bar, but it changes the angle perfectly so the defender can't save it there. 2-0 now. You'd have to think FaZe are going to lock this one out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, now they definitely don't have to push. if you see more than 2 people pass the midfield line, I would be amazed. It's not without a really good reason for it. You don't have to be too worried about, NRG hitting the pop-off goal on you. Wait, what? Did he just not have boost?
I think he just wasn't expecting the bounce shot. I was going to say ground pinch, but I think it was just more a bounce shot coming out here from this.
Yeah, he got
little bit of a ground pinch, and Justin, I think, was expecting a dribble. Great shot there from Mist, though. Opportunistic, just seeing that Justin was a little bit correct. Turned his car forward, wrong direction, and 3-0 here. This is probably what we expected coming out in game number 1, but having said that, the scoreline will still read 1-1 at the end of this game. So, all the wins, they're all the same on paper, Achieves. It's just you get a win, it's 1 point. It doesn't matter how you do it. This looks a lot more convincing than NRG's game number 1. However, it's still all tied up after this.
Still actually pretty surprised. Oh, wait, what?
Now, wait a second. What is happening here? Let's get a little slow-mo action replay here. I believe
that's the last time he touched it?
Civical missed the ball and then I think left it, and then Mist had no clue what Civical was doing. Sip tried to save
hit
himself.
it, man.
It's just, I'd say it's a catastrophe. They've earned themselves a 3-goal lead, a 3-goal buffer, so it's not the end of the world here with 20 seconds left, unless something crazy can happen.
That's a wild goal to give up, but you're right. I'm not sure anyone's really too fussed about it. As Justin will make a save there, but I'm actually quite surprised to see, what is this, 5, 8, 10 shots on target for NRG, only 6 for FaZe. I don't really remember exactly how many of them were high quality and had goal scoring potential, but it is good to see NRG at least pushing out, and they're not sitting here allowing 10 against FaZe and only getting 4 or 5 back the other way. So yeah, at least there's that for NRG, because I was a little bit worried if they just sat there and got trounced for 5 minutes at a time.
It still is a bit of a funny game here, Leaf. I mean, like we've got this situation where, you know, FaZe Clan, you're expecting this like offensive powerhouse, but it's almost that maybe it's just the NRG factor. When you're playing NRG, it's a lot more reserved and it feels a bit more slower paced than what we come to expect from a FaZe.
Well, I mean, clearly they're using hacks. They just shut down Civical's controller.
Yeah. Unplug the wire real quick, so he just short hops past the ball, and everyone's like, what?
It's the NRG factor for sure. I don't know what that includes, but it's there. On the side of eliminations, it's pretty close right now, where teams going back and forth. Only one game really has passed, and then now the other teams are winning. But on the side of qualification, OG is starting to look towards their reverse sweep again. Axel is up 2-0, and Optic what did have the lead in game 3. It is tied now, but potentially qualification for Axel, which is huge, or maybe another reverse sweep for Optic, which is expected.
I think it's another reverse sweep coming up from. I mean, these guys. Have you been following? This is ridiculous, Jay. Like, you were there earlier. Optic Gaming get a reverse sweep, and then they set up another one, go to game 5, fail it against, well, it's FaZe Clan, so we can forgive them there. But then they pull out another reverse sweep as well on Knights. I mean, it doesn't matter who the team is. They could be a top team.
It's just a game 5 day.
They just want to set up a reverse sweep. I mean, I said it with Cole. It's almost they lose the first 2 games and they go, perfect. This is going according to plan.
Now we're set up. Handicap set. Wait, is he just through here?
He'll be an
opportunity. I never should have doubted this. He's too good, man.
He just... the problem is, I feel like when NRG get through, the last player you want is Mist on the other side, because he just locks it in, and there's a gap in the rotation, a gap in the structure there. NRG fall apart, and I believe Justin was baited out here. Squishy sitting under the ball.
He turned back to the corner.
I think just expecting an insta challenge there. Squishy has put his controller down as well, which is interesting. He stopped playing as soon as that one went through. Perhaps not happy with what was going on behind him. And as we said, they have to start well. You have to score the first goal if you're NRG and put FaZe under pressure, make them commit. But they haven't done that here, Chief, so that was worrying.
Just such a weird goal. Because Justin, I went to his camera because he's the third man, and it's like, oh, why was he not back in time? And the thing about it is he was. Like he had the boost, and then he turned back towards the right corner as that one gets popped into the lower right-hand side. Civical finds the back shoulder. FaZe up 2 now.
Yeah, I just think Garrett there sort of pre-jumped or tried to block missed touch, but he was so slow to get off the back foot. I feel like he should have just waited on the back foot to try to get the save. At that point, this is not a common mistake, but a thing pros do is, you know, if you're slowing the rotation, you almost force it. You try and make it work rather than just get given up on that play altogether. But there he tried to sort of salvage, I guess, the slow rotation to get in, and that probably wasn't
pressure on instead of just saying, look, we need the stability instead of just saying, let's go for the counterattack, let's steal the ball. And when you're beat like that.
Quick mid-game update. TJ, you were incorrect. Whoops. Axel just won in overtime. So they qualified.
Hey, there we go.
I mean, at least Optic set it up, though. I mean, that's the main thing.
That's something.
They've set up four reverse sweeps now. They've been successful in 50%. So is it still a good strategy? Don't know.
I think they've learned it's not the best strategy.
Wow. I mean, that's
crazy.
Super cool. It's actually bonkers. I mean, just the cut to the middle and Squishy and Garrett, they're both playing near post defense. They're not really in a bad spot, but I mean, it's just the way that Typical just jumped all the way out in front past the first killer. Yeah, score it again.
This is beautiful. They're coming out for it. This is a four-man pass play. That is disrespectful. The Chiefs coming out back to Typical. He started the play. He's going to finish it. Nothing Garrett can do, and just a little misplay off kickoff there. I mean, the Typical just was able to sit on the ball on kickoff, basically on the cheat, and have all the time in the world to set up the play. But I love that. I love the pass plays coming out in those situations, because so often when you've outnumbered the defense, you're looking for that bump play. But I love bringing back the pass plays. It feels like that's the
easy way.
Yeah, it's just nice to see a good infield pass rather than a 2-on-1 bump play. This could be open. First killer's going to get back. No, he's not. The Typical is there to bail him out. Almost the difference here as well, as we just saw, is a bump comes out for NRG. They're looking to push forward, but FaZe are ready with that guy rotating back. They're fast enough to cover, whereas NRG get bumped and it's a goal.
That's because, like what you were talking about, you need to be out in front if you're NRG early. Have to be having FaZe be the ones to press forward, try and make the big play. And maybe that's why you saw Garrett G try to force that challenge off the backboard earlier, because it's like, look, we got to start going right now, as that one goes the complete wrong direction. And FaZe going to find a way to waste a few more seconds off the clock. 2 minutes, down 4. Looking at 1-2 in the series, and that's 2 games in a row here, where FaZe have kind of just been like, yep, we are winning this game.
Whether you like it or not.
The sad part is NRG kind of lose all that they had from the previous game, where they're at least like, okay, look, we've got at least 10 shots, we're breaking out of our own half, and here in this one, it's not breaking out of your own half. And now that you hit a minute and a half and you're down 4, no one really cares how many more shots you put on target, because FaZe Clan's just going to be camped back there saying good luck.
It's frustrating when you're running outside of NRG in this situation. You're trying to score FaZe Clan. They're close, although not giving an inch, but there's an opportunity. Squishy fakes out the defense. 1 minute on the clock. Getting one back to Cheese, maybe a bit of momentum.
Maybe. At least it's stopping the bleeding. As first killer, I think he was trying to give himself as many options to clear the
covering everything.
Possible. Yeah, if it got shot high, got choked, and at least maybe try and go get it, but can't save everything in that spot. The FaZe, let's enter time waste mode. Come and take the ball from me.
It's very, very methodical, very thought out. And I mean, if your role is sitting back in this situation, you're thinking, how good is this? This is a well-oiled machine coming out here, locking down the win. But getting back to, I guess, NRG's game 1, it sort of just feels more and more as this series progresses like that was truly the definition of a warm-up game from FaZe Clan, where nothing really happened. And I mean, even though NRG won that game, you said they sort of took a bit from it. I think the only thing they took from that game was, the scoreboard. They got the series win. They didn't do anything else, really.
That was literally it. It was like, hey, it's the best of 5. You're a third of the way home now, and that in and of itself was the value. You weren't happy about how you got there, but like you said, the win's a win, no matter how it comes your way. But unfortunately, 2 games straight, I mean, you're really wishing that you had the timeouts in the best of 5s, because this is 2 games in a row where you just haven't had the answer for FaZe for whatever is going on. And it feels to me, watching NRG, there's got to be some weird hiccup in the defensive communication, because I go back to that goal where, like, Justin's back in plenty of time, and, like, he just cuts forward back towards the corner, and Squishy's just not in position to take the challenge at the midfield. And everything's just like, wait, why is this not working? Who said what? And when was it said that caused those to be what happened, when the clear option is to 100, like right there, that's the goal. He was back way before that goal went in. It's like, who said what when to have Justin turn into the corner? You know what I mean?
It's just, it sort of just sums up NRG, Leaf. But what else you got for us here? What's happening around the grounds?
Yeah, well, I mean, the big stories are, the eliminations down there. Pittsburgh Knights over 26 Rising 2-1, so they're on match point. V1 did lose game 1 to Dig, but now they've won game 2, and they just won game 3. So they're at match point. Maybe they'll get their win. They're clinched to Rotterdam. That's the big one that I'm keeping an eye on right now. And then in the uppers, we have Genji and Furia all tied up, and they're about to go into overtime in game 2 too. So very close series for them.
Interesting. We spoke about at the start of the series. I just think that round 5 is going to shape up strong. But I mean, the Chiefs, getting back to this game and NRG, we speak about, you spoke about the end of that game, NRG needing to change it up. But do they have it in their arsenal, if you will? Do they have something in their locker to be able to start? I mean, apart from FaZe doing this sort of situation where they seem to be overcommitting, getting a little bit too trigger happy with, if you will, with the offense. Does NRG have the ability to be able to force that pressure and get that boost control? Because FaZe Clan just look too good right now.
Well, right now, I mean, the problem is they're getting absolutely clobbered on the challenge game. Like, that was like 6 in a row that just NRG could not get a handle on. Typical with a nice solid pop, and finally, they're just not in position enough to get the hand up. Well, I guess they got the hand up, but get the hand on the ball. And NRG just couldn't hold them off. Do they have it in them, though? I think, absolutely. That's the thing. Like, I never feel like I can be like, yep, NRG is just chalked. Like, it's absolutely toast. It's in there somewhere. And they're just trying to figure out where it is.
I think... I feel like the problem, right now that I'm seeing with NRG is that it's not that they've lost the individual ability. Even Garrett said, what a touch, what a handoff here. We'll get back to NRG in a moment. I need to break down this goal here. First killer gets the 1, gets the 2 touch over the pop of Garrett, and Typical's ready for that. That's the difference. The defense wasn't ready for that extra touch with Typical. I mean, he read that the whole way across.
Love to see that. I mean, Typical. A lot of people were thinking he's down and out, toast after Space Station, and what a team to find yourself on.
I mean, the only saving grace right now for NRG is that round 5, surely they're not on the mainstream. Maybe the pressure's off them there at Chiefs and they can get the dub, but again, look, it's just an open F. See who gets his. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Sitting in front of the play, redirect onto the backboard, and then gets what an angle coming out on there. It's typical. He's wound back the clock. That looked like season 9. Are we back into typical best NA right now? What a shot.
That one can go in your personal highlight reel. I don't care who you are. That's not easy. It looked so smooth, but that's hard.
I mean, it's just... It's one thing you think, it's an open net, easy, he's got a free touch, but to set that up perfectly and
pace over his shoulder,
everything about that was perfect. But I mean, looking at NRG, FaZe Clan, I feel like we could talk about all day. These guys, we know they're ready. They're always going to be around the mark. That's why they've already qualified for the first major here. But I mean, on the side of NRG, I just, getting back to these guys, I just feel like they haven't lost their individual ability. They haven't lost their mechanics or anything like that. They haven't fallen off. I just think they've lost this ability to, the cohesion. Just watching them now, they're just not flicking the ball around and using each other. It's very much, I'm staying in behind. Like even Justin here, Squishy had a crack, stuffed up the dribble. Justin's like, right, I'll go in now. There's no 3-man pass plays coming out, or we see it very rarely right now. They're just not as confident to follow each other up. They're getting these opportunities off mistakes. This typical gets a pre-jump save. But they're not being creative as a team. They're being creative individually still. Justin still has the ability. Garrett and Squishy do as well to create those solo plays. But I'm just not seeing that. When you form you're a new team. And we call it like the honeymoon period. But it's because you're just flicking the ball around. You're having fun. You're not really thinking about it. And everything comes from that. I think because this team's been together for so long and they've lost a little bit of that ability to just win all the time, it seems like they're just not as ready to just trust each other and just have a bit of fun with it, have a bit of flair and flick the ball around. They're just not passing the ball as much.
That goes back a little bit to the old saying in traditional sports. It's still just a game. You got to be having fun. And it's certainly not fun for NRG right now. It's been trial ever since almost that really third regional last season, where they just bombed out, didn't even make the playoff stage. Everyone was hoping maybe they were back with the world showing. Here's the pass to Squishy and the shot straight at First Killer, and it's like, it's there. The idea is there, but some execution, sometimes a little... That would have been the sickest own goal I've seen on the day.
Yeah, as you said, the execution's not quite there, but I think, you know, in terms of, I love saying just the eye test, you know, putting the stats aside and just looking at visually how they're looking on the field. I'm just not seeing that ability to, it's just awkward here. Especially gets a touchdown, First Killer puts it away, just falls into his lap, bounces off his head here. NRG it's a little bit in shambles. Squishy sort of, I mean, if that was down the other end of Cheese, if that was down the other end and Squishy drops it down to Justin or something, that would have been a brilliant play, but we're not seeing that on the offensive side.
I think you're right, though, because a lot of, you know, NRG's bread and butter was in that offensive ability to, you know, you say flick the ball around. I always kind of read it as it's beat the next man, beat the next man, beat the next man. And they always understood intuitively how they were going to do that. They're like, okay, this is the only way he can go to actually get around him. And they all understood that. And they've definitely lost a little bit of that ability to be like, how do we even get around people? I don't think they know anymore. It's like, can they do it? Yeah. But they just don't know how to do it anymore.
It sort of just feels like they're banging their head against a wall a little bit on offense. They're waiting for the wall to just leave. they're waiting for the wall to get. Yeah, they want the wall to just get out of the way, so then they get an opportunity. But right now, you know, it's anywhere in the world, particularly, you know, in this North American style, the defense is so strong. A little bit of help coming out. The defense is so strong right now across the regions. They're going to lock it down. As we said, FaZe are only giving up goals when they need to score. But when they don't, the NRG cannot find a way through. It's near impossible so far this series for NRG to find an opening. And that's pretty much the story. They're not creating that pressure. They're not forcing mistakes from the other team. They're just hoping something happens. They're just going to keep hitting that wall until, you know, the wall gets tired and goes, oh, well, I guess I'll get out of the way. I guess I'll push downfield, and then they score. But, you know,
that's the unfortunate reality, man. People have had to play against that for, at this point, literal years. And now the wall is up. The wall understands. The wall has been rebuilt and reinforced. You got to come up and win the arms race, so to speak.
I mean, it was a strong win there coming out. We spoke about game one. NRG got the win, but it wasn't. I like to use this term, and no one knows what it means. It wasn't buttering my parsnips. The first win from NRG. It wasn't.
No, it certainly
wasn't doing it for me. You know what I mean? They got the win. It looks good on the scoreboard. You tune in game two and you think, oh, 1-0 NRG. They must be playing all right. Were they playing well?
Yeah, they were playing all right in game one.
Feeling each other out. Both teams were feeling each other out. And then FaZe Clan, what I like to call, they hit enter R2 mode, where they just hit the right trigger and just went forward. They accelerated and they just hold W, if you will.
No reverse gear phase.
Yeah. They started walking forward and they just walked NRG down that series after game number one. So certainly a warm-up there, and then it was basically a sweep, and that was as convincing 3-1 as I think you can get.
Yeah, really great show from FaZe, but we move to Furia versus Gen G, and that will be Gen G closing out Furia. So Furia will move on to round 5. Gen G will qualify for the weekend, and now in our final round, another Game 5 series for Complexity, trying to get it started after getting the unfortunate receiving end of the reverse sweep against Optic early on in the day, and Raise Bull will put them out in front with 4:39 left.
Look at this coming out, and just Spotify Rebellion, we like to call them. They're just there's that team that's always around the mark, and they have that ability. The same thing with Complexity. I don't know if you agree, G. I feel like Complexity are that team. I don't want to say, I don't like saying, teams have had a tough run or they've been unlucky, but they still feel like a team that could win a regional. And you look at where they are on the points, Leaf. I mean, they need to win a regional right now if they want to qualify.
Yeah, I want to come in and give some updates across the board. Obviously, we have this one as our last one. We have 26 Rising losing their match against Pittsburgh Knights, so their major contention is gone. And then we have V1 finally getting their win. They got the second one,
survived,
so
they made it.
They'll clinch through as well to the major, to Rotterdam, and that will not dig out of contention. They will have no chance for the major. Goodbye to them. And then, of course, with this matchup that we're watching, which is in a game 5 and all tied up, we have the loser of this also losing their chance towards major. So again, so much on the line for these teams today. And actually, you know what? Yeah, let's. We got word. We can get down and listen to the casters. So let's get into their match.
5 goals, 6 goals, a little bit too excessive. We just need to get a little bit better than the other team. It's all about the negatives when we're talking about golf specifically. So maybe we need to bring that into Rocket League here and make sure they don't have any boosts to work with. So that's the negative for them. And we can use that to our advantage.
Oh yeah, precisely. But listen, man, we've got 3 minutes, 30 seconds left, VOD. We're on the mainstream. It's no time to be cool, calm, collected. These people want to hear some incredible action, so let's give them exactly what they're going to be looking for. Here we go, 1-1 game, 3 minutes left. We've got to get it out of our net, and there we go, able to get this one right back on our side one more time. Another offensive pressure going to be coming in for the Rebellion. 2-piece going up, not able to make it happen. AJG sends it wide.
Very close there on the initiative to try and take the advantage in this game for ourselves. We got the first goal scored against us, came back with another one afterwards, and now a setup from Parv over to 2-piece. Could not get the follow through afterwards. Memory a little bit lagging behind the play, so I had to give it up to their opponents. See what we could do here. Went for the challenge, goes wide to the side. And Memory again, good drop down. 2-piece has some room to work with, but didn't really have the momentum necessary to challenge that. Didn't look like he had any boost either in the tank. So decided to just feign ignorance on that play, go for their corner boost, and make it more difficult for them to maintain their positioning on offense. So we're already past the halfway point of this game. We're looking pretty decent, but we got to keep that momentum going, Rome.
Precisely, and all day long we've had a lot of success off the backs of a lot of plays made off of demos. So that's what I want to see right here, is if we can start to get some of those rolling right here. We've seen a lot of teams find success through those demos recently, and right now Parth trying to play the bully role here on this close left side, not able to make anything happen whatsoever. Memory, though, is going to be corralling this one yet again, trying to look for the setup. Can he find the answer? Can he find the pass? No. That one is going to be sent wide yet again. Parth keeping this one in possession for the Rebellion, but Complexity doing a solid job right now on the defensive end.
Looking very confident both these teams are, and that's exactly what they have been exuding throughout this series. Whenever it comes to them taking a win, they do it in style, but we need to make sure that we are the ones that are stylish enough to take them down a peg, especially when going for these ceiling reads. Off the sidewall, getting some touches, but no passing plays in sight. Those passing plays is the key to victory. We've seen a couple of them. That's when we've won the games against Complexity so far in this series, but as we get down to that last minute in time, we need more than just that to take down a squad such as Complexity. The 9th and 10th seed going into this, only one of them will move on to round 5.
Yeah, and right there, we already saw off the backs of the demo, we were able to get this one back into our possession yet again, gave ourselves another opportunity to get a goal as this one gets pinched wide. Oh man, that was a close call right there. 50 seconds remaining. We got ourselves a tie game. We just need one magical moment. 45 seconds in a dream. Gonna be here for this squad and Shopify Rebellion to try to move on to round number 5 of the Swiss to keep their hopes for Rotterdam alive, as Parth gonna be taking this one up one more time. It's gonna be Raised Bull intercepting. 2-piece sends it wide with the save. Right now, Complexity, they're applying pressure. They're trying to make something happen, but it's gonna be Shopify keeping them out for now. 2-piece gets the infield pass. It's gonna be enough. Is it gonna be a goal? No, it goes wide. Barely missing, barely off target. I thought the Rebellion had it. That was such a close call.
So close yet so far, but we only have a few more seconds to go before a potential overtime for this final game 5 and final game of the round itself. Going down to the wire yet again, drop down, nobody has possession, we can go for it. Parth has the shot deflected by AJG, and instead it's in the possession of Memory, can't keep it up in time. We go back to another game 5 overtime, Rome.
Oh man, it's spicy here right now on the stream. Everyone arm the rebels in the chat. If you are ready to support Shopify Rebellion, is that one barely going to be staying out of the net? Now 2Piece trying to send it wide, but CRR barely going to be able to get back in time. Oh man, this squad in Shopify Rebellion, we have had so many trials and tribulations throughout today. Right here and now, to cap off this overtime with a victory would be absolutely massive for this roster.
It would be insane to see how things are going down in this OT. OTs have been here nor there for our team throughout today. The final regional of the fall split, it's all in our hands for us to come out on top. We got to capitalize when we get that opportunity. Raise Bull takes it down the field, and instead it goes to the possession of our defensive members in the corner. 2Piece, a great touch. Memory might have a breakaway, and instead it goes into the air, hits it off the backboard, and gives it open to Park, defended by Raiseful, and we still play on.
We thought, what in the world is this setup? But Park said, thank you, I'll take the easy shot. Able to lay a beamer down, but guess what? Complexity Gaming still going to be holding the line, holding true. 1 minute into this overtime right now. So far, the Rebellion have had some solid looks at the net, just haven't been able to capitalize, and all we need is to capitalize on just one more goal right now. One more mistake. There comes the demo onto AJG. It's going to be the center. Parth looking for somebody, but playing safe, not sorry. He's going to be Shopify Rebellion one more time, making sure that they get back. It's exactly what you want to see out of the roster, making sure that there's going to be no mistakes. Mistake-free car ball is what we need from here on out.
2Piece has a chance here, going for the flip reset, doesn't get it in time because Raiseful, has the read all of the way. AJG and CRR getting contested in the corner by each other, and one of our players instead somehow goes wide and have a chance for Park to take this away from AJG. Very dangerous situation to find ourselves in. 2 minutes already gone in OT, almost halfway through an entire game in this final game of competition in round 4 itself. CRR getting bumped and bruised around the corner. Instead, Park making sure we keep the momentum in the favor of our players. A demo comes out, 2Piece hits it into the heavens, but there's nobody on the follow-up to secure the goal for the victory.
Yeah, but as long as we're making sure that this Complexity roster isn't getting any momentum on the offensive side, I'm fine with that resetting on their half yet again. I'm fine with it completely, because right now it feels like we've got a little bit of momentum on our side, so we can carry this over. Right now, we've almost halfway through another game of Rocket League. Oh man, we got the infield pass to 2Piece, able to make it almost happen. Raiseful's going to be there. CRR clear's going to be coming in. 2Piece, make sure that one's going to be cleared way up top. 2Piece is doing a lot right now on the defense, on the offense, trying to make sure that we can keep this one in our favor of Shopify Rebellion. Doing a solid job so far. 3 minutes in, Vodable. I know there's a lot of people out there biting their nails right now with this game.
Got to take a breather on this one for sure, especially with the way things are going. Back and forth action between both of these two teams. AJG trying to close it out. He does just that, and the hopes and dreams of Shopify Rebellion are taking a close for this split.
Yeah, and that's going to be all she wrote. Complexity able to put the nail in the Rebellion coffin.
Wow. Yeah, there it is. We finally see all of the teams in that round knocked out. Again, another team lost on the road to Rotterdam. The journey is end to Chiefs, but you know, only a few spots.
Unfortunately, if you want to be on top, you gotta step over a lot of other people, and that's unfortunately what just happened to Spotify Rebellion. Because oof, that last shot was juicy.
Good setup. What a play coming out. I think, looking at that, just that game 5 there, Complexity, they were the guys pushing it forward, and as we said, the Shopify, they will not be there, not be ready for the major. But Complexity may be leafed. Maybe there's still a chance there.
There is still a chance there, but we have a brutal final round waiting for us on the other side of the break, as we have 6 teams fighting with only 3 able to continue on through as we continue that road to Rotterdam. It's going to be crazy, so stay tuned, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
think us only needing 2 wins in Swiss, we need a 9th through 12th finish in order to make the major. I think it takes a lot of stress off of us. It's a pretty easy result to get, and even if we don't get it, it's still pretty likely that we're going to make the major anyways. We're not all that worried, but at the same time, we're not really planning on letting our foot off the gas. We want to go out there and play it the best that we can.
Chance here for Torment. There's a demo! Top right corner, V1 explode!
I think the 5 teams that are going to make the major from NA are going to be, of course, Gen G. They've already made it. FaZe and us, because we've pretty much already made it. And then SSG is pretty likely. I'm going to go with them. And then for the 5th spot, there's like 8 teams fighting for it.
No way, that bounces in!
I personally think Furia is going to get the 5th spot because a lot of pressure is on G2 to perform here. And I think because of that, I'm going to go with Furia. They have less pressure on them, and they're a really solid team that have gotten better and better as time's gone on.
Beast Mode going for the bump! Get the bump! And V1 get the goal! They score right in Game 7!
I think going to LAN is just like the best part about being a pro. I get to meet up with a bunch of people that I've known for a long time, get to meet a lot of fans, and I get to go out and play in front of a crowd, which is always very fun. I mean, making the majors is what it's all about. Of course, everybody's end goal is worlds, but you can't make worlds if you aren't making the majors, so it's good to start off on the right foot.
Everyone, Beast Mode scores! And version 1 cuts down Gen G!
I stand back and I watch you explore in perfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end. This is not what I came here to find. Memories show that I'm out of time. See a shadow, don't know if it's mine, but I see you, I see you, I see you, I see you.
The gruesome final round has arrived. 6 teams remain in Swiss and only 3 make it out. Elimination here spells elimination from the Rotterdam Major, unless you're V1. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series, North American Fall Invitational. I'm still Leaf. We still have a cheese, and we still have CJ here to talk about our final round. This is, CJ, going to be brutal.
It's so funny here. We've got, the Raiders of the North American region achieves in Complexity and Furia, and they've been pitted against each other. The winner, obviously, if you lose, you're out of contention here. Both teams wanting to make the major, but only one of those teams can move forward. And then, obviously, as well, on the other side, we've got NRG still alive. They're going to be having a Knights, and then Optic Gaming. I mean, are they out of it now, Cheese? V1? This is a tough matchup.
Dude, can you count Optic out? It's been so many game 5s today.
Yeah.
I'd believe one more. It's kind of weird though, because I feel like you're gonna get counterattack v counterattack in that one. So I don't know what to make of that.
Well, I'm curious, since we're not going to talk about that one on this stream, but CJ, let's as we look at the matchups here, reminder: the team streams are still going on, so go and support your favorite team. As again, this is an elimination you don't want to be a part of. But for NRG Pittsburgh Knights right now, just in the break that you're mentioning on your show, there's a bit of a buff. Anyone that comes on as a guest is doing well. Do you think NRG is going to get the buff?
Yeah, I'm sure some people at home know about the buff, the top 4 buff. Come on the podcast.
By jinxing it,
boys,
by bringing it up.
We brought it up last time and it didn't jinx it. So yeah, I had Garrett in Chicago, G2 and NRG. Perhaps that's the reason that you could say NRG Achieves do have the easier round 5 matchup, if you will, out of all these here. So maybe there is something there. Perhaps also he gets an easy run if they make it to the top 8, and then we get another top 4 for NRG. Maybe we'll see them at the major still.
CJ is good luck. That's all I've learned. But it is probably the best draw for NRG. They could have wound up. There was a world where it was maybe version 1, but not to be today. So tough rounds all around for everyone. I don't think Knights is a free win, as Leaf was talking about during the break. Cheese is popping off.
It's not a free, it's not. So make sure you go watch those games. But over here on the main broadcast, we are watching Complexity versus Furia. Both the South American teams moved to North America to still end up playing each other for a spot into the majors. So, this is familiar for them, but definitely probably not something that the region as a whole supporting these teams wanted to see. But here we are again at Cheese.
We have finally arrived. It is both beautiful and tragic that 2 transferring South American teams have to play each other in round 5 when both teams really, really, really need to make the weekend. Furia probably going to be a little bit frustrated that they've arrived at round 5. Complexity still trying to get it going after that tough start to the day with the reverse sweep from Optic. It's been a roller coaster ride for them as well.
I think, as we said, it's a disaster for the South American supporters here. We've got one of them has to go home. One of them will be out of contention as well. Even Complexity, who's, I guess, at the bottom rung of the points in terms of major contenders. They look like, you spoke about it, Chiefs, they look like they could still come out and win the event. So now, though, they're playing a Furia who, I guess, have to favour in this matchup based on recent results. Obviously, Complexity are like their older brothers in this situation, but it is a different lineup now. One team has to go home, unfortunately. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be?
Well, let's ask chat that first. And then we'll answer. We got to not forget they're still here. Chat. Let's get the Verizon fan vote rolling right now. Hashtags in chat. Furia or Complexity. Either way, I think it's going to be fun Rocket League. These teams always deliver on exciting offense, but you got to pick one now. So let's get back to that question here. Let's break down who we're thinking and why we're thinking this achieves. Because this is again, it's going to be a fun matchup regardless.
Complexity does have the distinct advantage of feeling pretty good. They're coming off 2 straight wins, where Furia's gone win-loss. And I don't know if here's the good thing. Complexity knows, what to expect from Furia. They're another South American team. Everybody knows what they're going to get here. I think it really comes down to a matter of, does Yanks just win the game for Furia? Like, that is the biggest X factor here for me of all things. Because I totally see a world where Yanks is just like, I'm going to score 3 goals in game 3, and that's going to give us a 2-1 lead, and then we got 2 shots at it, and you just can't stop me.
Well, my answer is yes. So put it up. because I think that's what's going to happen. I have to say Furia on this one. I mean, both these teams, I think South American players in general are some of the most driven players out there. They're so focused. There's always so much just on the line, I think, emotionally for them. They get in there and they get things done. So now with both of them going, only one of them can get things done here. But I think Furia, for me, has had the most drive out of these teams. But yeah, I have to do Furia Chiefs.
Fair enough. I think I want to pick Furia, but at the same time, I'd love to see Complexity. But I can't do that to Jorby. I got to go Furia. I like them too much. So Complexity, I'm sorry. Today's not the day.
I think if you just look at the matchups, purely how they're playing today, I know that Complexity have the momentum here. They're coming off the win. However, Furia, they've dropped to Space Station and they've dropped to Gen G. Whereas you look at on the other side, Complexity have dropped to Optic and they've dropped to Knights. So just in terms of the caliber they've played, their losses coming into Game 5, Furia have the win over V1 already today. Just because of that and who they've lost to, they haven't dropped to anyone unexpected. Has to be Furia for me, give them the upper hand. So, yeah, I think they should be able to take this one.
That's our first unanimous desk, actually, I think, today. I think was always been the back and forth.
Is that
a bad thing?
Probably. I think we're all about to be wrong at this point. Chat is not helping out either. We're full Furia on this one. Either way, I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup. I think we're going to get some great Rocket League out of it. But again, elimination, you don't want to be losing this at Chiefs and CJ.
You don't want to be losing this at all. Round 5, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. Do or die. Complexity Fury, the battle of the South American powerhouses, the Raiders of the North American region, if you will, coming over to try and snag some major spots. But as we said, do or die. Win this. You're still in with a chance. You've still got a shot at making Rotterdam, making the fall major. However, if you lose this one at Chiefs, well, it's going to be a little bit of a, let's just say, enjoy your Christmas.
It will be a bit of an extended break. A lot of the holiday season coming up, but I'm very curious to see who winds up driving pace of play here. I think CRR, when we got to see him earlier on in the day, was playing exceptionally fast. Razebull and AJG were breaking up a lot of opportunities. Were Optic when they were playing, and Furia, of course, we saw them earlier. They were camped out in front of the box and trying to do the same thing here, but AJG's got it under wraps.
Oh, almost as well, yeah. We spoke about him in the pre-show right now. Doing bits here. Kai might be able to cut this one back. Racebull's in all sorts. The bump comes out. Kaio, we're looking for Yam, but it's the veteran, the old boy on the block, Kaio, opening it up, and what a little assist there from Yan, but Kaio does the rest.
Oh, man. Actually, I thought Razebull played that pretty well, too. I think it's easy to think Kaio's going to try and tip that over you. And he just went straight for him. Knew he had everybody beat. Good little dish from Yanks, like you said. Furia open up the scoring, put the pressure on Complexity early.
And Kyle again gets it on target. Razebull's going to be able to put that one away, but we've just seen Furia start to heat up. We spoke about Yan in the pre-show, before the series, but it hasn't quite just been the Yan show. It hasn't been the one-man offense that we always see, but from what I could tell, watching him a few times at Worlds and Majors and stuff now, it always takes a little bit to settle in, It's not like he just comes out there and wins at game 1. He's like game 3, 4, 5, and then he's got the measure. Now he's got the timing down, and then the air dribbles come out. He does have to settle in, from what I can tell. And I think right now as well, Furia, they just look confident. We spoke about the mental side of the game. Kaio again, they're just, there's something about they're playing their brothers. There's a rivalry here, but it seems like Furia just have the mental edge, the upper hand early. And look at the physicality coming out, pushing forward. Kaio gets his second on the board.
I mean, Yanks manipulates the challenge timing to get through one, and like you said, physicality on the second one as the dish comes into the middle. AJG, I actually thought he did an excellent job of recognizing that he was next one up because his teammate wasn't going to have a play, and unfortunately, realization a split second too late. Complexity down 2 early on.
Down 2 and not really had any opportunities here as we're halfway through the game, and here we go again. Kaio's pushing forward. Yan's beat one out. CRS had to try and bail out the Complexity defense here, but with half the game left, it's just it's been all in the blue half of Chiefs, and it's just a strong start here. We spoke about the momentum, complexity. They're coming off a win, but I mean, if you had to tell me which team has the momentum right now or which team's looking more warm, it's Furia.
Furia is running right now. Currently, complexity trying to catch up, but that all starts with possession. And they're trying their best to do a really nice job to at least give themselves a look at it. One-on-one versus Card. Flick to the back post, and Kaio is just in time.
Oh, he's doing everything here, offense and defense. Is Kaio pushing for Card now off the ceiling. Goes low, fakes one out almost. I love that situation there. Card, you recognize someone's on the backboard. He wasn't going to be able to get the flip. He wasn't going to be able to get a shot off that was going to be effective. So I love the fake and just keeping pressure. They're playing the long con here. Furia. They're not worried about getting that one opportunity and looking to score. They're happy to just keep it in, grab boost, and then pick their time apart. But his shot comes out. It's off the bar. It's off the corner. Does go wide here. More pressure coming out. AJG puts it up. Card double commit Furia. No one's there. Someone tell Furia. There's nothing happening right now. Save again. Card just gets a touch.
Did like how Complexity moved the ball there. Unfortunate that it went off the crossbar for him. Definitely would have got him right back into the mix of things. And I did like the patience that they showed because they saw the double commit. They're like, okay, we have time. Let's make sure we get a nice, easy pass to handle in the midfield. And unfortunately, the second shot couldn't get it done. Kaio says here, this one's not off the bar. The lead extends.
One opportunity from Complexity, but it's straight down the other end. And Kaio, I mean, we speak about it. He's doing it offensively, defensively. He's picked up a hat-trick here at Chiefs, game number 1. I mean, we want we want Yan to be firing. But if you've got a player like Kaio getting a hat-trick, that's even better. You want these guys getting involved in offense. And again, Card double touch just gets saved out.
Ooh, goodness. Graceful kind of forced into the rushed punt there. And Furia doesn't seem to show any signs of wanting to slow down, really. I guess you can't really help it, you know. That drive to and desire to score goals is so powerful. Score line, forget about it. Who cares?
It is a beautiful thing, putting the ball. It doesn't get old, does it? Doesn't matter who you play. You know, maybe doesn't matter who you play. You know, scoring a goal feels good. So maybe that's why the freestylers do their thing. But anyway, here we are in this game here. Card off the ceiling, gets a double touch. Can he finish off? Bang! Ceiling reset, backboard double. 4-0. This has been utter dominance from Furia.
Hello, King Card. So clean up to the ceiling, towards the backboard. Oh, do it to him.
Just disgusting there. And I mean, we looked at the last series together. NRG winning it off, you know, first killer being a little bit too confident with himself, but this one has been dominant. This one has been a game one that doesn't feel like a warm-up game for both teams filling each other out. This is two teams coming in hot, and Furia just having all the answers offensively, so much pressure. I mean, Complexity had one good look, I'd say, maybe one or two good looks there, but
good looks, yeah.
Over the course of that whole game, this was just dominant, and Kaio making a statement early.
Ooh. And that was an excellent job. That opening goal as well, like you said. I mean, Yank's doing a great job setting up a lot of opportunities here for Furia. I really thought he was going to be the one pulling off Card shot here, but that's what you said. Leaf, whenever you get people that are not named Yanks absolutely popping off, it's good days. Oh, he's muted. He did the thing. He did the thing.
I'm sure he's there.
I'm here. Okay. It's been a while. You know what? I think that one was.
You were so close.
We were building that one up for a bit here. But yeah, sorry. On that, yeah, speaking of popping off, kind of what I expected. We mentioned it before, too, how hot the Knights are looking right now. They took their first game against NRG, and version 1 took their first game against Optic Gaming.
So Optic's on track.
Yes, exactly.
Everything going as expected.
Is that just like their coping mechanism when they're not playing well? It's like, it's okay, guys, we've done this before. We can reverse. We actually want to be here.
That's been all day. Set up the reverse sweep. Everyone's happy.
It hasn't always been successful, however. It was early on, but now Card might be kicking things off. Or kicking things back off where they left off in game number 1. But I mean, we spoke about starting well for NRG last series. Complexity need to be starting well at Cheese, but when the King's putting them away, it's not ideal for the boys in blue.
This is a hot one to handle, too. I mean, a lot of these touches going straight off the ceiling with pace. It's so tough for Complexity to have the time to actually get up and challenge the follow-up shot. How aggressive Furia are playing. I mean, you know that shot's coming at you with force and verve. And the delayed flip reset. Razebull pulls him out of the fire. HAG supports Razebull. Complexity fends off a tough sequence. Oh, just kidding. No, they don't.
They're not. They live to fight another day, but it was actually another 4 seconds there in the defense. CRR just didn't really try to sort of half flip his way back, but just didn't get the touch. Fury again. What about Card setting that up? That's nearly King Card's goal there on the offensive side of things. He waited so long to use that flip reset and nearly put it away.
We are just over 50 seconds in. Furia has 7 shots already. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think they've been strong for the start, but 7 shots. I mean, that is a testament to their pressure and just the way they're playing right now, which is it's interesting achieves at a side like Complexity, who you'd think would have so much experience against this Furia lineup. Well, at least 2/3 of the Complexity side. They don't seem. It's like they're playing a new team. They're not really ready for what Furia bring.
I mean, not many people are, to be fair. Yeah, I guess the only one. Yeah, I was about to say the only one here who is maybe you.
They're easy. I don't know. Why do people struggle against Furia? It's crazy. I think I'm 9-1 against Furia. So shout out to them. Actually, I'm 10-1. So shout out to
you tell me, what's the secret, CJ? How do you do it?
Oh, well, it's actually, it is funny. I think we speak about the mental side of things, and even I think after we swept them, I'm not sure what event it was. It must have been in winter when we swept Furia. We asked their coach Mateus what happened, and the King Card walked past, and he just tapped his head. You know, it's all mental. So maybe we just have the mental edge there, and this is what we're seeing here as well. Like, this is a matchup that is all too familiar for both teams. Of Furia, they just have the upper hand there. They look so confident individually, mechanically. Even Kaio getting a hat trick early. They're just flip resets galore. It just feels like they're styling on these guys, and perhaps it is that mental edge achieves. They just know what to do.
They just hit the mechanics because they can. And a lot of people just respect it. Because if they know you can pull anything out anywhere on the pitch, who knows what's coming your way as Razebull gets clipped off the ball and prevents a potential setup. Yanks again driving hard. CRR actually, that was quite smart to just let that one roll. Understood he had the pace to follow it all the way back. And Complexity are right back where they started. Stuck firmly in their own hat.
Right where they started, but not where they want to be achieved right now. It just feels like the offense right now for Furia in comparison to Complexity. Furia just pushing forward, and it's looking so dangerous when they're sort of beating one out, but there's no cover from Complexity. Whereas down the other end, we saw CRR create some opportunities. Car passes it back to Kaio, who almost buries it. Yan, can he put it away? Razebull, great save. Furia again, can't double touch, follow up. Yan, maybe a double. He's got no boost. Complexity saved the day, but they're still 2 goals down.
How did they save all of those? I mean, some of them admittedly were weak, but like that initial push, I mean, the reads into the top corner was pretty gross.
I mean, it is, you know, it's a sensational defensive display, but they need to be finding some offense here. It's not all about the defense.
Like to find one shot on target.
Yeah, just anything down the other end. I mean, you know, we speak about, you know, it's all well and good to be defending Achieves, but, you know, yeah, at some point you need to be in front if you want to win Rocket. Here we go, Razebull pass.
There we go.
Great play, infield. Card can't reach it. What a nice pass play there. Great opportunity.
100% conversion for Complexity so far. They finally get one on target, and it's in. And that keeps you in it. You can score 1 goal at any time, anywhere. Complexity will take that. Defensive stands may have paid off if they have it their way. They actually may get it. Razebull just has to figure out how to get this one to CRR with time to work with, and unfortunately it takes a little too long to develop. Yanks breaks it up.
I mean, for those following at home right now, Furia have had 15 shots to 1. This is a game of Chiefs that if Complexity can find a way in the next 35 seconds to go 2 from 2, it would be the most tilting thing as a Furia player when you've had 15 shots, an absolute barrage right now. Yeah, and double misses. Card follow-up perhaps, backboard double. CRR's going to be able to get the touch. I mean, how many shots is it now? Look at this. We've got 16 shots to 1 right now. This could be one of the most dominant 2-1 displays you've ever seen. And again, Furia, they're looking just so strong.
The tightest absolute smackdown you've ever seen. I guess absolute smackdown's not right. If it was an absolute smackdown, the scoreline would be like 6-1. But they will make it 3-1. Yanks will close it out. Definitely caught Complexity trying to shove forward there. You really can't blame them. And you do have an opportunity to actually tie this one up, but Yanks just won that so straight through. I mean, what are you going to do?
It's 18 shots now as well. I mean, this feels like when you're on the other team and someone's like, oh, how'd you go today? And you're like, oh, we only lost, 2-1, 3-1. But do they know the real story? And the real story right here.
Look?
The real story right here visually is that Furia, they just look the class above right now. How do Complexity come back? Do they have the mental edge to be able to, force a reverse sweep?
Here's the good thing, Leaf. Yeah. It's not a difficult fix. If you find a single good clear out of your half, like 4 times in that game, I think they lose out on like an extra 8 shots, and that looks a lot more palatable. It's like, it's just the clear game.
They're stuck in their own half. That's not a good play. That's not a good feeling. And sometimes you can just, the extra mental weight of that can make it even worse, because then you start overthinking everything too. But quick update on the board here is so SSG actually is probably watching this right now, because there is a possibility after this round that they clinch the major. D-Rex done the math, so if the Knights defeat NRG, which it looks like they might, they're up 2-0 right now, and very convincingly too. And if version 1 defeat Optic, which is possible, they're in overtime with game 2 and they're up 1 game. Doesn't matter who wins this matchup here. And then the winner of this matchup goes and gets placed against G2 in the quarterfinals, which we'll know at the end of the day. If those things happen, then Space Station will end up clinching. So it's all up to those other 2 teams to get those wins that are needed.
It's all coming together.
Still a few bridges to cross until we get there. A few things they'll be crossing their fingers and toes, hopefully, for SSG supporters and players out there. However, in this matchup achieves, do we get a comeback? Do we get Complexity finding a way to not give up 18 shots to 1?
I think it's possible. I'm not going to say that they're going to expect to hold all the pressure in the game, but I do expect the clear game to improve at least to some degree. And perhaps they get a few more stints over on the offensive side. Whether or not they win, that remains to be seen.
I mean, if 18 shots, so anything less is an improvement, but an improvement here has to be a victory right now. Yan has seemingly just awkwardly flipped in the backfield there for no reason, but still Furia pushing forward, looking confident. And even at the start of this game, Card was already going for an air dribble, and perhaps the win condition right now is the counter-attack game. If Furia are going to be so aggressive, you have to capitalize on perhaps a little bit too much here as Yan.
Well, there you go.
It is, open opportunity, raise ball. Yan pushed up too hard. Counter-attack opportunity. Get rid of that last guy, achieves, and get the goal.
Double demo, Raise Bull gets one in the midfield, turns right around, and headhunts Yanks as well. And if you miss that shot, well, that's on you. You made it as easy as possible for yourself. Great play, Raise Bull.
Hazel pushing forward and right on cue. Made me look pretty smart there. We need the counter-attack play, and not just the counter-attacks from Complexity, as I said, but it needs to be, I guess, a level of overconfidence offensively from Furia that Complexity can capitalize. Almost what we saw with FaZe Clan in game 1. Bump comes out. Kaio's not going to be able to get it. The team bump. What? The miscommunication coming out from Furia.
It definitely seems like a little bit of overconfidence. Oh, I think the plan, Card, I think, was trying to drop it for Kaio. And Kaio, I think, thought Card was just going to leave it. And so they both do the plan. And it just goes, quite frankly, poorly. It just goes bad.
It's not going exactly how they wanted. However, they will I guess, be comfortable in the series score right now. Still a lot of time in this game. It's looking, it's not the winner, you know, in the previous games of Cheese where there was just such a dominance where you're thinking, how are the other side going to come back? Whereas at least Furia, they've still got the pressure. They've just had a couple of mistakes early on that Complexity have capitalized.
Put themselves in a hole early, that's for sure. It's definitely not a question of whether or not Furia can come back. It's if and when. Because there's a lot of tools over there to get yourself back in one quick. And right now, Complexity actually doing a really nice job moving the ball horizontally across the pitch, forcing Furia to spread out, getting some of those challenges away from the ceiling. That's been buying a lot of extra time for Furia to come and move up on the ball. Definitely going left to right. It's going to buy them a lot of extra time to get set defensively, at least.
Oh, yeah, and get another one, please. The preset comes out. Furia seem to have taken a bit more control in this game. The problem is they're sort of playing as if they're in the lead right now. They are controlling, not really giving Complexity much, but they seem to have stopped the speed of their play, the speed of their offense has gone out of it. But that could be a testament right now to Complexity, the way they're playing. They're getting those mid boosts, those crucial boosts, and the only way Furia getting out right now is Yan pushing downfield, as you said. He's got the demo, and before he was getting the redirect, he gets a tough read here, does make the touch, takes it away to the corner, and yeah, I mean, he's just feeling himself. He's one of those players that the aggression, Yan, I'm loving this switch up. They need to send someone downfield to create something, and he's the man for it.
There's just some people that look so fluid moving around the pitch. Yanks is definitely one of them. Actually, a huge challenge from Card to take away a chance from Complexity to really put this one out of reach. And now you're going to see Furia go all out here.
And here we are as well with, as I think we might have disappeared from Achieve's system, ladies and gentlemen. This could be a solo cast. Here we go. This is what we love. Here hanging out. And can Furia make a comeback, ladies and gentlemen? That is the question here.
I can help you out. We can chat.
Well, I was excited for a brief moment about a solo cast, but the proposition of you being here as well is almost just as exciting.
Yeah, this is, I mean, what better way, in all honesty, to go to a game 5, hopefully. I mean, like, I would want this not to be a sweep. I was worried that we might get a sweep, and for Complexity, you're at least hoping you can bring that one game win or go to a game 5. And I think as fans, we always want to see that too.
Oh, absolutely. This is what we live for. We live for the pressure situations, and I think that's one of the reasons as well. Well, we just enjoy the land so much and the cross-region matchups and everything in between, because we want to see these players under the most pressure possible. And right now, the pressure is, can they make the major? Can they secure a spot here? One of the elusive spots in North America that everyone seems to be coming from all around the world to have a crack at. Yan doesn't quite get the touch, and with 5 seconds left, it is going to be Complexity moving forward in this series, at least, Leaf. They're still alive. We get the 2-1. They do bounce back, and it does sound like as well that our man Achieves has re-entered us. He re-entered the system. He might be here, and
there he is. Were you scared? I heard
scared.
Spooky thunder.
Complexity absolutely destroying Furia there, that it broke my internet, and I've decided that today was not the day. So we're back. We're okay. I don't know what happened the last minute or so.
Not much, in all honesty.
Not much.
Actually.
Just hanging out. We're just hanging out, waiting for you to come back.
Yeah, we told the players not to do anything drastic so that when you come back, you wouldn't have to do any catching up or anything.
I put a message in the chat in game. I said, guys, let's settle down a little bit. All right, Achieves is gone. Let's put everything on pause.
Otherwise, we're gonna have to get them all caught up here. But update across the board. We're in match point right now for version 1. They're sitting up 3-1 with 1:20 left. So Optic, they're in the reverse sweep position, but it doesn't look like they're grabbing hold of it. Maybe starting to feel a bit of the fatigue by the end of the day. And NRG do get themselves a game win back. So we're sitting 2-1 now in that matchup.
There we go. Slowly but surely. General down, but very rarely ever just out.
It's just I want to say it'd be rude to say they're a bad smell. That's just the powerhouse that they are. They're always going to be around, aren't they? Oh,
Whoa!
no.
Did they just catch Yanks with a floater?
I think they did, but this is a nice little lob shot coming in from Razebull. Puts it over the top.
Two boosts.
He's reaching forward. He was probably like, reaching
If he
forward.
has like 8, he gets there.
He just could not quite get the touch. In the end, he probably put it into his own net. It could have been bar down and out, but they're those ones that, you know, you have to go for it. It's just, you know, you can call it an own goal, but what else are you going to do in that situation? You're always going to jump for it, and sometimes it just gets put into your own net.
Unforced error. Or a forced error, I should say. Sorry. Forced error, my mistake. But great start again for Complexity. I mean, you set up with a solid enough lead. You start feeling like, okay, now we're back into this one. We got ourselves a win. We come out here, we score early. Furia, I don't think they're really reeling quite yet. They're kind of just like, all right, fine, you're going to make us work for it.
Work for it indeed. This could be a situation here. Kaio gets it and...
Oh, he wanted the boost.
Tried to do the long... We spoke about the long con, though, for Furia. They're not just always happy, you know, that one opportunity they have to score. They're happy to try and get some pressure. Kaio double. Razebull does save it out. And Furia here, they got caught napping a couple of times there in the previous game. We saw Yan get bumped out. Razebull just putting the pressure on them. And I'm not sure if it was overconfidence or I think more to give Complexity some credit. They were looking to push forward, and now the counter-attacks are coming out. Kaio might need to land on this.
He's so good.
What a touch coming out from Kaio. And now the counter-attack. Can he do the same down the other end? Furia might be able to push forward off this, but Complexity, they're looking stronger in offensive cheese. I know that Kaio's having to make some incredible saves, but they're looking to create some bump plays and push forward. They're not just clearing the ball and going, okay, when a Furia, you know, pushing forward again. That's not the touch. Kaio now gets a solo play, has the flip reset, uses it underneath, but not strong enough.
Full card, really trying to press right there. Be a little bit of frustration for Furia. It's definitely not a challenge that you'd take normally, considering how far back he was. At the same time, they feel like this is our show to run, and they'll take any means necessary, it seems like, to just go forward and see if they can make something happen. As Complexity with the lead, if they say, hey man, you want to take a big risk like that, be my guest.
It feels like the midfield game has just shifted. There was so much control coming out from the side of Furia, but a beat in the corner means Complexity get their second on the board, and they're just using this momentum achieves and running
what
it.
a touch! CR is so good. I mean, if you look at that setup out of the corner again, like the clean air dribble to the wall, but it's all about how he lands and the timing of it. Gets the chip forward and is able to land back in front of the ball, so you can just skip it off the nose straight into the middle. I mean, that was a beautiful bit of timing. What a setup.
Just unreal gameplay coming out from CRR. They're just using this momentum. They're just running with it right now, and Furia don't quite have the answers. We saw in the previous game of Chiefs where Yan was that man to try and push forward and create something, but they weren't able to just break this deadlock right now, this lockdown that Complexity have in the defensive half. But the positive is for Complexity, they've got the defense, but the offense is there as well. They're creating opportunities and they're catching Furia out. So, I mean, the ball's in Furia's court now, Chiefs. How do they respond with this momentum?
It's all in the clear game for Complexity, and now it's like I think you kind of just have to. Oh wait, what?
Wait a second.
I feel like there were two Complexity players here, and just nobody did anything. So there's CR on the wall.
Both craps. Razebull pushing up front post. He should not have been there at all. That is the cardinal sin, ladies and gentlemen, in Rocket League. You do not want three. You don't want everyone achieves in the front post. Then you probably think, hang on, guys, something's wrong here. We need to fix this one, and that's what happened there. Razebull wanted to help out, wanted to watch the infield pass, but ended up just kept driving forward and getting out of position.
The old gravity effect. Doesn't matter how long you've played Rocket League, sometimes you just drive straight to the ball, man. You can't shake it.
it's so... this is why, you know, I mean, even as a player, sometimes you just want to hit it. You don't even care where it goes. You just want to get... And I feel like this nearly goes back... It's nearly primitive. It goes back to when everyone first started playing Rocket League and the joy of just hitting the ball. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just want to get a hand on it. Razebull there as well. Maybe just had that situation where he's gone, you know what, I wouldn't mind getting a piece of that, and then realize pretty quickly, okay, I probably shouldn't be here.
Bad time. Either way, 40 seconds. Furia find a way back through. But now you gotta score one. You'd like to avoid game 5. Doesn't matter how much of a favorite you are. If it's 5 minutes, win or lose, no one likes that situation. And currently, Complexity making it as difficult as possible. Doing a great job finding a lot of small gaps in the sequence, and they're gonna score!
What? That, ladies and gentlemen, spells to me Champions Field off the corner. That, you know what, that felt like, I'm throwing it back here, that felt almost like the Season 5 winner, the NRG Dignitas. Yeah. The off the corner, just a pinch there, and fortunately for that time, it wasn't Turbo Pulsar, it was Complexity pushing it forward and grabbing some goals here. Raisable 2 on the board, AJG as well, 3-1 now. Looking to get game 5, and not only that, we're looking at a potential reverse sweep, and that is nearly the 2 words of the day here, reverse sweep. That's the hot topic right now.
Lots of game 5s, lots of just give them whatever they want at the start. We'll take what's ours in the last half. Complexity battling back with a vengeance.
It's been a polarizing series, hasn't it? We've just seen the utter dominance in the first 2 games. It felt like we were watching FaZe versus NRG early. I spoke about, I guess, Furia just looking a level above, a class above, and then just that switch, that game 3, whether that Leaf, I'm not sure if it was we speak about these major spots, how close it is right now. Everyone's just in contention. Perhaps Furia started thinking about it. Just one more game and, we're that one step closer. And all of a sudden, it's game 5 facing a reverse sweep.
Or they just wanted to be the last team that you get to watch here on day 1 because it is the
all
last
eyes
match
on them.
now. Yeah, into game 5 because I have updates from around the scene here. We seem to be in very much favor of SSG, so they're happy right now. Pittsburgh Knights take down NRG 3-1. NRG, no bueno for them. They're dunsies. And then V1 3-0ing Optic Gaming. So they will no reverse sweep on that one. I know it's been a hot topic, but not there. So all we need left now is for Furia or Complexity to be on that side of the bracket. Yeah. So they, I think they don't specifically have to play. It could have been Gen G too, but yeah, as long as they're on that side of the bracket, then SSU will clinch.
It's, I guess, devastation achieves for Optic Gaming and NRG as well. Devastation for my own show. There's NRG.
The streak comes to an end.
The streak, we ended it at 7. But, all good things have to come to an end. But unfortunately, guys, for one of these 2 teams, the good times will keep rolling through to Saturday, but not for one of them.
Big plus side. Someone gives themselves a shot to stay in major contention. Someone, as you said, gets ready to have a good holiday season.
Someone's going to be having a really good Christmas in that it's going to be about 2 months long. But here we are. We're on Turbo Field here, game number 5. And AJG with coming out early, the pressure. This is what I love at Chiefs about Champions Field, is that you just get mistakes. You nearly throw the playbook out the window. Champions Field, it's just anyone's ball game. And for me, it feels like it comes down to moments. Who's going to make the most of their opportunities? It's not about who has the most pressure or who's the most consistent across the 5 minutes. It's about, if you get that moment, who's going to take that opportunity? And that's what I love.
And that's part of the reason why you can always trust Yanks. It's so many big moments, but none of those matters. This is the one you have to pay attention to as they won. Oh my gosh!
He's playing with fire.
Out of the post and it goes out.
He's playing with absolute fire. The man you speak about, Yan, he's pushing forward and almost, that's not what you want, the first goal on the board, but here we go. We're still at a deadlock, and as we said, it's just opportunities. Who's going to make the most of it? Yan's coming up clutch in defense, perhaps cutting a little bit fine, but it's been Complexity again that just appear visually to have the upper hand here early. They've had a few more opportunities, and Furia still, I guess, they're playing a little bit second fiddle at the moment. They're playing a little bit reactionary, just waiting to see if Complexity's hand is if they're bluffing right now on the offense. But Complexity right now, they're not really doing that. They're looking pretty strong.
They're definitely setting themselves up to hit.
Oh, there it is!
Comes through, and CRR will collect 2 bumps, in fact. Card left all on his lonesome here in the corner as Kaio says goodbye. Actually, no, he just got taken out of the play, but it was Yanks who got demoed on the back line. My mistake, but either way, Complexity, another one out in front.
Card there just looking to control it in the corner, but it probably wasn't the right play. His teammate, at least Kaio behind him, was already rolling through, expecting the rotation to keep moving, but once he controlled it, awkward touch. Now Kaio, they were both front post, and in the end, Card, I guess, helped the offense. He hit it back into him. They couldn't get the clear. Complexity get the early lead, but I mean, this is Champions Field. This is Champions Field. It says anything can happen here. This is where, if you're Complexity, you're thinking, we just need to hold on. But you just can't do that on Champions Field. The touch just comes out from AJG. Double commit. CRR had to jump as well because you have to throw caution. You have to just be ready for all situations. Passes coming out again. Complexity, they want 2 goals. They want to push forward. They're not happy with just 1, but Furia, they're trying to answer here on the other end.
And doing a nice job, always getting a hand up in Yank's face, not giving him time. And even if he does actually get through the first person on the air dribble, it always feels like they take a piece out of him so that he can't continue the play. That's the right way to go about it. HG across to Raise Bull, just out of reach. Furia still looking for a way through as CRR throws one into the corner.
And Space Station do clinch if Complexity win here. So there's more than just these 2 on the line. But right now, this is all about these 2 teams. A minute 30 on the clock. Yam, what can he do? Flick over the top. There's the open net. Surely Card puts it away. The King equalizes. 1:30 on the clock. And Cheese, we got a ball game.
You can't miss that one. Nice trap from Yanks. Throws AJG in the blender. Says, what am I going to do? Little stutter step. Cut left, right. Hard flick off the wall. No way to get to it. What a setup again. Whole team effort involved there for Furia. They find the equalizer at long last.
Who other than Yan, the man as well, to get the beat out on the last guy. Setting up the King. Great team play, as you said, from Furia. They're pushing forward again. Looking to grab some boost. Looking to grab some control. Complexity. Now the pressure's back on them. It's just the ebb and flow of the last game. Raiseball gets challenged out there in the air. AJG flip reset. Won't be able to get the dunk, and CRR's going to be able to keep this ball in. He said that. Card comes out. The demo does come out, but seems like Fury is going to be okay with that one. Yan's last man. He gets beaten out. Could be an open net. AJG goes bang, puts it away. Complexity regain the lead here on Champions Field.
Demo pays dividends because it forces Card to dive in the midfield. He can't just kind of pass it into a spot where his teammates can go. He can't win the challenge. The respawn comes through, but they've lost the ball. They get beat back the other way. Complexity, late lead. Furia, now's the time. The gloves have to come off. No reservations anymore.
Everything on the line right now for Furia. Complexity, they're looking to push forward. They want to keep their hopes and dreams alive, but in doing so, they're trying to bury their brothers in Furia. They're trying to bury the chance. AJG, open opportunity. Card hustles back the King, and now they can counterattack. Infield pass. Raiseball's there to cut it out. Kaio can't reach it. And Yan again. Last man gets demo. Does recover now. He's got a bit of time. Kaio's downfield. Okay. Can Yan get the touch on net? Bump comes out. Furia looking to push forward. DRR gets the miss. Here goes the King. What can he do here? Flip reset. No. Raiseball does parry it away. Nice infield pass. Counter-attack now for Complexity. Achieves it. Moving down the other way. The bump. 10 seconds on the clock. What can we do here? The team bumping each other. Furia trying to keep their hopes and dreams alive. Lose this throughout. 1 second on the clock. Backboard. The King to Kaio. Saved out by AJG. Complexity move on. Furia have been eliminated from major contention. We'll be seeing Complexity tomorrow. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're a Space Station fan at home, you can say hello to Rotterdam. They're off to the major as well, Lee.
Wow. That was quite the end. And I said this before when you were gone, Achieves. I said to CJ, I hope this goes to game 5 because I want this to be exciting. You know, whoever wins, and I got my way, so I'm happy.
Literally all the way down.
Reverse sweep.
Seconds. I honestly thought they had it. The shot was all the way back post too.
Perfect shot. Just saved out.
Just moments, CJ. They're equal to it.
Yeah, just moments, and just a few defensive mishaps there from Furia. I think that to Complexity's credit, over the course of the series, even early on, their defense was still, they were holding out. They were looking pretty strong. They weren't creating much offensively in the first 2 games, but then we just saw this change in momentum. We saw Raiseball getting a bit more physical, getting some bumps, isolating Furia's third man, and they just rolled that momentum from there all the way to game number 5. The very end, though, almost, we would have seen a little late equalizer that Furia love to do. We saw that with with Yan back at the World Champs, but not to be for Furia here in their first split in North America. But the old boys, Leaf, the old boys of the transitioning over to North America, if you will, Complexity, they're still alive.
Yeah, and this is Achieves again. What I was saying before is I want to see this team be able to bounce back. It feels like they haven't. I mean, like this is the right direction. And I think if I'm going to pick a team that gets to do that when you come to a new region, it's the one that's been here for a bit. All right, these guys came over. They've been working on it. Let them have the win. Furia, they'll have another chance. Of course, for them, they want to come in here and make waves and say, hey, look, we're amazing. So it does kind of suck for them. But at the same time, you always have to prove yourself. And they still have more time to do that in a bit of Chiefs.
The season is a long one for sure. And while it is not meant to be the first go around for Furia, Complexity, there you go. Like you said, maybe that's the step in the right direction. It's the start of the resurgence. Like, okay, that's why they came over here. And, maybe a win over Furia is the one that kickstarts that, because the bracket doesn't get any easier. That's the sad part. Single elim tomorrow, you got to have a solid run, and it's all hard work over the weekend.
Let's break down what happened today and then start talking about tomorrow. Taking a look at the Swiss bracket, we had a lot of game fives throughout this. CJ, we saw Optic attempting for 4 million reverse sweeps. They felt like they started to die off on the end. Maybe exhaustion starting to kick in with 2 3-0s though to end off their day.
Yeah, it sort of summed up Optic's split for mine. They had so many game five. Swiss stage was, I don't want to say a struggle, but they were clawing and fighting their way through Swiss. But eventually, the odds, the probability isn't going to weigh in your favor. And Optic, they do miss out. NRG as well. They weren't looking as strong this time, especially in that phase series. They just looked like they have still a little bit to work on Achieves, and they won't be there. But I mean, Furia Complexity for me, that was the one where both teams could have gone either way. Both could be deserving of a major spot, and it did go the way of the older brothers Complexity.
Every now and again, come up with one, and version 1 as well. Perhaps a little bit surprised after coming off a win in the last regional that they had to fight so hard to get here, but they'll take the 3 over Optic and point standings. Leaf.
Yeah.
JMG's like, yep, we know. We're up there.
They're like, this is how you move to a region and show them what's up, because they've come in here and absolutely made a statement. Obviously, you still have some of the top dogs, FaZe and G2 fighting back and saying, hey, hold up, we want to fight too. But we do have a couple clinches here at Chiefs alongside Gen G.
A few clinches indeed. Version 1 should have clinched, if I'm not mistaken, as they won 2 series. FaZe Clan is clinched because they won 2 series, and I believe Space Station is now definitely in, with Complexity beating Furia, if my brain is correct.
I think as well here, just looking at the points, so Complexity and G2 as well, there's 3 points difference. So if G2, obviously G2 want to outplace Complexity, but if Complexity can get 1 placing ahead, and we could have a tiebreaker coming up there.
Tiebreaker.
Well, we have
a reminder,
3 points, so tiebreakers could be still on the horizon here with G2 and Complexity. That would be exciting.
Reminder that those are happening after Championship Sunday if we do end up with tiebreakers. So just because it's done this weekend, the Invitational is done, don't go anywhere, because if we do have tiebreakers, we'll play them there. And this is what we're going to see over the weekend. This is where it all comes down to single elimination bracket. 8 teams Achieves coming into this one, and it's going to be
give me the chaos.
Quite the fest.
Look at quarterfinal 2.
That's what I'm saying. I want Axel to knock off FaZe right there. That's what I want. I want the chaos, the absolute insanity. Have them play Knights in the semifinals and have them wind up in a grand final. I love that.
I spoke about finishing 1 placing ahead, G2 Complexity. They're playing each other in the first quarterfinal. So it is just a head-to-head.
It is literally.
Whoever wins that makes the major. It is as easy as you like, ladies and gentlemen. For those following at home, win that game. You've got your tiebreaker matchup, Leaf. It's the quarterfinal first up. So that's going to be a big one.
I love it. Well, let's take a look at the schedule in case you guys want to, pick the time to. I say get here right at the beginning of the show, but if you want to pick a time to show up for your favorite teams, we start at the bottom of the bracket, move up. V1, Gen G starting us off there, then Complexity, G2, Team Axel, and then FaZe Clan and Knights Space Station to finish it off. You guys can read that. I don't know. I read it out too, but take a screenshot, so you know when to. You're welcome. Hey, maybe someone's watching and they're in the other room right now and they just.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, all right. We'll pretend I was useful there. But let's get some final thoughts for the region now, because this was again intense coming down to the wire here. Day one spelled clinches. It wasn't even just like, oh, Sunday we're gonna get some crazy matchups and implications. Today we got them. So this was fun. Let's get some final thoughts again, and we'll send her off. CJ, if you want to start us off, and Chiefs to follow.
Yeah, I think we started the day with a lot of hopes. We're ending the day. I still think we've got 4 teams alive for the major. So Axel is still in there, Knights are still in there, depending on if they can. I think they basically need to win the whole regional with how far back they're coming from. But I guess starting the regional felt like maybe a G2 and Furia are the most likely teams, to try and grab that 5th spot. Furia out, so now it feels like G2 are in the box seat, but anything can happen, which is what we saw today, Chiefs. So tune in for the rest of the weekend.
Pandemonium, bruh moment for all of you NRG fans. Tragic loss in round 5. If you like Team Axel, hey, welcome to the party. You finally made the weekend. And Gen G version 1, I'm looking forward to the grand final rematch. And I'd like to see Space Station make the deep run at the start of the top of the quarterfinals as well. So maybe they end up in a grand final. That would be, I still think probably Gen G can make it all the way to the 3rd grand final in a row. And I would just laugh if it was against the other top team in Space Station.
Well, we will find out as the bracket begins tomorrow. We crown a champion on the weekend. With day 1 finished, we get closer to solidifying our teams on the road to Rotterdam. The single elimination bracket begins tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern time, but show up 30 minutes earlier and you get treated to a pre-show to get yourself prepped for the day. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.